So when we talk about a team that fires up on all cylinders, we're going to talk about high voltage. I've been talking about this team, Aussie. An incredible player. The player actually impressed us in the PMPL Season 2. So I would say this player will be bringing a lot of fights on the table for sure in this one as well.
Definitely. This team is like a lightning strike. In that fact, they are absolutely deadly, not just to the team that they are fighting, but to everyone that's around them. You can't escape them. Once they hear you, once they even get a hint of where your exact position is, they're going to go all in.
But the best part was, their strongest map was Weekendy, and Weekendy is not in the competition now. I mean, they have had numerous chicken dinners, even in the scrims previously, even in the league stage previously in Weekendy, but Weekendy does not exist anymore. So they'll have to make one or two stronger maps, talking about Miramar, probably because it's a slow-paced map, just like Weekendy in the start, talking about Erangel, because that's kind of an OG map, so they can move forward with that. And that is where they'll have to familiarize onto everything, just so that they dominate the competition. Otherwise, everyone else is practicing as well.
Exactly. And talk about practices. One team that we have seen for this team as a practice method is going to be the fact that they like to fight individually. They start those fights not as a team but as individual. It's going to be one man trying to take down one or two players from the opposing side, and then the rest of the players will fall in line, get into formation, and then they try and take the opponents down. But that strategy can sometimes backfire. So for high voltage, they're going to have to be extra careful in the situation that they put themselves in, especially considering the teams that are coming to the competition this time.
It's the most important thing. Can they insulate the competition or not? We'll find out.
Now comes the squad of veterans all the way from Nepal, and this team is absolutely unstoppable, apart from the fact that they are the only ones who can stop them.
Yeah, I mean, their mistakes kind of just, become their dire enemies. If you want to talk about teams rotations, they are good. But if they get stuck up in the rotations, they get taken out. Fights, they can take good fights. But if somehow a fight goes badly on them, they get taken out. That's the thing that kind of just, becomes their own enemy and restricts them from getting more and more of the point numbers. I mean, points are things that matter, right?
Exactly. At the end of the day, they have to find a way to consistently get those points. And as Ocean says, adaptability is something that this team struggles with. They have a plan laid out, and if things go a little bit off wire from the plan, they start to fluster up, they start to fail.
It depends on the pace of their own game versus the pace of the lobby, the full lobby, as for how the lobby is playing. If you talk about the lobbies playing a faster game and they try to play a slower game, does not work out. They have to just match their frequency with the lobby's gameplay, and that's the only code they have to crack in order to get maybe multiple chicken dinners or something.
Exactly, but are they going to be able to do that? Only time will tell. Is the crew going to unite, or are they going to get separated?
When we talk about a team that has always showcased an incredible gameplay from time to time, but has not been able to reach to that position, that's where R3D comes up to our names. Because this team has showcased their gameplay in numerous PMCOs, and they have been an incredible team. But it's the first time going for PMPL. I would love to see how they actually play in this one.
Exactly, I agree with that, because as far as the domestic competition from the region of Pakistan is concerned, these guys are veterans, but this is their first time setting foot on the international stage. And with Joker, Anub being present in the squad, it's going to be highly interesting to see, is R3D actually made for this level of competition?
Exactly, but there's one thing that I would say somehow just, relates, differentiates, I would say, this team from the other, the open fights that this team takes. I mean, they take brilliant open fights. They always win, like 99% they would be winning those open fights. I would love to see how that happens in the maps of Miramar or maybe Erangel open circles, because that's one brilliant thing.
See, the maps are going to be different, but the teams are going to remain the same. And with that, for R3D, the pressure is going to be there, but so is the hunger. And all they have to do is make sure that their colors are going to shine and the maps are going to be painted red. As their name would suggest, Team T2K, they are in fact trained to kill. And well, kill is what they do really well.
Exactly, that's one thing that they do really, really well. Talk about a name that we gave to a player in the previous PMPL, G.I. Jane. I mean, think about that. G.I. Jane was named after his M249 sprays. I mean, I still remember that, and that was incredible. Frankie, an incredible M4 player. So these players kind of know their role and they know their guns incredibly. And that's one thing that a player kind of just needs, a team needs, because a team game is something, you have all the players surviving, you're killing out the competition, killing out the players, you're getting those numbers.
But see, compared to the previous performance, to the level of performance they are going to bring now, the only thing that I think we wished would change for this team is the fact that earlier on in the last PMPL, this team's playstyle was totally reliant on Jane and how he would play. This time they have to fix that. This time this team needs to play as a unit and not just around one player. If they can achieve that thing, I think T2K has a long way to go.
Exactly, T2K do have a long way to go, but the thing is, they sometimes falter in one thing, and that is the quick decision making once they are taking up fights. I mean, one player rushes up forward, the second player comes up, the third player is trying to go forward with the grenades or something, and that's where the fights sometimes falter down. So they'll have to just, look out for the shot callings once the shot callings are done. Because if you remember, it's just, if it's one player surviving, even that one player somehow just, brings the game to home. if it's like 3-4 players, sometimes the shot calling becomes kind of a dire thing and things kind of just go down. They just have to work on that. Otherwise, game is theirs, the league is theirs.
Every day is a fight. Every moment is a race against the best. Beat the clock. Be on top of your abilities before the rest. Every face-off will be bigger than the last one. Every knock will count. Time will stand still in the wake of the storm. And that's why the sun never sets on this battleground. This is where champions will gather to etch their names on the highway to glory. Welcome to the Coliseum. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League Season 3.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. This is the second Super Weekend is where we're at, and in that we got done with day 1 yesterday. Now we move on to day 2 of the Super Weekend, in which of course we've got 16 teams from the entirety of 20 looking really dominating. With that, alongside all this, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. I'm your host Blotto. Joining me on the analyst desk, we've got the 2 best analysts that we know of. That is going to be none other than Super Johnny and Ocean Sharma.
Well, thank you so much, first of all, for calling us the best analyst. I mean, we do try our level best, but the games are really something to look at.
Exactly. Games are really something to look at because these players, I mean, they have incredible capabilities for their own gameplay, and they showcase it time to time for themselves.
Absolutely do. Every single opportunity that these teams have been gotten, they have been able to bring them in their favor every single time. And amongst them, there are a few teams that we will be talking about. Alongside though, we do first things first need to talk about what are we looking at. We're looking at 16 teams as of now because this is the second Super Weekend that we're a part of. But overall, when it comes to PMPL South Asia, we've got 20 teams.
Exactly, 20 teams and only 16 make it to the Super Weekend every single time. 3 Super Weekends, and after that we have the South Asia Finals, followed by the Regional Finals, where a bunch of other teams are going to be joining the teams that qualify from here, the 9 teams that make it to the other side. But first of all, the second Super Weekend, it's going pretty well.
Exactly, it has been going incredible. I mean, as far as we have seen the upsets, the ups and downs all together happening, so I'm open to more surprises if we see any.
There certainly will be. By the end of today, there will certainly be a lot of incredible turnover wins, which will of course be reflected onto the point system, onto the overall rankings. But before we head into that, let's talk about the entirety of this gala. We're looking at $300,000 on the line, from which of course 150 grand has already been separated just for the finals of PMPL South Asia.
Exactly, and well, once we make it to the finals, the prize money is going to be distributed among the 16 teams that will be there. But before that, the teams get the attendance fee for playing the league stages. The teams that make it to the Super Weekend every time have an opportunity to earn $1,000 by winning a chicken dinner in one of the 15 games. They win a chicken dinner, they get $1,000. They get another chicken dinner, they get another $1,000.
I mean, we have seen a few names getting so rich right now that they have been, you know, that just showcases how much they can flaunt their gameplay, right? Because they have been firing up on all cylinders with their own gameplay, with their own capabilities back to back.
Exactly, and there is a journey there. There is certainly a journey there, from which, of course, we've seen from week 1 into week 2, these teams have just racked up those kills and moved on along with the aggression, thus bringing them down towards the perfect dollars that we're talking about. But that has all been, of course, thanks to the kill point, which is, of course, going to be 1 point per kill, alongside which, of course, you get that chicken dinner, you get 15 points along with $1,000.
Exactly. And then talking about the second position gets you 12, third gets you 10, 8 to 12 gets you 1 point, and 13 to 16 gets you none. So we have seen, you know, yesterday was when we were talking about this one, back to back, like there were 4 games when bottom 3 teams had no points for themselves. So today might be a different story, because yesterday's last game there were at least, like, all the teams almost had the kill points for themselves, at least for their band.
I feel like this has been the case that ever since the points were reduced, like earlier it used to be a lot of points for the chicken dinner, then it came down to 20, and then it came down to 15. So the impact on the kills, the importance of the kills has gone up, and as Ocean said, just as important is the fact that if you finish low enough, you get nothing. So there's going to be a lot of pressure to not be within the bottom 3 or well, for the matter, bottom 6, I would say. 'Cause
Absolutely,
even
mate,
1
'cause-
point is bad.
Absolutely agreed. Because again, when you bring that up, right, there is one thing that makes a huge difference, which is going to be the aggression from the entirety of the lobby. Because now the points are that much more closer when it comes to the chicken dinner to the final sum itself. The points are so close that implies that these teams need to be bringing their A-game performance every single game, and that one game could genuinely give you a lead and boost to be able to catch up. Otherwise, it was a different affair when you talk about the previous point system. But never mind all that conversation. Let's talk about the teams itself. As we just discussed, we're looking at 16 teams that are going to be part of this Super Weekend, the second Super Weekend, and in that we've got INES starting off.
Yeah, they started off yesterday and they were off to a good start if you talk about it. The first match they did brilliant, but then we saw the fall off happen, and well, that sort of created an interesting situation. But still, I have to say, INES said their expectations should be achievable and realistic. I mean, target is still F4 team sitting on the 16th position, so that is something that they're going to be, well, at least today they're going to be aiming to hit that marker.
Exactly. Absolutely, mate. And again, along with that, we've got Seal 9 chiming in along in the second Super Weekend, and they're doing fabulous for themselves, Ocean.
They are doing really good for themselves. P and Crew as well, 1952. I mean, they did not have a good start yesterday, 1952, but after that, they started off slowly and steadily. DE, meanwhile, is showcasing really good comeback after the third game. I mean, they started going off really good. Second position, first position, second position. So, yeah, they have been off to a good start for themselves. So, I would love to see how DE plays today, because, again, they are at 7th or 8th position, somewhere around that area. They would love to move a bit further onto the competition. But talking about the other teams, I mean, A1 Esports, T2K. A1 Esports still in the top 8, but without a chicken dinner, they might have to start up that. Again, every day we talk about it. They have to start on that thing.
But here's the interesting thing about A1 Esports. They're still maintaining themselves a really good position without a chicken dinner. This team was really, really consistent during the first Super Weekend. The second Super Weekend has just started yesterday. Yesterday, A1 Esports, they had some decent games, but I think the pop-off should happen today, because it happened day number 2 last time as well.
True, mate, because again, we've reached the second Super Weekend, which remains only one more Super Weekend. That is going to be a tight knot when it comes to the 16 teams that will be a part of that. But move on to the conversation that we are looking at right now. Of course, they've got the real soldiers, gotten another chicken dinner for themselves. And again, Venom Legends did showcase perfect turn of events. So did XP Blood Legions.
Yeah, I mean, talk about XP Blood Legions, right? They in the first week, it kind of just showed that they might be fearing something, as they had, like, because their PMCO games were amazing. They started off really slow, but then now they are picking up a good pace for themselves.
Absolutely. Another side, we did have high voltage right there, and that too also needs to be brought up. A team that has actually been very consistent and has gotten themselves a pretty good placement as of now. As we move on towards the overall rankings, of course, I mean, yesterday we saw Z3us Esports taking away $1,000, along with which overcoming, of course, Seal Esports and taking that top pole position.
Exactly, but after them on the second position is DRS Gaming, a team that is catching up really, really fast. I mean, look at that. Just a 10-point difference between them and DRS Gaming, followed by Carnage on the third position. So it is quite a close race between the top 3 right now. Seal Esports, quite unfortunate that they are not going to be playing today, but I mean, the top 10 looks really, really deadly.
Exactly. We're talking about the other teams, right? The teams that always, some of them have to start up the journey again for the first time as of now, because 1952, they started off slow. Now they have to just pick up the pace. INES, they were looking really good. Seal 9 is looking really good right now at this position, but their main goal is to get into the top 16. That is where F4 and R3D are. They would love to just, get ahead of the competition for themselves. So that is where they might just start today.
But I want to take the conversation back to one of the teams that we did see, that is XP Blood Legion. We were talking about them as well. So quite an interesting approach to things, wherein first couple of days, if you recall, the team was there with no points coming in, 5 points coming in an entire day. But now, finally doing really, really well for themselves.
They certainly are. And along with that, another team to talk about is certainly going to be, Deadeyes Guys. Everybody had their eyes gazed on towards this team. But as we move on towards the start itself, we've got day 1 of week 1 of the Super Weekend compared to, well, day 1 of week 2 Super Weekend. And boy, oh boy, there is a drastic shift from this team's gameplay.
Yeah.
I mean, think about this one. 1800 damage dealt on the first Super Weekend's first day, right? But 6,270, that's a big difference, the day and night difference, as we can just, talk about this one. 7 kills versus 36 kills. So the numbers are increasing, and this just showcases one thing, and that is their mind is just now hell-bent on causing destruction onto their opponents.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the players of DRS yesterday, we would have seen Deadeyes Guys sort of pop off even harder. But they played really, really well. I mean, we've finally seen this team as we had a conversation with Shifu sir yesterday as well, and he mentioned like go back to the old team that was there, that used to dominate, put up dominating performances time and time again. That is what we are seeing right now, and it is going to be quite interesting to see how can they sort of take it a step further once they make it to the finals. Because right now, this was pointed out yesterday as well, that the target is to make it to the finals. They are saving some strategies, and in the finals, everything is going to be revealed. All the cards are going to be faced up.
I mean, that was a perfect conversation coming in from, of course, Shifu sir, because that came in at after third game.
Yeah.
And the way he brought that conversation towards was reflected into the gameplay from this team as well. And along with that, of course, the gameplay being represented in the basis of this graph.
So this is the performance seismograph of the Super Weekend matches, as you can just see right now till the 20 matches. Obviously 15 matches in the first Super Weekend and 5 that happened yesterday. You can see the jump that they have had yesterday. That has been incredible. Obviously there 1 or 2 games were good from the previous one, but now if we talk about this one, they have been, you know, on a roll. Since yesterday. Talk about the points that they have been just, you know, getting for themselves. That's like one of the highest peaks is where they have touched. That was yesterday's second last game, and that's where they had like 15 kill chicken dinner.
Exactly, and that did leave them with 30 points, and that was looking really strong. And that is that upward slope that we're talking about. That's really, really crucial for a team like this, because we've seen them perform like that. And now finally, if they're picking up the pace, hopefully it will just rise up and up and should not really falter back down. But in that conversation, of course, Deadeyes Guys has showcased a perfect, I mean, yin and yang sort of an approach. From week 1 into week 2, a complete different affair is what we've seen from this team. But that conversation can be moved on along towards other teams as well. You talk about, of course, Team F4, another team that we are wanting to see certain plays from, but eventually, again, they were not able to participate this time around. And that is a sad state of affair. But few more teams to bring up is certainly going to be, well, R3D Esports, that again is not able to play this Super Weekend, but they were there last weekend, and the lead they got themselves is now getting so very close and being contested by Seal9.
Exactly. So R3D is sitting on the 15th position, and these are just the stats of day 1s of the Super Weekend. So first day of the Super Weekend for R3D Esports compared to first day of the Super Weekend for Seal9. Now, the fun thing is, as we were talking about it, like, alright, INES, they are going to be targeting for F4. Well, Seal9, they want to be a little bit more secure, so they're going to be targeting the 15th position head on, because they are a little bit closer. 41 points in a day, that's not an easy target.
Yeah, exactly. Plus this also comes down to one thing, right? Obviously, Super Weekend 1 was the first time that R3D was playing against the teams, and right now Seal9 Super Weekend 2 is the first time that they are playing. So it comes down to how open-minded you are when you are discussing your strats with your own teammates, or maybe, you know, against the lobby. Because every time, if you're going all in for all the matches like Miramar or the matches like maybe Sanhok or maybe Erangel, you just have to understand, you know, everything that you'll be doing might have a bad impact on you as well. So one week you are there, the other week you might not be there. But how many points can you accumulate altogether when we talk about the competition?
Oh, well, I mean, that is what the teams are going to be thinking about, as well as today. I think Seal9 should be aiming to already surpass R3D Esports, because if they do that, then the next target, as I said it yesterday as well, then the next target comes up. Alright, the teams are above. You want to move further within the top 15, the top 16, and make your position for the finals. Like, try and work towards it.
Absolutely, mate, because again, I mean, this is a team Seal9 that was not able to participate in the first Super Weekend, but the way that graph is showcasing, they are here to win it, and that's what the graph represents. Again, an upward slope.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in this one also we can see the matches that all together that they have played, right? The first league play and the second league play, and yesterday's day as well. You can see yesterday there was a bit of an, you know, ups and downs, faltering, but it's not obviously their fault. It's like the lobby obviously becomes tough when it's the Super Weekend, because every team wants to show their super mode for themselves, the best gameplays that they have, the best strategies that they might be having or might be hiding. Everything just goes down here.
And for Seal9, it was the change of strategy, or to be a little more precise, the change of the level of aggression they used to bring into the game. That was the answer for things. Because even yesterday, I mean, we did see a few moments wherein the aggression was the thing that caused them to fail. But it is just the fact that they are trying to get those kills, and they are in fact getting those kills as well. That brings this team into the Super Weekend this time, and they are having a good time.
Well, it certainly is a gift. It is a treat for all the viewers as well as us when it comes to Seal9's performance. But along with that, now let's move on and have a look at this awesome mega event calendar where you have all the gifts, all the goodies separated throughout the PMPL South Asia action, and that is again, viewers, for you guys sitting back at home. And it's going to be really simple, really simple. You can be part of course, the virtual gifts, along with which you have actual rewards that you could very well chime in along by supporting your teams. And in those rewards, you're looking at, well, Airport Pro, you've got gift cards in your local currency, followed with, of course, the virtual gifts that you can very well flaunt in the lobby that you're going to be a part of. But move this conversation in towards the in-game rewards itself. This is going to be very simple for you to be able to chime in along, because all you need to do is, well, watch the action of PMPL South Asia through the Esports Center in-game. As you do so, you will be earning points. Those points can then be multiplied by guessing weekly winners or tripled and quadrupled by participating in the lucky draw. And again, you get to have, if you're lucky, that permanent outfit for yourselves, and that's exclusive for PMPL South Asia.
You have to be really, really lucky. Like top 3.
Yep.
Only the top 3 will be getting that permanent outfit, and it's super awesome.
It is super awesome, mate. And with that, Super Johnny, let's move on towards the super giveaway once again, where again, this is where it all breaks down. Of course, we've spoken about the virtual gifts. Of course, we've spoken about the entirety of the calendar. But now this is what is at stake, viewers, because we've got Airport Pro set up for you guys. We've got, again, gift cards in your local currency along with the in-game items, and all you need to do is hashtag PMPL SA followed by your unique code, your UID code from in-game and the region that you are supporting. As you do so, well, you get a chance to get those gifts for yourself. But again, do not forget, you do need to showcase that love for the teams from your region. And with that, let's get our day started. The second Super Weekend awesomeness. It is time to move on to the schedule, where once again we shall start the day off on the map of Erangel.
Exactly.
Guys, what do you think this time around on Erangel? Who's going to be dominating? Let's talk about regions.
Oh, regions. We are gonna go that way now. I think it's still gonna be.
I like one thing. Lakshay always asks us, which region do you think Lakshay is going to dominate? Let's ask you. Like let's put him.
I think
right
it's
out.
going to be Nepal again, because I'm going to go first. As I said, Nepal again, because almost like majority of the Nepali teams have had good momentum yesterday.
That is so very true. But how about Ocean? I answer that based on the stats, mate, because we do have the stats on our screens where Erangel, as of now, is looking really dominated by the real soldiers, the DRS team, followed by Z3us Esports.
I mean, we're talking about DRS, right? So I would love to see this team get the 6th chicken dinner for themselves, and maybe if they are on a roll or something, we can see them just dominating all together for today's day, because DRS's yesterday was good. I just want to see what impact does a break, even if it's like of a few hours, of like from Friday to Saturday, what impact does a break bring on the mentality of the players? Because DE and DRS, they were having good games back to back. So
that is true, mate. That is so very true. But again, you talk about that break. That break is not really a break. It is so much more of a brainstorm from within the teams, because that is what is important. They better be getting back into those green rooms and, genuinely, as you analysts do, get into the gameplay itself, not only from them but the other teams.
Exactly.
And that's going to be crucial. Now we're at that crux. We're on week 2. Only one more week remains before we move on into the finals, and only top 16 are going to be part of it.
Exactly. But one team I would love to see in action, he pointed out DRS, but as we were talking about those discussion times that are there between the days, between day 1, between day 2, I want to see StalwartFlex in the action again, because now from the the 3 teams that usually make it from the region of Pakistan, now only 1 is here in the Super Weekend.
That's true.
And they have sort of taken their foot off the gas for a little bit. Yesterday we did not really see the usual StalwartFlex that we love to see, where in every single game they might not be getting those chicken dinners, but they are well destroying their opponents. So that is something that I would love to see again.
Another name I do want to bring up is going to be High Voltage. Now, High Voltage is another team that has been consistent. Their gameplay, as of now, based on yesterday's play, have been a bit on the low-key pace, but they've still been able to maintain that top 6 position, top 10 position, and that's working in their favor. But they better be able to convert that into a chicken dinner. That's highly important now. Come on, Assassin, you better give us that chicken dinner. But with that, it is time for predictions, guys. Are you guys going to be moving on along with a specific team? Nothing?
No.
No? Alright, well, it is time to step into this first game on Erangel. And once again, we're going to be going on to our commentators who are going to be taking us through this first game on Erangel. It is the Erangel boys. It is none other than XP, joined in with Mate.
Thank you for that, Blotter. And on that note, we're going to be jumping into the first game of day 2 of the second Super Weekend. As Blotter pointed out, it is of course going to be myself, Bleh, and XP is going to be bringing you the action once more on Erangel. Everyone's ready to rock and roll. People are locked and loaded, and you, sir, are suited and booted.
I am suited up. I thought, as we're getting closer to the end game, I'll just whip out the little jacket and not too much, no ties overhead this time around.
Making me feel underdressed. I see what you're doing here, but you know what? It's okay. It's all right. Because guess what? They're not gonna have to look at us for very long. We're gonna be jumping straight into the map, indeed. And on that very note, perfectly on cue, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, we're going to be jumping into Erangel once again, where we're going to be seeing how these 16 teams are going to be duking out. And looking at the playing path, it is going to be starting all the way from the shooting range and ending towards the military base. We've seen multiple playing paths like this, sometimes from north to south, sometimes from south to the north, and at this point, almost halfway through the Super Weekend, I guess we could kind of say that we have an inkling as to where the majority of these teams are going to be dropping towards. However, there are a couple of teams who can throw a curveball.
Oh, absolutely. Of course, everyone has their favorite drop spots, and every once in a while, teams like XP Blood Legion, they suddenly have some confidence infused in them, and they're like going out on the hunt. In fact, challenging teams like Deadeyes Guys right at their drop spot. In case you don't know what I'm talking about, expect some action to break out at Rozhok early on once more. And now, we did talk about Z3us Esports. They are heading towards Georgia Paul, as it kind of does look like that on our screens. Now, they love dropping down at the compounds near the shelter, but they're one team, we've seen this, I mean, they barely have any equipment, they don't have any helmets, but if they pick up a gun and they see anyone else who is not a part of the team, these boys just go out for the kill.
They do indeed, and speaking of some of the teams here, we did have, High Voltage was touched upon. We had StalwartFlex, currently placed 9th, the only team from Pakistan playing this weekend, and they haven't had a chance to get a chicken dinner yet, but you seem to have spotted something out.
Talking about the team that likes to play spoil sport, have a look at what's happening on the military island this time, Blay, and you are going to be a bit happy. I see that smirk coming out, and well, the first circle is going to form. It is going to be pretty much central, which is, again, a pleasant change from what we've seen. Most of the times we've seen everything towards the west, pretty much around Primorsk and Quarry. So this is something that people are going to be watching out for. But have a look at who is joining StalwartFlex at the military base. It's Blood Legion.
Yep, and the question here is, are Blood Legion going to contest military base, try and take the fight with StalwartFlex, or are they going to be heading towards Nova Rep Noi? And it looks like my answer has been, the answer to my question has been given there. You can see Blood Legion slowly moving away towards the side of Nova, where, they have the bridge available. They can even grab a couple of boats, head on towards Military Power if needs be. Looking at everyone else, though, XP, it seems to be kind of the usual, so to speak.
It is kind of the usual, and let me just point something out about Carnage Esports. Now, ever since 7C Esports also, called Pachinki their home, they've kind of moved away from that. They don't want to deal with those early skirmishes because, well, we definitely know Carnage Esports are a heavy hitting teams sitting right up there at the top. So I like the little maneuver that they've done this time. They've sent 2 members, of course, to Water City as usual, like they like doing. But then one of their members, Manish, of course, is all the way up north of the river, in fact, near the shooting range where P and crew are usually skulking about. However, he is going to pick up his ammunition and his basic utility and come back in. It's that early scouting. You want to make sure that you have escape routes available, if you know what I mean. And well, looking at what's happening on our screens, this is something that I want to see again. Now, INES, Z3us Esports, and of course Seal 9, they all drop in and around the Georgia Paul area. However, they haven't had any fights there yet.
Yeah, they have somehow, maybe due to the circle, have been able to avoid those conflicts which we expect to see. This time around, Zeus with the early loot going to be potentially heading towards the container region where INES are currently. Looking at the overall standings now, you look at the top 16, we don't have the bottom 4 teams at the moment, but R3D and F4, reminding everyone, are sitting the second Super Weekend out. And now there is one team in particular who's not in the top 16 at the moment because they're playing their first Super Weekend, and that is Seal 9. Now Seal 9, well, they basically picked up the slack for Seal Esports during the league stage. They were at the top of the leaderboards. They looked fantastic. And yesterday, they went terrible, but it wasn't even close to the performance we saw from them just a few days back during the league stage. So maybe today could be the day that Seal 9 finally say, enough is enough. We've shown with these guys what we can do, and it's time for us to deliver.
I do believe after a total of 5 games, they are sitting somewhere around the 41-point mark. It isn't too good, but it isn't too shabby either. And now, I've kind of seen a little bit of I don't know what word I want to use right now. It is almost like as if it's a celebration of sorts because teams are winning not 1 but 2 games a day, and it's becoming part of the habit. It's becoming part of the routine. Like DRS, they've already done it once before. You know, basically letting Skylight Esports know, hey man, you're not the only big dogs in the house, and they did it again yesterday. Albeit it wasn't back-to-back. However, 2 chicken dinners out of 5 is definitely something that, you know, just propels you a bit forward.
Also got to bear in mind though that Seal are not playing the second Super Weekend, so it makes it way more easy for DRS to accumulate those chicken points, those chicken dinners rather, and chicken dinner points, whatever, however you want to call it. Carnage Esports, as you said, as you pointed out earlier, XP, they do try you know, kind of spreading themselves a little thin early in the game, which could be usually a risky maneuver, but they somehow never seem to be punished for that.
Looking at the map, something is going to point out again. It looks like 1952 wanted a repeat of action on the bridge. Of course, I'm talking about the Western Bridge leading to the Sosnovka military base, where we did see moments of... I mean, do I want to say it was a moment of brilliance? Because it was so beautiful. However, I do believe entry kind of just shone a bit too much. And, you know, they probably would have wanted to get a few more members of StalwartFlex in their little trap that they had sent out. But then kudos to StalwartFlex for systematically moving forward on the bridge behind cover and then getting the job done. And, of course, we did kind of mention that C Minor was the last man standing who had a major role to basically hold down the fort. But, again... they were a bit too premature in their attack.
You might even say that he was a bit of a Fort Minor. Taking a look at 7C over here, they are a team who are currently placed 11th on 128 points, right outside of the top 10. Again, reminding everyone, you know, you will accrue your points, and teams who have enough points to be in the top 16 at the end of week 3 will be playing the playoffs come week number 4. So 7C, again, we've seen certain teams. If we could see Seal Esports not make it to the Super Weekend, I'm going to go on a limb and say there is a chance that any team could potentially miss out a third Super Weekend as well. Ergo, no one wants to lose any opportunity to have that one big game, that one big, like 30-plus point game, which could kind of make them safe in case such a tragedy does transpire for them.
All right, then let me bring up one team since we are talking about, you know, the league week and then the subsequent Super Weekends. Now, Future Station, unfortunately, they haven't had a chance to, you know, showcase their prowess in the Super Weekend. Now, suppose they do make it to the last one. They are going to have their work cut out for them because it is 15 games, I get it. But then again, Blay, it's not about making it to the top of the table. It's about making it to the top 16. Again, it is doable if everyone else is having a bad day, so to speak. But of course, it's all speculation as shots are finally going to be fired. Roy with his DP28.
From the distance, Seal 9 are going to be rattling off what could be the first bullets in the game.
Definitely Iki.
As we do have Inky, who will be picked up by his teammate. Spooky taking a bit of damage early on, maybe drop down. Maybe he took a couple of bullets, but if you take a look at the circle right now, as I pointed out, XP, it is going to be StalwartFlex pushing into 1952's position. Last time it was the Eastern Bridge, now it's going to be the Western Bridge. This time around, will the bridge camp work out?
Well, East or West, let's have a look if their tactics are going to work. Now, this time, of course, StalwartFlex are going to be a bit wary about it. They're not just going to drive through willy-nilly. They're going to get off on the first, at the first blockade, in fact, and, you know, just scope out ahead and make sure that the coast is clear. Of course, that is something you should be doing in games at this level. You want to make sure you check your corners. Now, INES, again, this is the first Super Weekend for them, and they really haven't been doing too bad. However, knowing the caliber of players, they could do a lot better. And this is what I was talking about yesterday. I wanted to see someone high up on the bridge, and it looks like Magnet could be in the perfect position.
All right, Tawfik's lying in wait. Blade, he's going to go past. He's going to stop. He's like, wait, I'm going to cross. He's not checking. There are 2 players, and he's not been spotted out. And this time around, XP, they're going to hold their fire. They're waiting for the second player to come on in. Blade's going to still hold the line. And finally, the bullets are going to let loose, but they don't know there's still a player above. And there's Tawfik right behind them as well. And now his position has been compromised. Unfortunately, he needs to get a knock from that position, or else it's going to be rough. But thankfully, suppressing fire has arrived. He's got a nade cocked and ready.
Beautiful.
And there we go, Tawfik, his time to shine. Oh! Blade is wondering what is even going on. Blade does find Magnet with the nade. Now he's above, on his knees, bleeding out. The iron corrugating in his blood. Tawfik's going to heal himself as well. and Blade is caught in a very, very precarious position, and his teammate Crypto from the distance trying to provide a bit of cover as C-Miner is going to push on in, but Blade single-handedly trying to keep everyone at bay. He's going to find two, looking for the third. Entry could get shot from behind by Crypto as well. Tawfik, he's got no health, he hasn't been able to heal himself, and this duel is everything, and Blade, he almost comes out on top. The AK-47 almost gets the win for him, almost gets the kill as well, but Blade will fall, and Crypto, he's going to be left alone. He does find Tawfik. 3 members down for 1952, and right now it is a 1v1. Crypto calculating in his head, what options do I have available? What do I do? Do I go in for the kill? Do I try to get the team wipe, or do I just make a run for it as a res has taken place?
Now, let me tell you one thing. I like the fact that Blade actually held his ground. He tried to do the best that he could, and it was almost in their favor, because I do believe C-Miner and Entry were just a bit too late, and it could have gone either way. But now, what's going to happen is that Crypto is going to wait for that little revive attempt to come towards Tawfik, because he knows he's down there, and remember, he cannot drop down in the water, because if he does, he is going to go straight to BETHEONE's locker, and that is something they do not want. But again, I like the fact that 1952 finally did learn from their mistakes.
And the smokes being deployed as well, they are going to use it to push on in together. Taking a page out of StalwartFlex's book yesterday, and the bullets, well, it's not going to find Entry, and the res, it's still not come on in. Bear in mind, it's still a distance away, as another team has joined the fray, and now Venom Legends, hearing all the commotions breaking out on the bridge, they're going to join the party as well, and now the Hunters, they have become the hunted, as 1952, they are getting taken down. Crypto's taking shots at these fallen members, and one player from the start of 1952 is going to survive, or rather 2 of them, because I've seen Magnet in the water. There is still another player alive for them on top of the bridge, but things have gone very awry for the side of 1952.
Oh, how the tables can turn in the blink of an eye. 1952 thought that they had everything under control, but it looks like they pretty much got stabbed in the back, as Magnet is going to be the last man standing with Tawfik, who luckily gets that revive in. Now, had Entry not reached him on time, it could have gone awry for this team. But I love the fact that Venom Legends, we were kind of talking about the fact we want some more aggression from them, because again, these boys are well worth their shots, as it looks like Crypto has been spotted out.
I love how Venom Legends are probably looking to head towards Pachinki, and they hear all this commotion towards the bridge. They see to take a look at the kill feed. They're like, all right, 1, 2, 3 players down. This is an opportunity for us to strike. As we do take a look at the kill feed, we can see that the Extra Blood Legion are coming under fire from T2K, but we want to still keep an eye over there, as Tawfik will fall to the play zone. There's only 1 player alive for the respective teams who were a part of that initial duel. 1952 alive with Magnet and Crypto as well, hoping his stocks are going to be high right now.
XP Blood Legion on our screens right now. They are traversing Pareto Hill. I think they want to get that little high top position. Little do they know that A1 Esports is already going to be posted up front. And now Venom Legends, the guys who pretty much came in and took a few kills, a few free kills in fact, are going to be happy with their take, as they're now going to move up. Magnet made the right decision to kind of swim out into the blue zone, because remember, you can't patch yourself up while you're floating in water. So he needs to go and patch himself up. In fact, we just might see a little bit of a skirmish between Magnet and Crypto before one of them leaves. Only one shall leave the island alive, play.
That's in true Battle Royale style. We might indeed see that breaking out. It looks like, however, Crypto is going to be going for a more safer route. He's going to take the long way, all the way around towards Milta, heading towards the play zone through farm. It's going to be a bit of a detour. Hopefully, he's got a few med kits, a few bandages and energy drinks to work with. But 1952, man, it sucks. They played it so well, and in the end, it just didn't matter.
Again, the thing is, you know, you got to realize one thing. This is a battle royale, as you did, of course, mention. And when you are firing a few shots here and there, people are going to hear them about 700-800 meters away. If it's not suppressed, people are going to hear that. And well, you know, everyone has a little bit of curiosity, and you want to check out what's happening. So I think Venom Legends just played it really well.
And also, you look at the names. You look at the teams who are being part of that conflict. You look at the kill feed. You're like, hey, that's StalwartFlex. That's 1952.
They know where they are.
We know where they're like dropping. We know what's happening over here. They're on the bridge battling it out. It's going to be easy. And what's not going to be easy is Hungry Box trying to stave off this push coming in from Sandesh and Ayush from PN Crew. And speaking of PN Crew, Killer, he has been downed. The rest is going to be coming on in. He's got a bit of cover, and this is basically a team fight breaking out on two different fronts. Deadeyes Guys going up against P and Crew, both the teams from Group E. That nade almost finding Hungry Box. Now, the thing is, if Aisha Sanish push up together simultaneously, they can finish off Hungry Box. It's not going to be trade any opportunity for a trade. But if they take the sweet time, Shifu is going to come on in and make life a little bit harder.
Also, keep in mind, you can't see two players from Deadeyes Guys. They are just on the right of our screens. They were kind of separated, but now looks like P and Crew are getting ready for a little bit of assault. Shifu with a good grenade over here can actually thwart that attack. In fact, the grenade is going to find its way inside. It does. Sandesh taking just a little bit of damage.
A little bit of chip damage as Hungry Box. He knows their enemies nearby. He knows he needs to hold on for as long as possible. Finally, from Shifu, sir, the nade is good, and he is going to find a double. And that's the opportunity for everyone else on Deadeyes Guys to go in for the push. Killer and Legend having to hold the fort down, and it's all down to Killer. He's going to go prone, and he will be finished off. The nade was a catalyst, and that's all Deadeyes Guys needed to wipe out P and Crew in the last position. Sure, they lose. They don't lose anyone, actually. They get a knockdown. But what a brilliant nade. The timing couldn't have been any better.
Ever since Deadeyes Guys have kind of found their footing and they've had that momentum rolling for them, these boys have been on a tear, basically decimating team after team. And this is what we talked about earlier. Where are the Deadeyes Guys that literally shred their opponents, as it looks like INES are going to be kind of thwarting an attack by Skylight Gaming.
INES yet to get a chicken dinner during the Super Weekend, and they're right now placed, I think, like in the 8th position. They're definitely in the top 10. They have accumulated a very healthy number of kills. At one point, I gotta be like, you gotta ask the question, like, when are they gonna get to sink their teeth into that juicy chicken dinner? Taking a look at the circle, next play zone is going to be up on our screens in the next few seconds, and that's where everyone is currently just biding the time, waiting. It is going to be a school circle. We haven't seen this one in a while, XP, and there are already a multitude of teams who have already made school the temporary home.
But I don't want to go to school. Back to school again. Alrighty, at least it's in the game as people try and murder one another. Now, Magnet, remember, is still alive against all odds. Of course, we can't see him on our screen. A lot of shots are going to be fired. I love this. Everyone wants a little piece of school and the apartments, and this is what we're going to see. A lot of firing and a lot of cars driving by.
Godless, Icy, Zeus, they've called the school their home. They're like, you want to come at this, you're going to have to deal with all these bullets we're going to be sending your way. And because of that, Skylight Gaming opting to go for a more safer route. Godless, a bit optimistic, but he spots out a couple of players from Blood Legion who, bear in mind, have lost. They only had 3 players in the server, mind you, and they have lost a player already. So down to just to 2 members. As Hungry Box, he's gonna just whiz on past and is gonna find some cover. He's actually going to want to. His teammate actually providing a bit of covering fire and getting a knock onto a player from Zeus. However, Zeus, considering their fortification inside of the school, they're going to be very, very comfortable. As Seal 9, right now, are going up against high voltage.
Mind you, just south of the school and the apartments, we have the major hill, which gradually kind of slopes down. And I'm kind of surprised that a lot of teams are still up on that mountain. Now, the thing is, if the zone kind of shifts further south, that is going to be in their favor. However, they are going to have to come in, but it looks like StalwartFlex are opening up, and they are literally wiping out DRS.
StalwartFlex is one guy. It's one guy. It's Crypto. He's still alive, and he's taking the fight single-handedly to DRS, who are now down to 1 member. It's AJ and Crypto. He spotted AJ as well. And Crypto, he's taken a shot. But he's got he's got the energy drink. If he waits a few more seconds, it's going to heal himself up to 100%. And now, this battle, he deals a bit more damage. AJ pushing on in. He needs to get this kill quickly here. And Crypto waiting, pre-firing through the door, through the window. 1 bullet is all he needs, and Crypto has single-handedly wiped out DRS Gaming. He doesn't need his teammates. He's a one-man army, a monster.
I mean, I'm just speechless right now. That was just clinical the way he did it. And let me just tell you one thing. Sound sense was on point. Let's quickly have a look at the replay. Gyalden goes down first. And then, of course, he's going to fix his sights on Mafia Ninja, who's taken down. And AJ, of course, trying his best, getting 3 kills in the blink of an eye. Of course, the fact was DRS got a bit complacent because they were at the edge of the circle. They were not expecting a single lone guy to come in from behind and pretty much wipe them off the face of Erangel.
Complacency, that's the word of the hour. You got to be wary. Doesn't matter how late it is. You have to expect someone coming on in. And all it needed was the one guy, just the one guy, Crypto. I did say he'd better hope his stonks are strong, and they were very strong indeed. He is right now on 3 kills, considering he was down to one member, and considering they were so close to being wiped out earlier on, he is going to be a very happy man at the moment. However, again, he's the last man left standing. If the moment he gets knocked down, that's it for his team and for himself. Right now, though, 1952, they have lost Magnet, DRS, and PN Crew, the 3 teams who will be eliminated. We still have 13 teams alive and 42 players in the server. 7C, in the meantime, they're getting knocked down, getting shot at by multiple players, and right now it's A1 who's making life a bit miserable for them.
I'm kind of wary about 7C's position. Oh, as the circle is going to shift further down south, as we did kind of predict, which means Venom Legends are going to be pretty much in the center of the new circle. And I like the fact we are basically vacating all the buildings, and we're going to be going up on this mountaintop. Have a look at that. INES in a world of trouble.
Someone's pushing up.
Ironic, the last man standing. Can he get those revives in?
I don't think so. Carnage, they're going to push on up. But Joker could play a little bit of sports, but I'm forgetting. I'm stumbling over my words. Because this is getting chaotic, and Joker is going to get a knock. He's going to find Jiggle, but he should be traded here. Where are the members for Carnage? They were just right next to him, but Jiggle pushing in a little bit too further ahead of the rest of his teammates, and that's going to be an easy kill and an easy knock as INES in the meantime gets eliminated.
Mind you, this gave enough time for the members of 7Cs to be back up on their feet. They've got to be careful though, because on one side we still have CNE who suddenly were thwarted by Joker, and they were like, wait a second, we have someone hiding behind a rock over here. So A1 Esports have a little bit of respite as well. Have a look at this map. They are a bit further up towards the top of your screens. They have the high ground, however, they are outside the circle. Only Jax and one other member are inside, so they need to come in, and they need to come in quick, as everyone else is trying to find that little niche in this madness.
Right now, Zeus haven't yet made a move from the school. They need to head on down south, but they might have to go up against High Voltage, Seal 9, and Deadeyes Guys up north. In order to avoid that, they're going to be going for more of a western route. You can take a look over here on the map. You can see Zeus sneaking the way in from the western side of the play zone.
What's going to happen up north is Deadeyes Guys, High Voltage, and Seal 9, they need to either pick a fight right now, because there's no way they can run away without getting shot in the back. And talking about getting shot in the back, it's Joker, the last man standing, throwing a grenade that just kind of deflected and came back on the minute. Oh my goodness, does he know that?
Oh, he should, right?
Wait for it. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. A moment of silence here, please,
F's in the chat.
Our fallen Joker. F's in the chat for this man. Oh my goodness, I mean...
He didn't know. He didn't know.
Oh, that is so unlucky, Blair. I'm just going to take a second just to...
All right, moment of silence.
Respect.
Respect. Anyway, we're back into the game. Joker, he will bounce back in the next game. I'm very sure about it. Zeus now, having to relinquish control of the school due to the play zone, are pushing on in, but they have avoided High Voltage and Seal 9. And High Voltage going up against Seal 9, who are down to just the 2 members. The second Mongolian team here in the Super Weekend.
I got to add a point right now. High Voltage, of course, they are going to get Monkey. He gets taken down, point blank, grenade to his face. But Roy has the right idea in mind. That's what I'm talking about. They need to shift left off our screens and go up the mountain, because if they try and go straight up, Venom Legends are going to be lying in wait.
Are they tossing in smokes? Has to be smokes, right?
It has to be smokes. It is smokes, because remember, T2K is still up there, but the angles, they have too many trees in between. There you have it. He does finally get spotted out. Now have a look at Venom Legends' positions. That's what I was talking about. Deadeyes Guys are going to walk straight into a trap.
And they get eliminated in a span of a heartbeat.
Wait, they're done?
They're done. They're out. Zeus now. Deadeyes Guys, 10th position, 3 kills. And now we have Zeus taking the fight to Blood Legion, who are down to 2 members. They haven't really got a kill yet. They've been avoiding as many fights as they can, but eventually, when you face off against Zeus, you know the fight's going to come to you. You can't run away. You have to stand and fight. You have to stand and deliver. As StalwartFlex, finally, Crypto will fall.
Zeus is taking the fight to Blood Legion. However, they've got to be careful, because Carnage is going to be coming up back. And wait a second, I'm going to give it to you. Gyro and Dominic up against 4 members from Z3us Esports.
It's not looking good. They're in the smoke, and Goddess is going to spray in through the smoke. They are just weaving around the smoke here, and the nade's going to be tossed on in. It's a close-range nade. They need to win this duel real quickly, because if they delay this any longer, more teams are going to join into the fray. Nade's not going to find it. It's my Gyro and Dominic. I don't know how they're still alive, but eventually, that smoke is going to dissipate.
It is going to dissipate, and now Venom Legends could be expected to fire a few shots in them as well, because currently they are engaged with T2K. However, the angles are not there for them. Have a look at those smokes being now deployed to cover themselves from Venom Legends. Quick thinking on Zeus' part.
Zeus, oh man, this is messy as hell, and somehow they're still alive. Our Blood Legions, and they're gonna actually get the knock in. Look at Godless though, the awareness in a Molotov. He's gonna go out in a hail of fire. As Zeus, they're taking damage from multiple teams. They're down to one member, and never mind, Zeus will be eliminated. They had all four alive, and in a span of a heartbeat, they're no more. Blood Legions still have a member alive, and he's gonna be thanking whoever it was who was helping him out there with those bullets. A1 now going up against 7C. They're exchanging blows. We're down to the final 7.
Again, 7Cs, they've been in this position quite a long time, and now they're going to get the brunt of all the attack as one side, A1 Esports, are going to be pushing in, but from the other, Carnage want to lay some destruction in their way because they're going to be sneaking along the edge of the circle as well. Now, 7C, they need to pick a fight on one side, and they need to do it right now, and that grenade could be something that might set them up. I want to see a push right now, Blade. They need to push in on A1's position, otherwise they're going to get decimated by Carnage.
They're all paranoid, and they're all waiting for the next zone right now, XP. I don't think they really want to make a play here, but Void, he's just sitting duck, and he's going to be done for it. Sarga's going to finish him off. He spots it. Rafa, no, he doesn't. The smoke's going to obscure his vision. Nades still exploding. Manish finding Memo, and 7C, they are getting just bloodied. As speaking of blood, Blood Legion will eventually fall in a very respectable 7th place. And down to the final 6 here. 7C down to one member. So are High Voltage.
Love right now, his nerves must be rattling because he does have that little rock for cover as far as A1 Esports go, but looks like the attack by Carnage has been kind of thwarted. Now, the circle is going to shift. The question is, where's it going? And we are going right. We are going to go to the east as T2K are now in a position to literally just wait for all the enemies to walk in their position. Now, Love is still caught in a rock and a hard place, quite literally, as well. There is a rock behind him, and there's a hard place in the form of Carnage Esports right in front. Mind you, have a look at those A1 Esports boys. You don't want to have 4 snakes behind you just ready to pounce.
Take a break. Just take a breath. Just lull in the action. No one's firing a bullet. Everyone's quiet. Everyone's waiting. A few surprise shots going out. Molotov being deployed. Someone knows Love is in the vicinity. Will they be expecting him behind the rock is the question. If a nade goes there, he's done for. Finally, Rafford will be spotted. Manish is going to be going in for the push.
I am a little wary of Praveen's position because he was... Wait a second. He needs to make sure he gets that car to the rock. They need to make a fortification for themselves. There's now Snipe YT. Can do something, but A1 Esports from behind.
A1 Esports coming in from behind. It's a 3-way fight. Praveen now, he's still in the grass. A number of his teammates have been taken down. And T2K, like you said, they're blowing the vehicles. They're like, this is the final stand, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to hold this one down. But as I say that, A1 Sinister, he lets loose. Finds 2 knocks onto T2K. And despite having the cover, it's still not that easy. Sinister gets knocked down by Frypan from the side of Venom Legends. In the meantime, T2K replying back and finish off Sinister as well. And just bullets are flying thick and fast. T2K, even though they have a player down, even though Jane is on very low HP, they're still holding strong.
Well, Targa was taken down over there, which is perfect for T2K because their left flank is now secure. All they have to do is Targa just needs to concentrate on Love and Dante's position as, oh my goodness, Love is going to catch him. Does he catch him? No, it's Targa who gets the kill for Train to Kill.
Which is really good though. He doesn't need to really let loose. He can just buy this time, wait it out. It's 3 teams alive. It's 3 teams alive. It's 4 members of T2K. They have managed to hold down the fort. Love slowly sneaking in from behind. They're unaware. Utsarga could be found by Love, but Love wants to get to safety before that takes place. A1 Esports getting eliminated early on. Meanwhile, in the 5th position with 5 points. And now, 7C. The last man left alive, Love. He's done a fantastic job staying alive for this long, but in the end, I don't think it's going to be enough. T2K, all 4 members alive and kicking, and looking for that chicken dinner. They need one more frag.
They are going to get that frag. In fact, they have an idea where the person is. They are going to be lobbing a few grenades. Now, Love, he can pull up a miraculous clutch over here. I mean, you never know. Be a dreamer. See, Jane goes down now. Blah, blah, blah. Gets taken down. Then Utsarga might come in the line of fire. But Jane jumps. Jane spots the enemy. Jane gets taken down. But of course, when 3 guns are trained at you, can't really do anything. What a wonderful, wonderful win over here in Game 1 by the boys from Trained to Kill.
They were trained, they were ready, and they're more than able to get that chicken dinner, winning it in style, keeping all 4 players alive. But once you saw that circle shift, they were coming under fire. And they had 2 knocks take place as well, but they were able to kind of recover very, very quickly, very efficiently. And in the end, I believe that was like a 10 plus kill game for them?
I think 12 or 13 is what I saw, but let me just not take anything away from Venom Legends as well. What an aggressive game they played, but a couple of these mistakes at the end is what kind of led to the downfall. But again, T2K, they held down the fort, and when they realized that, wait, the circle's coming towards us, let me just destroy our vehicles and just hunker down. But with that, of course, the action is going to continue on day 2 of the second Super Weekend. Y'all don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back after this.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. This is the second Super Weekend. Day 2 is where we're at, and we've started off with an aggressive performance coming in from Train to Kill. I mean, of course, these lads, they are just ferocious when it comes to the game, but along with that, let's move the conversation towards our analysts and find out what they think when it comes to this game from T2K.
I mean, it was a really good game, the way it just started off with everything. Plus, obviously, we are back to seeing the old T2K as we have seen and we have loved, right?
Exactly, and not just them. I wanted to say, it was an interesting game from T2K, but Venom Legends also put up an interesting performance, and it was really right from the very start of the game.
True, mate. Talk about this one, right? Rafat, he truly deserves a point out here. 5 kills, 850 damage, 3 assists as well, and 242 healing done. Obviously, these kinds of circles, right? The ones that are in the open. Plus, talking about Team Venom Legends, holding on the zone for themselves, taking down the teams outside the circle, then moving inside the circle. This team kind of just, the healing factor comes out.
Talk about taking down teams. I mean, it all comes down to the bridge.
Wow.
Bridge situation. I mean,
perfect third party.
Yeah, a perfect third party, perfect capitalization of an opportunity that was laid out in front of them.
Exactly, but talk about the contribution that, this player had 23.4% kill contribution in the entire team. So it's like, he becomes the front face of the competition when we talk about the domination that he has to do, and he just showcases it perfectly whenever it's needed.
Exactly, and talk about showcasing, gameplay, good performances. It wasn't just this one player.
Yeah,
true, mate. Because again, I mean, you talk about top players coming in from the entirety of the saga on Erangel. It was just perfect start, of course, from Rafat from the side of Venom Legends, but you move that conversation towards the side of T2K as well as Carnage. I mean, these guys have been a problem for so many teams in the lobby.
Exactly. T2K, I mean, all the players were surviving, right? And then once you have all the team, the whole team surviving, you get to know, even if someone else is taking it on, you have that perfect cover, the adequate cover that there is needed. Plus the circle being onto the backside of the school area, the upper open area. So you kind of need to, just learn how to live onto the upper areas of the fights whenever you are taking up the fight. Because there are some minute hills which you need to contest at those points.
Or in case of True Love from 7C, you got to learn to live on the edge. Because in a situation, he was sandwiched sort of between the players of Carnage and the players of T2K. But, I mean... as it would turn out, as destiny would have it, T2K finish off Carnage first and then spot out True Love. So quite an impressive performance from that man, just keeping his head down, because sometimes patience also pays off.
Exactly, it is seriously so very crucial to be able to hold your ground to bring in that perfect play if you are the only man in the entirety of that fight. And with that, we move on towards Train to Kill. I mean, yesterday we started the day off. This team came in third on Erangel with 7 kills. Now they've gotten that chicken dinner off to a great start.
Yeah, and talking about the 14 kills as well. So another high kill gameplay for the chicken dinner team, right? So this just showcases how they wanted to just, start off their momentum for the day. Carnage, they are looking really good. Venom Legends, 10 placement points, 11 kill points, but 7 seeds playing it for the placement points right now. Then they will be just, so in the upcoming games, they might just go for the kill points for themselves. But this is where it just comes on. DRS, INES, and crew. Again, 3 names, no points.
Ouch. Oh well. Alright, so a few teams that I want to talk about is, first of all, 1952. Amazing fight that they picked up against the players of StalwartFlex right there on the bridge, destroying 3 players, finishing off those 3 players. and then quite unfortunate for them as well, as they stayed too long on the bridge, allowing Venom Legends to actually come in towards their backs, and the players were forced to jump.
It wasn't
into
even
the
a
waters.
backstab, dude. It was a back
They were
sting.
not ready. They were not ready at that moment. Like they waited for
waited
that.
too long.
The time was the main crucial factor in that one. The time was not right.
Apart from that, talk about timing things. PN Crew versus, I want to say, one individual player who held them off for a really long time. That was Hungrybox from the side of Deadeyes Guys, because he was pinned down.
Exactly.
He certainly was.
Exactly. But then you know, just talking about the fight, right? The bridge movements and the momentums, talking about the stalwart, you know, that's where the momentum just comes down. You are not ready for the fights. You're not ready for how the things are going to start. And we'll be looking at that thing as well, how the fight just, you know, began to take over onto everything. Look at this. I mean, this is where the starting we were hoping for everything to happen. But hey, the right calls, when you're the last person standing, you have to rely on your own self for how you can take up all the fights. And AJ, he did have the perfect cover for himself onto the other direction. But once he's just spotted down, you need to showcase, you know, how you can take up this fight, because it's a head-on collision with AJ. But right now, again, this comes down to your utility usages that he was doing, and in that time, AJ knew something might just come down to him, and this is where the proper sound sense just comes. You get to know about it, right?
Exactly. Talk about utility. That is the thing that is missing from this clip. Absolutely no utility. I mean, we get it for Crypto. It was down. He was the last man on the wire, and then the aggressive stance coming in from AJ, just peeking him head on, taking those shots.
Yeah, once Crypto knows,
he did not take any damage in that fight.
Yeah, and once Crypto knew that the damage was done, he went for this one. But this is the fight that you were talking about, John.
Yeah, this is the bridge situation that was there between 1952 and the players of StalwartFlex. As you see, Tofik in the backlines, he gets there. StalwartFlex did not know where this lad came from. He was an absolute ninja.
Just think about this one, right? If we just pause in this one, you can see from where 1952 actually has the hold. I mean, Tawfiq is onto the backside. If someone, maybe if Blade just tries to move on to the other direction, Tawfiq gives up the perfect call. I mean, alright, Magneto did go down from Blade's grenade, but from all the directions, the players kind of know their perspectives of where and how they have to take up the fight.
And this is an interesting situation for Stalwart as well, because as you see, I mean, Blade is pinned down, you have one lad from the back lines. It has to be a priority to take down Tawfiq so that you can later on focus on the two other players that are on the other side of the bridge. But then we see Miner closing in, he goes down as well. 1952, there was a hiccup in this situation, because now we thought, alright, Blade, he has this one in the back. 1952, they are going to be out of things.
They were going to be out of things had they made another mistake. That was Tawfiq just, you know, overcommitting for themselves. But talk about Crypto and Blade, they had an area, they might have pinned down the players of 1952. They did try to go for this one, but damage given and damage taken was kind of equivalent as entry. He was on low HP, but then once he started his own damage, he took the players down. And Crypto, well, it was a bit too late.
It was a bit too late, and it got even later as well. Venom Legends, a few seconds later, they came in.
Again, timing
towards,
was bad.
timing. Venom Legends' timing was perfect. I mean,
for them it was.
For them, it was absolutely on point.
I mean, you talk about rivalries, this is the rivalry that we've been seeing for quite some time, and 1952 is always there for that bridge camp. Stalwart, we know for a fact, always does go down to military base, and as they make that rotation, 1952 has tried it, but this time around they were able to capitalize on that. That was just a few moments coming in from this first game. Let's move on to the open moments and describe the entirety of this wonderful saga.
Do you think Joker's grenade is going to be in this one?
Hey, that should not even be a question.
That should not be, but I mean, the way the grenade was, because see, a person would be thinking like, you know, the grenade would be out onto the other direction. I don't know how did it just went.
It hit the edge of the rock.
It backfired.
It hit the edge.
It backfired.
Okay, talking about nades in this situation, the first nade coming in from Shifu before he entered, that was so amazing. PN Crew, absolutely. I mean, Hungrybox first of all held them for what felt like around 15 to 20 seconds. Yeah, there's the bouncer. You guys were hoping that let the first aid kick in, let him get the HP.
We were hoping for it. Let the first aid just be enough. But this was an incredible fight. Look at Godless just, you know, taking the players down. But then Zeus, somehow from nowhere, Zeus goes down as they were trying to take fight against XP Blood Legions. And this was like, they've never anticipated this fight to go in a way that would be against them. And that too in the final moments. Because we knew, had Zeus survived that fight, they would have gone really catastrophic with the high kill numbers.
Yeah. I mean, that was an amazing moment. But the thing that in that scenario was the spray coming in from the other side, just taking down both players, and then this last player from the side of XP Blood Legion is just there hiding in that small wooden construction that's there. And then we rotate towards the end, or move towards the end, wherein we do see T2K sort of finish off the match. But I want to come back a few steps. Talk about that grenade from the side of Joker. All right, so no matter what we say, yeah, it was a pretty hilarious moment, but that nade was lined up quite nicely.
Yes.
Had it gone to the other side, it would have taken down a few players, but it was perfect either way.
I mean, yes, in terms of moments, that was just perfect. Had it gone, of course, Carnage would have had one player already sent back to the lobby, another one probably knocked. But move that conversation towards the damage that we've seen throughout this lobby. This is good now.
9 teams with 1,000 plus damage for themselves.
Exactly.
Out of which you would see 14 and 11 kills coming for T2K and Venom Legends. There was 7C as well. 7C got good a hold of their placement points. But talk about the teams, right? INES, talk about Seal9, talk about DRS, talk about PMPL. I mean, if you're talking about these teams were the ones that started playing good yesterday.
Yes.
And again, the definition that I was just talking about, today is going to be the day of upsets. It might be for someone, because the team that was doing really good yesterday is off on a bad start today. Might just go good next game. You never know.
Including one of the upsets is going to be Seal9, because that school apartment situation that they weren't able to come out of, that was quite a fight.
And it was, of course, high voltage, taking all that action in their favor. But move that conversation towards how this has affected the entirety of these teams. It is time to move on to the storyboard, which is going to be the overall ranking, and Z3us Esports, well, dominating and creating that lead that much more.
Well, I mean, they tried the level best, still sitting on the first position, and majority of the reason for the fact is their opponents, the teams that are right behind them, did actually end up taking an early exit in this matchup. Well, not early exit, but not an exit that they would prefer. But on the other side, Train to Kill getting another chicken dinner. With that, well, we have to mention another $1,000 in the bag. So they are closing the distance between them and the teams above them.
Will if T2K plays in the similar way? I mean, Seal might end up today's day at 6th position, and that's how the storyline might proceed. But talk about this one again. 42, just Seal9, 42 for them as of now. 58 was the point limit for the team of F4. So we'll have to see how much can they climb as of now. But XP Blood Legion, they did suffer up a loss right now. Venom Legends, they had a good game. All they need is a few more like this to enter the top 10 for themselves.
Exactly. Venom Legends did have a good game this time. They got a lot of kills, and well, they had a pretty good finish as well. I mean, finishing high up in terms of points. But the problem arises for the bottom 3 teams, because now even if you cross R3D, the difference is just going to get bigger and bigger.
That is true, mate. And with that, let's move the conversation along. Let's have a look at the schedule, where indeed we've just got done with game number 1, but move on to 2nd. Now it is time to step into the hot map of Miramar, and again, well, it is going to be an open conversation, because any team could take it.
Yeah, any team could take it, but I want the Los Ego Circle again.
Just like the map's open, you want to go with the open conversation, just so that any team might just take it. That's actually a pretty good choice, because if you're talking about Los Egos' area, around that the rotations are really difficult for some teams, because no one knows it pretty good.
Exactly. No one knows it pretty good apart from 7C, because they usually use that route to, well, move around the map, whether you're moving towards the northern side or towards the eastern part of the map. But map chance percentage be in Crew and Venom Legends.
Absolutely. For now, they are looking strong, but another team to talk about would be XP Blood Legion. They need those points. Of course, Venom Legends are racking up those kills and converting them into points. So is P and Crew slowly and steadily. But XP Blood Legion, they need to be dominating. And, well, it's good to see that they have that stat working in their favor.
Plus, even in this matchup, in the previous game that we just saw from XP Blood Legion, they were putting up a decent fight against the players of Zeus, because that fight could have swung either way. And the third party was the catalyst to finish it.
It was only a 3-man army coming in from XP Blood Legion.
Exactly. That is also another thing. Just 3 players were there, and they managed to do, well, they did pretty decent.
True. With that, predictions, Ocean, you seem to be very quiet.
I'm thinking of a few teams right now, because last time, if you remember, Zeus versus DRS was a thing that was going on, and that was happening in Miramar as well. So I was thinking about that, like, if you remember the first fight that was happening, like the bridge fight in the Erangel. So if something like that happens, if the circles are on downward side, so we'll have to see a lot of things. But right now, I would say if we get up an open circle, just like yesterday was Picardo to El Pozo, that fights might just break out right in the early starts of the game. So.
Well. With that, it is time to step into the second game. It is time to move on to our commentators. And this time around, well, our boys of Erangel seem to have taken a detour. They have landed themselves in the deserty map of Miramar. It's going to be none other than Blay and XP to take us through the second game.
Thank you once again for that, Plotter. And as we are in Miramar, I'm going to be hydrating myself. I hope all of you guys all my Hydro homies at home as well are hydrating, because we're going to need that. It is summer, it's going to get hot, it's going to get windy, it's going to get sandy and dry. It's going to be dropping into Miramar, the second map of the day. And for a change...
You're scaring me right now.
I mean, have you hydrated?
Should I have put some sunscreen on as well?
Did you hydrate?
I did, in fact.
You should always hydrate. I hope the players have hydrated as well. We don't really get a chance to catch cast or catch
I have
much
a question
of Miramar.
though, if I may interrupt you.
Go
Are we
on.
still the Erangel boys though?
I don't know. I really don't know. All I know is you look good, I don't look that bad, and I'll live with that. We're going to be jumping to Miramar though, XP, and we haven't had, as I was saying, much of a chance to really cast too many Miramar games so far. But heading into Miramar, I do remember one of the earlier games we had last week, we had a water circle in Miramar. I don't know what's with me and water circles and bridge circles, but you know what? I love them. I love them.
You do love them, and what we love is the fact that, well, we're not going to be on screens anymore because they want us to stop talking and stop the game. And without further ado, the Big Bird is going to take over to the skies once more. This time, not over the plains of Erangel, but the deserts of Miramar and Blade. Would you please take us through the plane path?
Well, there you have it. It's going to be starting all the way from Los Igos, heading over Chumacera, through Picado, Power Grid, San Martin, Hacienda del Patron, and a water treatment plant, and ending between La Cobreria and Torre Amuda. Now, that's a lot of towns, there's a lot of spots on the plane path. I think I butchered a couple here and there, but we're going to ignore that. And any thoughts as to where some of the big names might be dropping towards?
Well, I'm kind of looking at Chumacera and Picado right now, and I want to see some action because a couple of teams do love dropping down in a bit of a split, and let me just point them out. High Voltage is a team that loves heading to Chumacera, and of course a team that has been a little quiet this time around, Skylight Gaming, they love dropping between Picado and Chumacera as well. Of course we are going to have an explosion of color on our screens as all the teams are going to be dropping down to their favorite spots. Now INES are going to be heading to Valle del Mar. Of course they want to stay out of, well, all the commotion right now, but they are going to have to join their fellow comrades in arms sooner or later as the first circle forms. The question is, where is the first circle going to form, Blade?
We're going to be finding out very quickly. I'm going to call towards El Azahar. I'm usually wrong, so it's going to be mostly towards Valle del Mar.
I have to go against you, so it's going to be El Pozo. It's going to be a bit towards the northwest.
I say northeast. Let's find out. Let's find out. Speaking of INES, though, they need to really pull up their pants because, again, this is their first Super Weekend they're playing. They need to get a few more points here as soon as possible. Suck on that, XP. Suck on that. El Azahar it is, and I'll take that. Boom.
There was no skill involved in that, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely no skill. I tossed a couple of coins, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and I just went with El Azahar. All right, here we go. A few of these teams, actually, most teams are going to be pretty happy with this, right? Zeus are going to be making their inroads through Monte Nuevo, probably having to go up against 1952. INES have a little bit more of a detour. They have to, take the time. But considering it's Miramar, they can take the sweet time towards Valle del Mar and head into the play zone.
I like how pretty much in the center we, of course, have the Hacienda del Patron, the house of the boss, and just below it we have the graveyard, so that is kind of eerie if you think about it, but the teams that usually go there are still there. XP Blood Legion, of course, called Hacienda del Patron, their home, while Deadeyes Guys are going to be pretty much near them in San Martin. Now, we have seen them go at each other's throats time in and time out, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more action here. Now, Los Leones, I did kind of see the analyst desk kind of talking about this place. However, the Miramar maps that you and I have had the pleasure of casting, we never saw any action in the city.
We haven't, but one thing I've noticed so far on the few Miramars we've had in PMPL Season 3 is the action has actually broken out comparatively way more earlier than, let's say, we've seen on Erangel or even Sanhok for that matter, which is something which did catch me by surprise. However, this time around, looking at the way the circle is, looking at where most of these teams have dropped towards, we might be in for one of the slower starts, which we're used to on Miramar. But that also means it's going to be a lot of mid-round action, because all these teams are going to be in the play zone and going to be pushing into the next circle.
An interesting point that I kind of just, caught my eye as I'm looking at the map. Carnage Esports is a team that you would generally expect in Los Leones. There you have it. We have the map on our screens. Have a look at them. This time they're a bit to the northwest in Picado, which means they might just contest 1952. Now, 1952, they are spread out really thin. Of course, only one member is even close to Picado towards the northwest of the city. Now, they definitely have learned from their mistakes earlier on, as we did see in the bridge fight. Of course, Venom Legends came in and spoiled the entire party from behind. I like the fact that they are willing to work on their shortcomings, so to speak, and just improve themselves, because that is what the game is all about at the end of the day. Like you've told me so many times, you are your best critique. So, I like the fact that they actually go back, do their homework, and it looks like shots have been fired. It's going to be StalwartFlex up against T2K.
T2K. of that chicken dinner. The belly's full. The energy supply's definitely at max right now. And StalwartFlex, who nice moves there. Just gonna sprain his ankles a little bit. He should be able to heal them up pretty comfortably.
A bandage should do.
A bandage should do. StalwartFlex, they have been consistently pretty solid, right? Right now, they're in the 9th position, 143 points. As long as they continue on this trajectory, they're pretty much a shoo-in for the playoffs in a couple of weeks' time. However, again, right, teams like A1 Esports, StalwartFlex, teams in the top 10 in the overall rankings at the moment, haven't yet had the opportunity to get a chicken dinner, which is curious considering how many games we've seen so far.
Now, as far as A1 Esports go, of course, we've seen them be right at the top, sans any chicken dinner. So, you know, again, I did kind of say that if something is working in your favor, why change it? Now, the thing is, the teams that are playing their first Super Weekend and the ones that were at the latter half of the table before we started yesterday, they have that hunger. They have that drive. Of course, it's not just getting in the top 16 and, you know, qualifying for your finals. Money makes a difference as well. Of course, it does make the world go around as well. So, you know, if you get that chicken dinner, you walk away with $1,000 US, mind you, and I would not mind that. That is something that probably could be one of the driving forces, of course. But again, I've seen one thing. The teams at the top, they generally try and, you know, try different strategies. They try and mix it up every once in a while, which is something that I like, especially at this stage, because, you know, the tried and tested methods can be put to the test towards the end of, Super Weekend 3 and possibly in the finals as well. Of course, that is when every single point will matter. So now, if you are at the top, I don't mind you, you know, just kind of messing about, tweaking your strategies and tactics here and there.
Only have to agree with you on that. I think you did indeed hit the nail right on the head. You know, we're at the top, you have that freedom, that luxury of being a little bit more adventurous, a little bit more wild, trying to maybe even potentially ruin the day of a couple of other teams out there, right? And one team who, I don't think it ever matters to them if they're on top or at the bottom. It is, of course, going to be Z3us Esports. As speaking of battles breaking out, Jiggle is going to be caught between two players, and Jiggle.
I mean,
goodbye.
The thing is, Jiggle could have actually just snuck up on Leon and shot him in the back. However, his teammate covered him without him even knowing, and now he is the one who is reaping all the rewards as far as loot goes.
Well, and he gets the kill as well. But you know what? Again, got to remind everyone, it is a team game. It is indeed a team game, as Skylight Gaming are going to be drawing first blood in the server. Carnage probably asking Jiggle, why did he drive off so far? Or maybe that was a call. Maybe that was a call. Maybe that's Jiggle's role, right? Hey, you go on ahead, scout things out. But unfortunately, he wasn't ready for the entire squad of Skylight Gaming to be waiting for him.
If I'm not wrong, they did kind of see Skylight Gaming leave Picardo, so they thought, you know what, might as well start the chase and start it off. Little did they know it was a little bit of a trick. They had a few tricks up their sleeves. Now, Carnage Esports, if you have a look at the map, there you have it. They are going to go a bit west of Picardo. I did see the vehicle go up on that massive hill. However, it looks like they've changed their minds as Strange to Kills Frankie has spotted Blade, and he is not looking in a good spot.
Yeah, that's not it's not looking great. That vehicle with its burnt out tires is going to provide him a bit of cover for the time being. However, the question is, will some respite arrive in the form of his teammates, which is not looking likely. He is bleeding on out, and you can see Frankie, his crosshairs trained, looking all around, trying to spot the other members of StalwartFlex, but everyone, yeah, they seem to have just forsaken him. And I wouldn't really blame them. This is a very rough spot for him to extricate him, right? Imagine if they even deploy a few smokes in the vehicle, they can get blown up.
They could get blown up. However, there is a little bit of a niche that if someone really goes, let me just think. If someone, one of the teammates from StalwartFlex goes all the way down south, goes around Los Leones and comes up from the other side where the blue zone is coming in, that is the only way I can see a revive coming in. Of course, they are leaving it a bit too late. It is going to be a bit too late, but there you have it. That's what I was talking about. Although Crypto almost reached his position, that's what I was saying. That is the move I wanted to see. And kudos to Crypto for at least attempting a revive on his fallen comrade.
Can't forget Crypto pulling off that 1v3 wipe on a DRS earlier. So that guy can definitely play. And yeah, the moment he got taken down, his teammate got taken down, that's when Crypto immediately took a U-turn and headed back to where his teammates are. But then INES, taking his sweet time, but sneaking in from the south.
Of course, Crypto does not want to give his position away, as his teammates are going to be maneuvering around Los Leones. But have a look at this. INES on your maps right now. You can have a look at them at the bottom of your map, right? They are going to be coming up that road, and, well, As I say that, of course, something happens to me whenever I see this particular weapon in the airdrop. This time they have a suppressor with a sniper as well, and I actually kind of held myself pretty good this time.
Yeah,
Are you proud, Blay?
Kinda. Usually you lose your train of thought completely when it comes to an AWM drop, but what I'm interested in is earlier Crypto single-handedly wiped out DRS Gaming. And now his team is potentially going up against him towards Impala, where Venom Legends are also lying in wait, and INES are sneaking up from the south.
Now, Venom Legends, of course, are going to be in Impala, and looks like the AWM is going to be picked up, and it's going to be Rig, who is going to be using that big, bad gun. I already see it in his hands, and there he goes, off with the AWM. Beautiful weapon, and let me just have a look at the skin. Yes, I do approve. Anyway, coming back to the game. Now, you did kind of mention that DRS and Crypto had a little bit of kerfuffle, if I may say, in the last game. But now Impala is going to be the scene of a lot of action, as not one, not two, but three teams are going to be converging in on that little site right now. And wait a second, no, Rig! No, don't do that. All right, it's for his teammate. It's for his teammate. I thought for a second he is ditching the AWM. That is near sacrilegious play.
It is indeed sacrilegious, and Memo is gonna definitely save your feelings, protect your feelings, ensure that the arm will not be tossed aside. And 7C, a team I'm going to be keeping an eye out for because of that particular weapon as well. Switching over to Venom Legends, we did talk about their presence towards Impala. They've opted to go for a bit of a journey in towards the interior. They've opted to leave Impala, and why not? Because the circle has shifted slightly, but DRS have been spotted out. Rafford is lighting up the shot, and he's going to upload, looking for the second. He's got a bit of cover, but now he needs his backup to arrive.
Now his team definitely starts pushing in. He was staying behind them just to make sure that, they can kind of pinch them in, but AJ's down. Now he's going to be the last man standing. They've got to come in, but where are they?
They're far away.
They're coming in, bro.
Oh, what is that? What is that? As Rafford, he's holding the ground single-handedly. Finally, he will be knocked down,
He's in the same spot
and
for a
he
second.
is still alive for a few seconds, not for long though. He's going to bleed out now. There's no way they're going to approach it in time, but the backup has arrived. The cavalry comes riding in as Frypan is going to drop guards, and he's going to finish him off as well. And DRS down to the one member. The res should be able to take place. No, it won't. Boru has to take the fight.
Oh, it's done.
With that, DRS will be wiped out. Venom Legends, sure, they lose one player, but doesn't matter. They wipe DRS out of the server.
I do have a couple of points to make right now before the action continues. First of all, that push should have come in a little quicker, because the moment Rafford took someone down, he should have realized that, wait a second. And the second point is physics has gone for a toss in Miramar. Physics? What's that?
We could probably ask Fixes later on. But yeah, this was wild. That was a wild fight. And Venom Legends, sure, they do lose Rafford, but what a play from him.
I kind of feel that there was a little bit of a miscommunication over there. Not just a miscommunication, but it was delayed. The moment Rafford took that shot or was about to take the shot, his boys should have been moving in. But again, what is done is done. They have lost one member, but DRS Gaming have been wiped out now. As the circle is going to be converging in, we're going to be imploding sooner or later. The question is, are we going to have any drastic shifts? Well, unless or until or unless, I beg your pardon, it's not in the center, it is going to be pretty drastic for a few of these things.
Junkyard, calling it.
It's going to go...
Holy crap, I'm on a roll today.
Okay.
Okay then.
Remind me to ask you a few financial questions later on, please. Thank you so much.
100%. Am I Ocean now?
I mean, I guess you are the guy who's calling it out, so I'm very fickle-minded.
I just have 1% of his Instagram followers, but I guess I'm Ocean at this point.
Well, now you definitely are going to have two.
Yay. Well, okay, Godless unleashing onto Snipe, and Snipe unfortunately doesn't have any teammate in his buggy, so he just needs to drive away. He can't really take this duel. And Zeus being Zeus are not going to let up. They're going to continue to hold W and just push on in. And he's spotting the member out. That's Crypto. Wait, what? Oh, what is going on?
You do not chase Crypto like that, because he's going to stop the car behind a rock, and chances are you might regret chasing that man.
Well, right now, he's taking a bit of damage. He's getting shot from behind as well. He's got to leg it. He's got to get inside of that hut, and he will do so in the nick of time. And he's got a little bit of time to heal himself up. But right now, his position is compromised. He does have his teammates alive, though. Crypto. So he could ask for a bit of backup. The question is, where the hell are they? They don't seem to be anywhere in the vicinity. He's actually pushed on all by his lonesome, which is a risky maneuver from MPN Legend getting spotted out in the distance. That's an M24 in the hands of Godless. And if there's one man in this entire tournament who I want to watch, like I want to have a separate monitor for Godless when he has his hands on a sniper rifle.
I am not one to disagree with that. Of course, I love me some bold action as well. But now Zeus are in a good spot. They have that little bit of high ground. And, you know, I'm just talking about, of course, the circle has shifted towards Junkyard and PN Legend. Ooh, that bullet just whizzes past his face. He might have even felt it. A little burst of wind on his face. It looks like Icy is the one who's going to bring him down to his knees. Now, the finish is not going to be coming in because they are way high up for them to seal the deal. However, A1 Esports were in a good position, but looks like INES are taking the fight to T2K.
T2K pushing on in, completely oblivious to the fact that INES were lying in wait, and a couple of knocks already taking place. Newt gonna be leading the charge. Frankie from above could provide a little bit of covering fire. Jane's all the way at the back, and his teammates have been finished off. INES not even giving them an opportunity to go in for the res. Utsargo still has that cover to work with. And how the hell are Frankie and Jane going to be able to execute themselves from that position? As New, the nade is cooked. That could be perfection. No, it's actually going to be landing in the lower floor. Frankie's still alive, but the push, it's coming in from INES.
You got to be quick about this because we have another team coming in. You can have a look at your mini-map. Skylight Gaming are going to be up top as Frankie now has to basically fend off 4 hungry wolves in his house.
Yes, he does. And INES, they need to just push on in and finish off the job, like you pointed out. Take out Frankie as soon as possible, and they're going to be doing it in style, not losing a single member. Actually, Newt has been dropped, but that's okay. They're going to get the res in, and Skylight Gaming from outside, they're going to find Utsarga and Jane. They actually stole the kill away from the side of INES, and Jane is going to be the last man standing here for his team. And Skylight Gaming not opting to push any further. They're just going to hold around this compound. They know the team is trapped there. Molotov going to be deployed. They know, they have an idea as to where Jane is lurking, but they still need to find him.
But I do like the call from Skylight Gaming right now. The circle has kind of shifted a bit towards the north, and they're like, you know what? We're probably going to wait for the survivors of the skirmish in the new circle, because again, it is important to make sure you get the best positions. And you did have a look at that map on your bottom left. They are pretty much heading on a head-on collision, in fact, with the boys from Venom Legends. INES playing in a clinical fashion over here, making sure they get their job done. They didn't overextend, and as soon as they heard shots from outside the house, and they must have been keeping an eye out on the kill feed, they do not peek out in a silly fashion.
They don't. And Scarlet Gaming, I like what they've done here. They've actually let them be, and like you pointed out, they've actually pushed way deep into the play zone, opting to play for the zone. T2K Jane, he's managed to put a bit of distance between himself and his opposition. As we have Sandesh from PN Crew, we've had a quiet map so far. Carnage in his hands. And we spoke about Skylight Gaming, and this time they're going to be pushing up against a different team. It is going to be A1 Esports who's going to be facing the brunt, the aggression from the side of Skylight Gaming. Leon, already kind of low. He needs to buy himself, his team needs to buy him some time as he heals himself.
I wouldn't be surprised if someone else wants to join the party, because High Voltage realized that this is the only compound at this side of the circle, and they want in as well. Now, INES could also be the 4th team who could potentially come and make this a 4-way. So again, a lot of action on the south, a lot of action on the north. Pick your fights as PN Legend takes down Hungry Box.
Deadeyes Guys, these are group mates. These two teams are from Group E, and PN Crew, a hail of lead going the way of Deadeyes Guys. One nade, like you said, it could be everything. It could just wipe out the team, but they need to be wary because Seal 9 is way above, and Legend is aware. He is zigzagging, and he knows Seal 9 is above. He's going to drop on down. Meanwhile, Sinister is putting in the pain. Two members, Chari and Joker, down on the knees, and Skylight Gaming, this ill-advised push not quite panning out for them, and 9 was going to finish off one, finishes off the second kill, and I do believe that is the wipe. They have just eliminated Skylight Gaming without dropping a single player. That push just fell flat from Skylight.
That did fall flat indeed, and looks like High Voltage, they were thinking of pushing in as well, but they've been thwarted because StalwartFlex are hot on their tails. And it looks like A1 Esports Dante definitely has an idea that someone else is in the vicinity. Of course, when you pop out some smoke grenades, it is pretty much a big giveaway. But of course, that is going to be needed as they are coming under fire, but Stalwart Johnny down on his knees.
This could get a little tricky, a little picklish for the side of High Voltage. Cooney repositioning himself, but has been spotted out by Dante, who is conveying all this information to his teammates. Meanwhile, S9 from above, they have a fantastic position at the top of this bit of a mount, and they are in the play zone. Now, they spotted out 1952. They have a bit of cover in the form of a couple of trees, a couple of clusters of rocks. But eventually, the next zone is going to dictate what move they have to take. Seal 9, not a single kill yet, but they do have all 4 players alive. 1952 are actually going to be pushing up against them, and that is an interesting maneuver indeed, as Extreme just blows himself up.
That is quite extreme indeed. And let me just point one thing out again. StalwartFlex is survived by one man. Any guesses who that is?
I don't know, you tell me.
Crypto, the man, the myth, the legend, the one who did pretty much the impossible in the last game, getting all 3 members of DRS. And right now, did he have a clear shot?
I don't know, but you know what? The circle, it's shrunken further, and I called it, XP. It was going to be the junkyard. Indeed, it is going to be winding up straight onto the junkyard amongst all the rusted, corrugated metal and debris. The final battle is going to be breaking out.
I want to know a question, Mr. Crystal Ball. Is your map feed synced with mine?
I don't know.
Anyway, all jokes aside, the junkyard is going to be the scene of the action, as Zeus are going to be they have to come down from their high horse, literally, and pick another peak to settle upon. Now, of course, there is no Mount Olympus over here. We left that back in Erangel. But Roy, behind cover, needs to reload his SKS. You don't want 4 bullets. There you go. 20 is a lot better in your magazine, as Legend is going to take the fight to Z3us Esports.
And he's aware, or at least has an idea who these guys might be in Leo. Cooking the nade, tosses on in, should not be finding its mark though. Z3us has a little bit of a depression in the landscape to work with. That nade is fantastic, however. Leo taking quite a bit of damage, and a reply nade comes on in. Legend has to escape from his position, so a bit of a trade here, a bit of a battle breaking out. His StalwartFlex final member, Crypto, will meet his maker, and now Z3us, despite being in good position, they are taking fights on multiple fronts with 2 teams.
Keep one thing in mind, Seal9 could be potentially shooting down on all these teams, as Deadeyes Guys are going to be moving in as well. If P and crew want to make this their game, they need to either take this team out right now. There you have it. They are going to stop the little attack coming in, but now they do not want to pick fights on multiple fronts. That is going to be their downfall.
That indeed could be the downfall of multiple teams here, because Z3us has one member of Z3us has been knocked down. However, as we pointed out earlier, they have the bit of a hit to work with. Sunday, she's going for the very brave play, and look at the push coming in from P and crew. Ayush at a sliver of HP, still pushing, Godless left alone, and they're going to finish him off. Z3us have got eliminated. 1 player left standing for the side of Z3us. They got just butchered by their opposition.
I love the fact that P and crew realized the urgency that they did need to move in this position. Otherwise, Deadeyes Guys and Seal9 would have completely decimated them. And there you go, Leos is going to be taken out. Ayush, lucky he was not caught by that shrapnel. Sandesh down on his knees, should be picked up, as Havoc is not having a good time. Ooh, Cooney did go down. Monkey getting spotted out, of course. Now, we're going to see a lot of fights breaking out. P and crew do have the best position, but the next circle is again going to be that detrimental factor.
Can I just admire P and crew taking the fight to Z3us.
Oh, yeah.
They don't give a damn. They knew Z3us were in a more comfortable position, and yet they pushed on in perfectly timed.
The fact that he took that one member from Deadeyes Guys gave him that cue that you gotta go, and I was talking about Havoc not having the best of days, and now he's going to be found out, and with that, High Voltage are out of the building.
They're out of the building, and P and crew are out of that position as well. They're going to be pushing in from the blue. They have a bit of time now. They see the next play zone, as Seal9 will be eliminated despite having such a fantastic position uphill. And for Blood Legion, they're down to Gyro, and he is getting shot at by Jax.
Now, this is where things are going to be switching around for P and crew, of course. We're going to be concentrating on Blood Legion up against A1 Esports RX Jax. But coming back to the fight, since the circle has a little bit of a shift towards the east, they are now going to have to go back up. They have to take out the remnants of Z3us, of course. Ice, the last man standing, and Hungry Box. But right now, Ayush gets that knock on Jax. The question is, can Sinister pick him up, or is he going to run away to live and fight another day?
That's the big question. That's a $1 million question for the side of A1. Ayush pushing on up. Jax is down. Dominic barely alive. As I see, last man left standing. He's doing the dance macabre with Deadeyes Guys, but Z3us, even though they're down to the 1 final member, they still hold on. Icy with 3 kills, 4 kills in total for the side of his team. Deadeyes Guys will be finished off with that particular knock. P and crew pushing up towards Gyro. Last man left alive. Barely a sliver of health is all he's holding on to. How is he still standing? I don't even know. He's got to go for the play. The blue finished him off? Yes, it does. And the blue is doing a lot of tick damage, and P and crew have to push on in.
Now, this is what I'm afraid of. I told you they wanted to go a bit to the north, not to the south, because Venom Legends are in prime position to lay down some heavy lead, as Jane is now taking a fight with INES. Ironic down on his knees again. I thought he would have been knocked out.
Ironic that was a whiff. That was an easy kill, and well, fortunately for him, Jane not able to push on up and get the finish, get the confirmed kill, as T2K will be eliminated in the 6th place. 14 players still left alive in the circle, XP, but only 5, as Killer killer has also been knocked down. It's going to come down to the final man for PN Crew. It's going to be Sandesh holding the flag, flying the flag alone for his team.
I think Sandesh finally gets the memo and he realizes that, going south is not going to be an option. He is going to have to basically follow Icy's footsteps, and Icy now he's in a perfect position. The thing is, he's one man up against an army, 7C and INES, but he's not one to stop away from a fight. He takes Juru Love out, sliver of HP. Can he make it behind cover? Before that, he wants to confirm the kill.
He does.
Rig comes in and wipes him out. Valiant effort, 5th position finish with 5 kills to their name.
Not too shabby at all from the side of Zeus. Again, like we keep talking about these guys. Even one player is such a deadly force to be reckoned with. And 7C now losing that one member, suddenly with a bit of a handicap, although they are in a pretty comfortable spot inside of that compound. But got to be wary, Sandesh is still alive and above.
I was just going to bring that up. My eyes are now all on the circle. If it goes a little Sandesh's way, then basically we could see a major upset. Let's hold with bated breath, as in about 5, 4, 3, 2, I messed up, I started too early.
1.5.
And skidoosh.
Almost.
That's an audio lag.
Oh,
guys.
it's in no one's favor.
It was an audio glitch. That's
Of course
about
it was.
Yep.
Okay, all right. Let's paint a picture here.
Let me break it down right now. So now all these teams are going to have to move out of the little safe haven, which means 7Cs is going to pick a fight with INES. Now Sandesh is further up. They are going to have to come south on our screens right now per se. But Venom Legends, now these guys, they've got to bear the blue just a little bit, because if they go up further, they're going to have to go really close to the enemy. They want to make sure they get a few knocks, and then revives aren't coming in right now because the circle is going to start moving in about 20 seconds.
It's a 4v3v3, and of course the last man standing for the side of PN Crew, Sandesh. And Sandesh is going to take a sweet time. He's hoping for one of these teams to be eliminated. That nade is almost perfect from Clutch. And INES wants to ensure that the Venom Legends are actually going in for the push. They are pushing in, and Sandesh, he is still not being spotted out.
Now, Venom Legends can literally block them out, keep them out of the circle. Sandesh could be in a pivotal position to shoot Venom Legends in the back now.
Oh my lord, he can get a multitude of free kills, but if I'm him, I'm going to be exercising a bit of trigger discipline.
A lot of trigger discipline. You don't want to shoot right now, but he is like, you know what, screw it, I'm going to take out Void. And in fact, he is going to put him down in the ground.
He's got cover.
Now this is when INES and 7C need to push in on Venom Legends as well. Now they could be in the thick and thin of all the action.
Venom Legends now down to 2 members, and as you pointed out, they don't know what to do. They're kind of stuck in a rough spot. They went for the early rotation, as INES is going to finish off Rig from 7C. The AWM not really coming into play here, as he will be knocked and finished off. Ironic, is he aware? He should know where Frypan is, right? He's literally in front of him.
He is in front of him, however, it is that cover. I think Frypan has an idea. He's going to come around. He does peek the right. Ironic is going to get that little pre-fire, which works, and Frypan is going to get taken down. However, Steel Shot is in a pickle because Sandesh could still shoot him, stab him in the back.
Sandesh, he can get so many free kills here, as Gazor will be dropped. But INES coming to his rescue. Memo will be finished off by Sandesh from below. And now it's 3 teams left in the running. Sandesh, the lone man standing for his team. INES down to, well, they still have 4 members alive. And for Venom Legends, they still have 2.
They still have 2. However, like I said before, you can never count anyone out. You may be down, but you cannot be out. Ironic is still in the game, ironically. And now this man is not one to give away from a fight. He is going to get Gauger.
Oh my
Clutch.
God.
He's going to rack up all these kills, Blade.
Is he actually going to clutch this one out? Steel Shot, left alone. He's pushing for it. Actually, Sandesh, my bad, he's going to be pushing up here. It's a 1v1v2. He's going to get another knock. It's a 1v1 right now, basically. Venom Legends, they're taking the fight with INES. It's Ironic facing off now against Sandesh. And Sandesh, he might have just pulled off the miracle of the tournament. It's a 1v1 Ironic. He is bleeding out. He needs to heal himself, and Sandesh is aware of it. He's got an M249. He's just going to inject a fatal dose of lead into Ironic. He knows where he is. He goes up wide, and Sandesh will pull off the clutch of the tournament. The one man left standing, and that's all they needed. What a game. What a monster.
You have it, ladies and gentlemen. PN Crew, once again, they've done this before. You can never rule them out. You can never count them out. Getting that chicken dinner in such pristine fashion, in such amazing style. I mean, you were talking about he needs a little discipline. And I was like, yeah, he does need some trigger discipline, but he's like, I'm going to show you how it's done.
He showed us all how it's done. Oh, I think I kind of lost my voice there.
Well, I mean, I'm going to do this for him. He literally just silenced all of us, especially this gentleman. Are you to my right? He is to my right. This gentleman to my right on the left of your screens. But what a game. PN Crew coming in, getting the job done, and forget trigger discipline. Trigger discipline went out the window because when you have big guns in your hands, well, you can just wipe out the enemies. And with that, Go back and have a look at it. Go back and have a look at it. It's going to be in the replays up ahead, but we'll take a quick little break. We'll be back after this.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3 is where we're at, and boy oh boy, this second Super Weekend is looking dominating by so many of these teams. This is just the kind of play that we wanted to see, but along with that, it is of course a huge thanks to Oppo F9 Pro, hashtag book up your fun. With that, I'm your host Brother. Let's move on to our analysts and ask them, dude, were you guys predicting this? I mean, I know Ocean, I was in a conversation with you mate, but again, the way
really.
this lad played, final man.
Not me. I mean, I had counted that man out
Wow.
a long time ago. I was like, last player surviving, not a good position. He's not gonna get it.
I almost told Blood, I was like, hey, I have an intuition. Well, PN Crew might just take this one because every team's fighting.
Yes.
And that gives you the perfect chance. Talk about the MVP Sandesh, 4 kills, 730 damage. And those were the starting points of his own kills, if you remember.
He
Before that,
stopped.
before that the team had kills, he had no kill. All the kills came from the final fight itself.
Yeah, I mean, the man stepped up when it mattered the most, and an amazing performance.
Well, talk about the assist percentage. I would say he assisted his team to that chicken dinner. You know, the momentum that where it was. Damage percentage is also really good with this one. Yeah, obviously the kills are not a lot if you talk about as compared to the other like 20% plus teams, but it still comes down to one thing, and that is he has been doing good whenever it is needed, whenever it's the most important thing. And hey, it is chicken dinners.
Exactly, and not just that. PN Crew this time off to a wonderful start as well. As I mean, the first thing they did was take revenge for the last game from the players of Deadeyes. I mean, putting them in a really uncomfortable position, and that too with a nade on the man that naded them in the last game. That was Shifu Sir, the first man to be taken down, and from there on out they had to escape that situation because we saw the third party coming. But then PN Crew going on to take on the players of Z3us Esports, and then in the end Sandesh.
Dudes, I mean, again, this leaves me with just one word. That is, of course, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious play coming in from Sandesh. But boy, oh boy, move that conversation towards the top players. I mean, again, you talk about stats. These teams are looking ridiculously awesome right now.
Yeah, I mean, awesome is, well, that would be the perfect word to describe these guys. Zeus, they always have a wonderful game. I see this time getting those 4 kills, but I want to focus on one thing. Look at Steel Shot. The man is smiling. His team is going to be smiling today as well, because first game, second game, both matches, they had amazing performance. Venom Esports today, they are looking really good and consistent. I mean, it's just been 2 games, but I'm going to say it already. This team looks in good form.
Exactly, mate, because again, they started the fights in the previous game as well as this game, and they're stinging the entire lobby. There's no two ways about it. Sticking to what counts, and with that, we are looking at the match rankings, and this is PN Crew Sandesh taking a chicken dinner for the team, along with which, of course, they are going to get the $1,000.
Exactly, they do get the $1,000, and it's sort of been stolen from the players of INES and Venom Legends. Venom Legends towards the endings, we were talking about is they had a really good position.
All right, think about it. He took down 3 players with their M4,
Right.
and when you least expect it, gets out an M249 out of nowhere, just rushes in on the final player. Because obviously he knew he was 32 meters away from the circle in the final fight, so he had to get inside the circle, could not get totally in from the straight line.
Yeah, true.
Went for a small flank of his own, and it was his good luck that, the opponent was obviously on a low HP already.
Alright, but let's talk about the second page of the standings, where we do have, again, like Stalwart DRS is going to be the team I want to focus on. So it is like the momentum that was being built up for the team slipping from their hands.
Just like we said in before the first game, right? We talked about it. When you get a gap of a few hours as well,
Exactly.
that can create a difference. for DE, and not exactly for DE, but for DRS, it did create a difference, as this is the second bad game we would say for today. But talk about Carnage. The previous game was decent. This game was on to the ups and downs. So the things kind of those happen. And let's talk about the fights as well, right? The fights that did just, go down. Let's talk about Venom Legends' momentum when it just started against DRS. I mean, the buggy flip that almost just, went down. I mean, it's a time, right? They spot them, they take him down, and after that, I mean, vehicles in Miramar, I don't know how things just change. Because if you're not, using it in the righteous ways, it goes down.
And it's the man coming from the distance, Mafia Ninja, who sort of chose to dive in to the situation with Rafat. And Rafat, first of all, the trigger discipline to wait for AJ to get out of the buggy to take him down. And here's the flip. Mafia Ninja, he's going to get punished of it. Rafat basically holding the situation. It's a 1v4 right now. He holds them on long enough for the backup to arrive. And when the backup comes in, it is Frypan who strikes first, takes down Gyalton in the backlines. Mr. Boro, last man surviving. Well, no opportunity to go even for a revive because he knows Venom Legends, they are coming for him.
I mean, he was already 30 HP remaining when the buggy, he just came out of buggy, right? The damage was done. But look at this one. All right, just right now, if you just pause the clip at this moment, you can see where the circle and where the other teams are fighting, and he's away from the fight. INES on one area, Venom Legends on the other area, and they are fighting against each other. He just needs to find out the perfect way, perfect moment where he can take the players down. He spots a few of INES, still waits.
I think now it happens. He sees them.
Yeah, and then he starts up, takes down one with the final bullet as it touches the ground, as the player goes down. Then he finishes them down, and when you least expect it, his rotation starts up onto the other direction, as he knows that there's going to be just one more player remaining. Newt also goes down. I mean, he has been taken down, and now it's going to be Ironic as the last one surviving. And then he switches on to his different gun. I was thinking about two things. First of all, if he takes a head-on collision, will his helmet's low HP be the major factor that he might just go down? But then, look at the rotation. 32 meters, 34, just as, we were talking about it. So he knew he cannot go head-to-head. He has to just go for rotation. But here he spots Ironic. He spots his head. He knows that the player is going to be on to the other direction. So that's where he moves forward to. Takes up a 1v1 fight. And the first shot to the head, that just, ends up everything as it just begins.
Exactly, quite a wonderful situation. But before this as well, like a few minutes before this, something not miraculous, I would say 200 IQ moment that I'm pretty sure we're going to see.
Right. Well, with that, I guess it is the cue for us to move on along and have a look at the open moments. So let's, of course, segue into the open moments and combine all these wonderful efforts from the entirety of the lobby.
Exactly, and in those moments, right, the most important thing is the initial fight. I mean, that's how it just starts always.
I want to talk about one thing that happens a little bit during the middle game stages, and that was the 200 IQ bait on the players of Godless from Sandesh, the man who was the MVP of the game. I mean, that was, even the casters called it, that was such a risky move. You do not know what you're jumping in, but the team was so much, their communication was so on point. He goes in, pulls all their attention towards another direction, and then Ayush, Killer, Legend, all of them just charge in towards the players of Z3us Esports. Godless, the last man surviving with barely any HP. A pretty easy job for the players of PN Crew to finish up.
I mean, it was, right? the way the fights happen. I mean, this is where you would be thinking, why
are you going back?
Why are you going outside the circle? But hey, at that moment, it's just one thing that's in your mind, and that is skills are important. This is where IC does the damage already, and now is when Sandesh just, starts sending bullets across the circle for his own fights, and, boy, did we just witness a miracle?
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Because again, I mean, he started this fight with 0 kills, but the way he ended
now I get it. Why he just, did not pick up the M4 again. He did not have the backpack again. Right. So the final bullets of M4 were just empty. He just had those 100 bullets. I mean, 100. It's
100
a lot.
bullets. A lot more than anyone could carry along with that. Again, any other gun could carry. But along with that, as we look on to the damage histogram this time around, it is certainly PN Crew taking a lead. But INES, a team that we've all been wanting to, showcase some performances, are right here.
Well, definitely a good performance from INES, Venom Legends. But look at the team right behind them. That is 7C.
Yep.
The thing about 7C is going to be, you remember the previous game as well, right?
Exactly.
They did play for the placement points. The kill points was one factor that was missing out there. So again in this one, they did play for the placement points. I mean, that's one sort of consistency that you are looking forward to it. But the point factor that makes a lot of difference in the second, third, fourth, sometimes that's only because of the kill points. Because kill points are a major chunk that takes out of your performance.
Absolutely does, and in that, of course, Z3us Esports right off the bat from the scrims itself, we've been seeing the domination coming in from this team, and here they are with 116 kills. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, this looks really good. But talk about this one again, as we have been looking forward. PNQ, yeah, they are in this one. A1 Esports still needs to open up their bank with the chicken dinner, right? 7C is just out there. But if we are just looking forward to everything, Skylight Esports, maybe not this game, but they might just go down to 6th position by the end of the day.
They're definitely going to drop down as the day moves forward. But talking about other teams, I mean, look at the sort of climb that Venom Legends are putting up. Now, StalwartFlex, they are off to a shaky start today, and well, this week, in fact, has been a little bit shaky for them. Venom Legends might just be able to catch up to StalwartFlex, pick them apart, and then move forward into the first half of the standings. That's going to be the top 10.
Exactly, mate. And again, two teams to talk about from that was probably going to be INES as well as Seal. Right,
Yeah.
C9 right there with 44 points, but one team that's being left out of all of this is
1952.
1952, sadly. But along with that conversation, you guys, of course, certainly hope you guys are enjoying. Hashtag PMPL and let us know what are your thoughts. But alongside this, of course, it has been an exhilarating day. We have some rewards set up for you. So let's move on with the impossible, incredible thing that we've set up for you, which is, of course, going to be the event schedule. Yes, it will go on throughout PMPL South Asia's finals through till the end, and what you get to, well, of course, be a part of is the rewards, the in-game rewards, along with which you can very well be a part of the AirPod Pro or the gift cards in your local currency, along with which, of course, you get those very few selective PMPL outfits that are exclusive. And you need to be a part of this, and to showcase that, to be a part of this, you better start showcasing the love for your teams. No question about it. But in order to get this moving along from there, from that calendar into the actual saga, we are looking at, of course, the esports center point system, where indeed what you can do is to chime in along to PMPL South Asia's action, go into your game and just start following the action. As you do so, you will be earning points. You can then multiply those points by, of course, being a part of, well, lucky winners draw, as well as so many more things. And that will, of course, result in you getting those virtual gifts. But move from those virtual gifts towards things that actually matter in real life. Well, again, you're talking about, wow, I mean, AirPods Pro, just perfect play. This is the super giveaway that's been set up for you guys from PMPL South Asia. At first is going to be the AirPods Pro, followed in very closely with the items, the in-game items that you could very well be flaunting in lobby, and of course, like I just mentioned, the gift cards in your local currency. And to be a part of this, once again, hashtag PMPL SA, followed by your UID code, in-game code, and the region that you guys are supporting, because that is going to be very crucial. You showcase that love, and that will convert into a gift for you.
I just love this one. Cheer for your national squad, and once they win, you are going to be getting extra rewards with every win of a chicken dinner. So that just gets a good punch for everyone.
Exactly. Boy. But again, I mean, this is just the kind of excitement that we were voting for, because again, this is week 2, thus implying we are in the middle of PMPL South Asia's action. This weekend, some teams need to outperform the other to be a part of the third super weekend. If not, things are going to go sideways. But with that, talking about the custom, the usual, it is Erangel that we move on to now.
Exactly. We are going to be moving on to the Erangel, and it was, I would say, just one match that we saw, the military base circle. After that, we haven't seen military circles as per se. So I would love to see that. But again, zone, it listens to no one. So maybe.
That's true. I want to talk about one thing that happens quite frequently in the game, and again, between one of the teams that you mentioned, 1952.
Right.
So for the second time, we got to see the clash between 1952 and StalwartFlex earlier today. I want to see it happen again. But this time, the teams need to know, because it was the same mistake that 1952 made the last time, that Stalwart made this time, just going and absolutely not checking the positions and not watching out, because you need to expect that to happen. And this time, I want the sort of scuffle to last a little bit longer, or the teams to sort of try and outplay each other over there.
Exactly, mate. That would be certainly something that we can all hope and expect for, because again, this team, they need those points. There's no two ways about it. But it is time to step into this game, the map of Erangel, and the two lads that are going to be taking us through this game, well, they don't have the usual Erangel boys. That has changed today, because now we move on to Pain Fixes and Necro to take us through this game.
Well, thank you so much, Blotter. And well, it's been quite some evening for the Nepali boys. They've sort of channeled in that Gurkhali spirit in them. And well, Necro, heading on to the third game, which we of course have is Erangel. Where do you think the circle might pan out this time?
Well, I mean, the circle, as Ocean did mention, he wanted it to be inside military. It's been quite a long time, and my eyes are actually quite thirsty to see that circle pan out. And we all do know the struggle shown by all these teams to make it inside the military island. Wow, it's just on another level. But what a day it has been, Fixes, with a lot of twists and turns. We saw Crypto doing 1v3 against DRS all by himself. Wow.
And we can't really rule out Sandesh. I mean, clutching things out, getting the chicken dinner for his team. He's always been that instrumental player that has always propelled PN crew to even better heights. But moving along, it's the second game of Erangel that we have. And in Erangel, things get really tipsy and turvy in terms of where the zone lies. I mean, whoever has the better of it towards the end has the best possible chance of winning this one out. And as we are speaking, we are already heading inside the game, and where we do have the flight path trajectory heading all the way from Primorsk towards Lipovka. So maybe a certain circle might just be coming for us.
Yeah, to be honest, I was literally about to say that we might see a military-based circle, considering the fact of taking a look at the plane flight path. But again, last time we saw Blood Legion kind of throwing a curveball today inside Erangel and going towards the military island, which I didn't really expect personally. And they actually did go towards the military island. Now, I really want to see, are they going to be going towards military again? Or maybe Milta or somewhere new. But again, Zeus this time seems like they are not going to be going to shelter anymore, because even in the last time they went towards Georgiapol, where INES do like to go there, and I really feel like that's the city where they are in prime.
I mean, talking about teams like Zeus, they certainly have those plan A, plan Bs, and then you of course have a plan C going on. So might as well try experimenting. I mean, you are the top of the table, you are doing well, 237 points already, nothing really to worry about. You've got Zol, who is also leading the kill leaderboard. So yeah, I mean, Zeus are really taking their own sweet time, they're experimenting things around, but looks like StalwartFlex are the ones who will be, again, as usual, heading down to the military base over here. But talking about Blood Legion, well, my eyes are definitely searching for them, and I believe this time they've headed again back towards Rozhok.
Well, I mean, quite a good decision. I mean, to be honest, it really depends on the circle, and yes, Rozhok will barely make it inside the circle. But again, now, circle definitely isn't in military island, so I'm kind of disappointed, but this circle can also be quite interesting if we see some drastic circle changes. But again, only time can answer those questions. And as I was saying, StalwartFlex, they will have to be quite cautious this time if they want to cross the bridge, because 1952 are always the one who make the bridge area their houses. But now take a look at this fight that might be panning out. Deadeyes crossing eyes with Blood Legions.
Now, this is not the first time we are watching Deadeyes going after Blood Legion. Now, we have seen this fight happen again and again, and there's always been two ways. It's just not a single-sided fight. I mean, Blood Legion put up quite a show over there. Even Deadeyes do not shy away from a fight. So I'm really excited to see as to what the outcome will be this time when these two players, or rather teams, lock horns against each other. But somehow this fight has been brought to a standstill, but Shifu finally making the movement over here. Dominic and Cairo praying around from the fences over here as the entire team, in fact the pack, the three-man squad of Deadeyes is actually committing in for a push. Now, Blood Legion look well prepared. I mean, the setup is really good, but that one nade, this is gonna give down a lot of information, as On Top has managed to spot out Dominic in the process.
What an eagle eye. Gotta say that. Spotted him just through a little pixel and a minor gap. Finally, the fight will be breaking down. On Top taking a lot of damage in the process. Dominic doing a lot of damage on the Shifu, sir. On Top is down low as well. Gyro from the backlines will be doing the work, as, again, Deadeyes kind of struggling on their knees. But Blood Legion are the one who brought them down to their knees, and it seems like Hungry Box will aggressing right inside, but again, Blood Legion are there to provide the backup from the backlines, of course, Gyro being the man, and a little bit of disrespect coming in from the side of Blood Legion against Deadeyes, and this is what we like to see, the rivalry building up.
That saltiness, I love that. add a little bit of vinegar and makes you that delicious fries. And exactly, I mean, Deadeyes taking quite some beating out there. And well, Blood Legion, now they were completely prepared for this fight, right? They set it up, they let the players come in right at the faces. The crossfire setup was in there, and they waited for the right opportunistic moment. But I believe the jump that Dominic took was the changing factor in that entire fight.
Yeah, indeed, and even, you know, Gyro was there from the backlines as he repositioned himself from the roof and jumped down below towards Dominic. Dominic was actually in a world of trouble when
I
Gyro...
loved when he just blown down and got another knockout of that.
The drop shot, of course, is more kind of like the main mechanism inside the game, and if you're able to use it at its prime, certainly it will be paying your teammates off. But again, now, I really want to point out one thing as well. PN Crew kind of not going to the place where we wanted them to go. Now, of course, we have seen them in the past go into a shooting range and even Siverny. But this time, Kamishki is going to be the place where they are going to be rooting for.
Well, I mean, PN Crew, they've been doing fairly well this time around in the second Super Weekend. I mean, the way they were positioned in the first days of our second Super Weekend, I mean, I was kind of really worried because this is one of the teams that performs really well during the weekdays and sort of messes things up once we head in on towards the Super Weekend. But this is the fight, you know, we are talking about. I mean, this entire jump, now it kind of opens up that last moment prone shot that he took. Now, that's a bit of a gamble you take, right? If you are missing out on those shots, you're basically going down because you do not have enough area to move around. And now Blood Legion finally sort of solidifying the fact that this is our area and now sort of has spat that rivalry between these two teams.
I mean, I got to give props to the players of Blood Legion, you know.
Yeah,
they have
100%.
came through a long way and probably learned a lot of things. And we have seen quite a drastic change inside the gameplay. In PMCO, we were seeing that aggressive Blood Legion. But inside this PMPL, we are seeing more kind of a passive Blood Legion. And in week 2, since week 2, their performance has been quite good. So props to them. But again, C-Line is one of those teams who actually heavily prefers those early games rotation, and again, it seems like they will be doing that as blah 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 has spotted down the players. C-Line is going to be putting down a little bit of lead in their direction, but C-Line is on the move and doesn't really seem like they will be stopping for anyone.
Oh, they indeed won't. But I really want to see where the circle is actually going to head out though, because it's still the first circle that we are looking at is starting to shrink. But quite a cluster around the Pachinki area that we have now. 7C and Zeus are beside each other. Any single moment we can expect a fight erupting out between the two. But here we have T2K's players sort of getting back together and waiting for the circle to form. Now they are playing from the edges of the circle from what I can see. Now that's a really good interesting approach at the game, because now if you have that Katka circle building up, a lot of teams are sort of fighting for the center. That kind of makes it really troublesome for you to actually settle in at a good place. So maybe an edge-to-edge approach might just work out in that particular scenario.
But again, Zeus, so far, doing quite great. The aggression sometimes isn't really paying them off, but they are also eliminating some top tier teams like it's nothing. So I mean, overall, Zeus' performance is quite seamless and relentless the way these guys have been playing since a long time. And again, talking about StalwartFlex, seems like they will be taking the bridge area, but this time 1952 isn't there to camp them out. So they will be quite safe for now, as C-Line have already spotted down the players of 7C. And doesn't really seem like any shots will be taken, though.
Well, C-Line, I mean, this has been one of those teams that are playing their first Super Weekend, and they've been playing fairly well, considering they did not qualify in the first one. So, yeah, so this has been a good affair for these lads, and sort of picking their pace up, you know, really kind of getting those chicken dinners. In fact, 2 chicken dinners in those weekdays, ending things on a high note. In fact, being the leaderboards toppers over there in the weekdays. And now moving on, I think this is a team that is slowly but surely sort of settling in. And now they've got that bit of a potato hill position for themselves. Any single moment, we might see a skirmish between the players of 7C and the lads from C-Line going out, and there you have shots being exchanged, presence being made felt over there as John will also try to exchange a few bullets against Spooky.
Now, take a look at the middle of the circle. So many teams inside it. It's more kind of like a rainbow because we're seeing a lot of colors inside the middle. Even C-Line being next to the players of 7C. And take a look at the circle shift. Wow, it's going to be favoring the lads who are in the middle of the circle. But even this time, Blood Legion having quite a lucky spot for themselves. They haven't moved an inch. I mean, of course, yeah, they were in those next to the Rosehawk houses. But all they did was just move inside the Rosehawk city, and the circle will walk right next to them, as the circle will be favoring them as well.
Look at the teams traversing around. Everyone sort of is heading towards the Pochinki areas. Now, we have not seen a hardcore Pochinki circle, right? What we have also seen is a circle that has sort of gone towards the church area. So that is where, in fact, Zeus got the first chicken of the day yesterday. So now I think Zeus is going to do exactly the same. Now, they have taken over those warehouse compound that we were sort of anticipating. My apologies there. This is the barn house compound that they've gotten themselves to, sort of trying to be contesting somewhere down the center. Not exactly the center, but somewhere certain. So this is where the predictions are going to work out. This is where they have their hunch, telling to themselves that this might be just the area where the circle is going to pan out.
Well, talking about Circle, I really want to talk about a team, of course, DRS. Today has been kind of an off day for them. They aren't really able to show up much. But now, seems like finally a brawl will be starting. And of course, Extreme already getting the opening on the players of INES, as the knockdown is going to be there. Extreme, again. The res will be there as well, Extreme, but he of course doesn't want them to res, as Cooney trying to spot down any other players of INES. Of course, spots down Newty. Not a lot of shots connected, but again, INES, they are quite inside a good compound. Unless the circle moves away from them, and then they will have to make the rotation all in the open, and that's where high voltage might shine.
Indeed, they will. And INES, a good game in Miramar is all I can say. I mean, they have been trying to pick up those points that they did lose out on in the first Super Weekend. So I think by the end of this week, we will have INES at a good position in terms of those overall points that they've gotten. And here we have Gayor, well, with the bolt action, the Mosin Nagat. And it's the latest edition, right? We have to talk about this weapon. So it has got that long barrel, sort of gets you that low bullet drop. So you get to go on those long distances. But in a map like Erangel, where you have majority of the fight sort of erupting out in those mid-area combat, so not really a long-range combat that you get, a lot of mid-range and a lot of long-mid at the max. So I think that's where, you know, you good to do with your mini 14s or maybe your SKS or your SLRs. So DMRs are still the weapon of choice of majority of players, but if you can do it, might as well do.
Again, now, more kind of like a stare-down competition between the players of INES and High Voltage, but another skirmish breaking down between the players, and seems like Zeus is going to be taking a little bit of shots. And of course, 1952 being the victim, as Godless is going to be putting down a lot of blood into them. But take a look at how these guys have positioned themselves. High Voltage kind of separated out. Of course, Assassin is not really next to his pack, which of course can not be that beneficial for them. But again, if INES do not have any clue about Assassin's position, then that can of course favor them a lot much more.
Indeed it will. And I mean, this has been the tale to tell, right? Considering how the circle has taken that southern shift. Now we see that fight happening between the players of A1 Esports and StalwartFlex. Now Johnny might just be in a whole world of trouble, as he is all by his lonesome, as the players of A1 Esports are going to charge in. Dante leading the pack, but it's Sinister still playing from the fences, and well, they are going to get the job done with those nades coming in, and nothing yet has happened right now, but Johnny rather taking an aggressive stance.
Johnny again, kind of in a heap of trouble, of course, getting knocked out, but Dante seemed like the seamless aggression will be shown, and A1 Esports again naming themselves a compound as they stole it away. And of course now, StalwartFlex seems like they are going to be on a passive feat this time. Of course, backing off, do not really want to challenge and fight against the entire squad of A1 Esports, but take a look at what Zeus is doing. Icy shattering down the entire squad of Carnage. And again, all of them are knocked down. There's no one really nearby who can get the res onto them. Where is the last member of Carnage?
I mean, Jiggle will have to come in for the support for his own
really
teammates.
far away.
Yes, he is really far. And I mean, if
Look
he
at
leaves
that.
that spot, he's basically going to compromise it with those positioning. So, well, Carnage, the players, kind of a formation being made over there.
It's like a human centipede.
Is it though?
It's kind of.
I mean, I'm having different thoughts over here, but yeah, it is what it is.
Well, again, I mean, Carnage again. Take this fact into consideration. Of course, Jiggle being kind of separated out from the team, and they had to pay the price for it. But Jiggle finally going to be making a heroic entrance to save the last member surviving. But Prabeen not going to be making it. Barely did, but that's going to be also costing Carnage their lives, and that's going to be Carnage getting absolutely banished from this server.
I mean, this was ought to happen, right? 3 players taken down. You are expecting your last teammate to leave his really good position inside the circle, and he could have actually contested for the center. Maybe could have contested for those survival points, and getting eliminated at the 16th spot is where you would not expect a team like Carnage to go down at. And just with one player taking those players down, but I have to hold on to my thought as we have the players of Skylight Gaming pushing on towards INES.
And of course, those nades, the barrage of nades coming from the side of Skylight Gaming as INES are again quite clueless to actually lob any nades in. Now all they can do is just work on those sound cues, and Gajorha is exposing his back and of course will be taken down by Demon. Going to be taking that opportunity in his hand and of course punishing him down as Newty, of course being in those back lines. But Venom Legends from these back lines as well. There's so many third parties happening left and right, and that nade is going to be so troublesome, and of course it is, taking down Iron and finishing the entire kill onto Clutch.
And now it's just Newt and Ironic, both by themselves. And well, Skylight Gaming have taken a small casualty over there, Heaven being knocked down, but it's still the IGL, Chari himself trying to commit in for the push, and Newt is going to try to fend them off with that beautiful bin grenade being lobbed off, and Chari taking a huge chunk of damage as Demon is the one aggressing this time, having spotted out Newt, does take a few shots, but instantly pros down to safety.
But INES again in a world of trouble. They need to get outside this position, but Newty doesn't really seem like he's quite interested in backing off. And of course, Skylight Gaming going to be putting the final nail in the coffin, and that's going to be INES exiting the server in the 15th position. Another fight happening in front of our eyes as it's going to be Avon Esports clashing against the players of Venom Legends. And there's one more fight happening all across the way. It's DRS going up against another team.
Now we've got a Bengali Tigers clash over here as A1 Esports and Venom Legends. You've got them going against each other, and StalwartFlex. Now this has been one of those teams where you again find Crypto in a very precarious position. Now just the lonesome survivor. The last time we did see him in Erangel, he wiped out the entire team of DRS, and that was a solo clutch. That is how good he is. But you cannot always rely on that one player. You know, the other players also need to step up. Now StalwartFlex is one of those teams that really started off well during those weekdays, but the only problem that I feel they are severely having right now is with their rotations. I mean, players being caught off guard, that's not how you want to go down.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, that's exactly not how you really want to go down, especially inside a competition like this. But again, as you were talking about players getting caught off guard in rotation, Skylight Gaming being a victim of that, and Venom Legends throwing down a lot of lead and pressuring them on a lot. Now again, Chari is kind of in an uncomfortable spot, of course throwing down those smoke grenades to provide him that essential cover, and Sundash might be taking entry down. Quite a risky rotation coming in from the side of entry, of course blasting down the tires of that buggy, and the buggy flipped all across. And now seems like entry is gonna be in all sorts of trouble. Take a look at this man, he's so scared for his life.
He has to be. He must be, and it is against the players of PN Crew. He does realize that, and C-Line are taking a commanding position in this fight as they have that upper elevation for themselves, as 7C being on the low ground field, ready being taken down, as Rig also follows him up, as Inky gets that beautiful knock, but from the far lines we do have Memo. Was trying to exchange a few shots, but it was Roy who did spot him out in quick succession, and Spooky is going after True Love, but he does get taken down. But the trade-offs are there, as 7C Esports have also been eliminated from the lobby.
What unfortunate stuff for 7C. But a lot of fights are panning down as the circle is shrinking down as well. Of course, Zeus going against XP Blood Legion. Blood Legion doing phenomenal inside the game. And we have seen in the past Blood Legion wiping out the entire squad of Zeus. Not once, we have seen it happening twice. But this time, Blood Legion kind of flipping the tables as Blood Legions don't really have the circle favoring for them. But Zeus is putting down relentless pressure with that M249. And Godless, of course, is going to be the man holding it down.
Indeed, he will, as Godless, again, being that demolishing man that he is, completely unfazed by absolutely no one over here. And, well, Godless has to go in any single moment. We might have him charging over on towards the players of Blood Legion. Now, Dominic, he is trying to cook up that grenade. Now, take a look at the circle shift. If we can have the map feed in front of our screens, look at how eastern side it has gone, and it's definitely going to favor the boys from
my
PTK
God, what's
as
happening?
Godless with a beautiful, beautiful spray and takes down Leo.
Godless is dismantling the entire squad of Blood Legion one by one, getting those knockdowns in his hands like is nothing. And again, Godless backing off this time because, of course, he was in a world of trouble, and he has been knocked down as well. Now, Zeus seems like they do want to get the res onto him, but no, it's going to be the call this time because the circle is on a move. And Zeus do not really want to risk their lives, so they will be making those risky rotation. And Blood Legion seems like they will be going for that heal battle because Dominic sure is not going to be out surviving that zone damage.
I mean, now this is the top point where we're going to have the majority of the fights breaking down because everyone is focused on rotating. Now, this is a circle that's way too out in the open. You need to have those rocky covers. You need to have those wooden shacks. Else you are goner over there. But now look at Heaven just lobbing those grenades, trying to fend off Frypan. But he could not really save his teammate in the process as gets that beautiful knock again onto its Frypan and Ruffet. Well, he's in the back lines. He is waiting, providing that quintessential cover fire for Frypan as he comes back to get that res on.
One thing I definitely know that the players of Skylight Gaming are carrying a lot of nades and a lot of utilities because we have seen them absolutely barraging down the squad of INES and now again lobbing a lot of nades onto the side of their enemy, which were Venom Legends. But C-Line again do have a real good position inside the circle, have that high ground contested. DRS is just going to be below them. It's only a matter of seconds when they will be spotting each other down. But DRS for now seems like their position is not going to be compromised, as I am saying their position is not compromised. Finally, Myunki spotting him down, taking a little bit of shots, but doesn't really seem like the connection will be there as engagements are happening all across the field.
Now, this is a gamble that you can afford, right? You've got that high ground advantage. No one behind you, rather. Every team right in front of you. Now, the moment, if the players of T2K sort of retaliate back and the players of C-Line get knocked out, so that is when, the other players can actually go in for the revive. Now, as far as and as long as the circle is definitely favoring them, so it is potentially a chance for them to get the chicken dinner, but that is not the case over here, as even C-Line need to rotate inside.
And this is when tables will be turning and flipping all across the way. And C-Line will make the rotation, will need to make the rotation, and so does DRS. And when the rotations will be happening, a lot of frags will be flying in left and right, as we do have so many teams on the edge of the zone, as of course 1952 being one of them, Zeus being one of them, Venom Legends, High Voltage, A1 Esports, and T2K already are kind of inside the zone, so I really feel like they are kind of okay-ish, but they don't really have the best of the cover for themselves. And finally, we see DRS making the move inside the circle, getting kind of close, as AG almost got caught off guard, but he will be taken down instantly by Spooky, and Roy again doing a lot of work.
Indeed, he is, as DRS finally looking to redeem themselves, already securing those 4 kills, having lost out on one of those players, but still having majority of them alive. That's a good sign. And well, C-Line, the players are dishing death from above, as they have finally spotted down the players of DRS, and 2 players go falling down, as Inky is now going to commit in for the push.
And exactly how Myunki is doing so good, but take a look at these risky rotations coming in from all these sides. As C-Line and DRS are right next to each other, it's only a matter of seconds when one in each other's spots out. But now take a look at what C-Line is doing. They are trying to spam those smokes while the smokes are thrown in from all the sides. And of course, the last member of DRS will finally fall down. And that's going to be Leo's taking down Mafia Ninja.
Yes, indeed, he is. As Zeus, they are fighting. They are not giving up. They are relentless. Venom Legends, they also have got the numbers. They have been so consistent. But this time, high voltage, they also have a good chance if they make it inside the circle. Now, looking at how the circle has panned out, it's the players of C9 having that advantage. And with all four of the players alive, and Roy now still getting those knocks coming in left, right, and center, I think C9 is getting this one home.
Exactly, C9 do have a fantastic position inside the circle as well. Now only time can tell if the next circle will be favoring them as well, as Roy is continuing the domination onto the players of high voltage, and even Avon Esports getting third-partied. C9 are on an absolute rampage as they are taking down each and every single player inside that small circle, and it doesn't really seem like the domination is going to be stopping anytime soon. And finally, we are seeing C9 coming on up top.
I mean, they have got everything that they absolutely need. They got the vehicles, they've got those cover from the trees, and they've got that big box protecting them. But Roy still dishing out so many bullets over there, just completely rattling the players of Venom Legends over there, as Frypan is barely surviving with a sliver of HP. Now, the players of C9 also need to make a movement inside the circle, and so do the other teams. Now, with having the majority of the players alive, I mean, they are inching in for their chicken dinner every single second.
And exactly, of course, the spam is there from the players of C9. TDK being right in those front frays, and Jane kind of separated out, but his position is not really compromised. And that can be the demise of C9 if they are going to be being a little bit too aggressive. A lot of nades being lobbed in from the side of TDK, but it doesn't really seem like any of them will be connecting, as it's just a stare-down competition. Of course, when it's just down to those last few teams, no one really wants to give away their position and get taken down that easily.
Indeed, but it's a different affair with Frankie, as he's got that smoke shrouding him, but has sort of revealed his soft location over there. But Venom Legends steal shot. I mean, they've gotten those 5 kills, exactly what they want, and they are doing a really good job at surviving, making it to the top 4 again, making them one of the most consistent teams. But looking at the players of T2K, I mean, they are all again eyeing out for another chicken, and they have been looking so promising, and this might just be it, as Frankie gets that beautiful knock coming in.
Incredible utility usage from the side of TDK. Frankie being the man to open things up, but Extreme seems like he has spotted a snake inside the grass, and it's going to be steal shot. But doesn't really seem like he wants to give away his position. We might see the same situation coming out which Carnage Jiggle did, and the exact same thing will Extreme be doing, but he wouldn't really be finding the succession inside that spot. And finally, his position was given away, as Venom Legends will be taking him down, but also losing out on a player in the process, and that is not going to be favoring them a lot much more. TDK again in a heap of trouble. They need to make outside the situation. Don't really have a lot of breathing space, as Venom Legends again taking a lot of casualties on their name, and of course steal shot. Jane taking down Jane, and now TDK are just down to that one last man surviving.
They are, but this is one of those teams that can actually clutch it out. If Frankie plays his cards right, he might just be able to do that, but with C9, the Mongolian Kings, getting 10 kills already, they are getting so close to the victory. They can absolutely just taste it. Any single moment, NK is going to spot out Frankie, and I believe he has been spotted out from elsewhere, as Roy is going to be bringing in all that hurt, ending his misery. And Venom Legends Frypan, he is fighting back. He has already gotten that one beautiful knock onto his Enki. Will be going after Munke. However, he needs to lob a few grenades for that.
Yeah, exactly. But of course, I'm pretty sure in these late kind of games, you don't really have those utilities staying outside for you, because you've probably used majority of them, as Venom Legends are closing down the distance. And it seems like finally there will be a fight panning out, and Munki quite close in the sights of Steel Shot. He has spotted him out, and the fight will be finally proceeding. Take a look at what Spook is doing. He's keeping his guns on the back, and finally that's going to be Seal9 getting the chicken dinner. And wow, what a way to, and what a style to get that chicken dinner in your hands.
Much needed chicken dinner after that beautiful stellar performance during those weekdays is what C9 were waiting for, and finally, you know, flashing their colors of their nation and the Mongolian pride, the Mongolian kings that they are, really, you know, just carrying forward the tradition that we are accustomed to see from Team Seal. Now, this is something that I absolutely love. Now, this was one of those teams that did have a very good position inside the circle, had that higher elevation, had that beautiful cover fire for each other, built those artificial covers with their vehicles, and of course towards the end did also manage to get the chicken dinner. Not a better way, not anything better that we could have really expected out. But now, ladies and gentlemen, what we are going to do is head for a shuttle break, because coming right after is the analyst desk going to break things down.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. This is week 2 of the Super Weekend, and day 2 is already upon us with an incredible turn of wins with some really aggressive matches as what we've seen. And of course, it is all thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag hook up your fun. Once again, thanks to Oppo for sponsoring the PMPL events. I'm your host, Bloro. Let's move on to the analyst and ask them, when it comes to the map of Erangel, had you guys expected this to be the final result?
Not really, no.
Kind of close, kind of not
Yeah.
so close. I mean, if we talk about this one, because let's talk about the MVP first, because you can see, Roy out his 7 kills, 1 assist, 780 damage. So in these fights, I talked about it. I was hoping T2K gets that game, and that too after the 3rd circle or something, because when the circle started shifting away from Pochinki, they were the only team that was behind. So they could have just, went for a really good backstab in the fights, and they were in the top 5. That's a good thing. But hey, talk about Venom Legends again and again and again consistency.
Yeah, a really amazing performance from that team. But we do have the stats for Roy in front of us right now, and they look pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, he's definitely not getting a lot of assists, but hey, if the man secures those kills, it's all right.
It's a win-win, right? It's a win-win. Because if you remember, there was a previous time when Seal9 had a game for themselves, but they did not get a chicken dinner. That was also an open circle, a similar one. So I would say they have fixed their mistakes. This shows that they have fixed their open fight mistakes. Plus, I would still say, Spooky did not have a gun in his hand when he was just rushing down. So please carry it.
I mean, Ocean was the man who was scared at that point.
I was like, hey, get the gun, get the gun!
Why are you doing that?
But
Well,
wow.
top players right now, if you talk about that one, Frypan, again, Venom Legends, they are trying to make their way in this one.
Also, I have to say, I love the way Venom Legends approached this game. I mean, alright, the finish was a little bit interesting. They just did not have enough players to take on the players of Seal9. But let's like move a little bit back into the game before the finish. When Venom Legends, they were trying to take on the players of SG. What happens? Frypan comes in with his vehicle, drives over 2 lads, and one of the players gets finished off because his own teammate threw a nade trying to take down Frypan like a final Hail Mary approach over there. And well, we know what happened. The HP got lost.
And of course, the point was given away.
Yeah.
Exactly, mates. I mean, talking about those points, of course, let's have a look at the match ranking right here, where we know for a fact that Seal9 did get themselves a really good chicken dinner with 13 kills and 28 points.
Again, a high kill gameplay coming
Once
up from
again.
the team that has had a chicken dinner. It's been a ritual now. Double kills is what you are getting if you're going for the win for yourself. Venom Legends, meanwhile, again a consistent performance. T2K in top 3. Z3us Esports are having a good day for themselves. But now, INES, one game goes good, one game goes bad, the other one goes good. I mean, the previous Miramar was a good one for them as they were in the top 3, but now this one goes on. Carnage in this one match, if we talk about them, like they were onto the lower side. So DRS was in the top 8, but still, we need to see back-to-back good games. But Blood Legion.
I mean, talk about Blood Legion and those fist fights that started the entirety of the game.
Oh yeah, the
I mean,
players
that
of DE.
Yep, that was just crazy affair in there. With that, of course, let's move on to the zones that did take place throughout this game. Let's move on and have a look at the zone analysis, which will bring in the rotations for all of these teams.
So right before the game started, I said I wanted to see the fight between StalwartFlex and 1952 last a bit longer. But, I mean, I wanted the teams to actually try and take different approaches to the situation wherein they would be able to corner down the opponents every single time. But that did not happen. The teams sort of took their own separate ways. And this is the point where Ocean already already predicted this game has to be T2K's.
Look at this, look at this. They were so much away from the fights. They had an opening, a big opening to get inside the circle. Plus, once they were inside the circle, they knew the open area was theirs again. They could control the circle perfectly for themselves. It's the final chaotic moments. Obviously, in that way, in those moments, you can't say anything. Yeah.
Also, perfect positioning from C9 as well, because just before this one, this circle, as we did see in the zone analysis, there was no one around them. They could basically see the entire open field in front of them with no one visible, and well, they could take their own position, any position that they wanted, which they actually did, and it resulted in them getting those kills. But it all started with, like we did see during the standings as well, 7C down in the bottom. That was the first team to face the wrath of Seal9 right there.
Yep, absolutely, mate. But that is just few of those moments that we've, of course, spoken about. A few more, of course, are going to move on along as we have a look at the open moments.
I mean, this is where the start happened, right? The fights that was going on. I don't know what happened with DE at this moment, as Warusa was the only one surviving. He went away, obviously, just to secure the placement points as much as they can. But I don't know how. Was there no communication or what happened? Because DE, they should not lose a fight like this.
You know, again, something quite interesting is switches to the shotgun. You hear the sound of the pump come in, and then the punches come out.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, that just happens. But right now, these were the open area fights, like the almost open area fights that just started to happen.
This was beautiful from the way Skylight Gaming actually took this fight against the players of INES, and this nade from Demon was actually really precise. Mute, the last player surviving, did not actually have the opportunity to do anything. It was a 1v4 situation, but this is what I was talking about. This is where Seal9's domination started, and talk about domination. Godless.
You know, we were talking about how does this player get an M249 every time?
match he gets it. How?
I mean, it might be a secret. And the bold move is he goes to the airdrops. He goes to the airdrops because sometimes there might be a team that's just baiting the airdrop, but he goes to the airdrops.
Every single time indeed. And with that, as you move on towards, of course, Seal9, again, you move into those final circles. We've spoken about this every single time, that you need to have all 4 members of your team alive, and that's what Seal9 did to perfection.
Exactly, but this is where, you know, you could see the players just taking down. If you spot someone, you're gonna get the whole of that kill, and this is where you could already just, you know, say that it was one player surviving. And Munkel, look at this, had an AWM in his hand for the final moment. I was like, had he taken that AWM shot, something, I would have loved it.
Well, it was a game of surprises, and I love this match already.
Absolutely. I mean, from the start till the end, it was just a phenomenal turn offense. And again, I mean, talk about Seal9's aggression and domination. 3,102 damage coming in from this team with 13 kills. And this time around, Ocean, as we look onto his right-hand side, so many teams that walked away with 0 kills, mate.
Again, it just goes down to, you know, it always goes down to the 3 teams at the back. Those teams sometimes have 0 kills. So they want to start the momentum, but even if they take 1 trade or 2, it will sound like, you know, that the fight actually just happened.
Absolutely, mate. And sometimes, or rather so many times, it has been going against them, which is a sad state of affair. But again, that will all be reflected onto the storyboard. That is going to be the overall ranking.
Ooh, Zeus just, well, they have put on the boosters this time and hitting the 250 points marker. So this is going to be quite critical, because now the distance between the first position and DRS and Carnage Esports, it's quite visible. So the climb is going to take a while, but DRS Gaming, the priority is to watch out for Carnage, watch out for high voltage, watch out for train to kill, the teams that are just chasing them really fast.
So Zeus is doing really good. I mean, having almost 10 plus points for every single game that they are playing, right? It just goes down to that average for themselves. But talk about Seal, just as we were talking about it, right? 197 points, they are at 6th position right now. They will go down to the 8th position by the end of today if it comes down, because they have been moving on to that momentum because they are not playing. But Seal9, now they are climbing up. They have surpassed F4. Next target, R3D.
Yeah, next target is going to be R3D, and it's going to be quite easy to achieve the way this team has been playing. Just 5 points separating them from the 15th position, from the safety cushion that I said that this team will be looking forward to.
Absolutely, mate, and that's going to be really crucial as well. I mean, they've got that chicken dinner, they've got the $1,000 in the bag, but the journey is not yet done. They still need to climb up a lot more to, of course, be a part of this entire saga. But along with that, now we've got an interview set up with a team that is going to be PN Crew. Again, we just witnessed Sandesh's perfect play, but this time around what we've got is going to be Ayush joining us from PN Crew. So let's move on with the interview and have Well, have him on screen if you can.
What's up?
Hello.
Hi.
Perfect
Hi.
play coming in from your team. Congratulations, of course. You've gotten one chicken dinner as of now. Talk about the consistency from your team and also that perfect play coming in from Sandesh.
Thank you so much. Like, first chicken dinner, very happy.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know what to say. Like, the perfect coordination from the team, and like, Sandesh, he's too OP. I don't know what to say about him.
I mean, if we are just talking about this one clutch, what was going through your mind as you were just looking through the movement that was just passing on as he was surviving, he was away? Were you guys giving calls to him just stay behind the fight or maybe shoot now, or was it his own decision to go through every fight at that moment of Miramar?
Yeah, we were guiding him, and when he came to the rock, and we knew he could do it, and at last, like the fight. Let the fight happen and go on and just go one-on-one and he will win. We knew that one.
Well, I want to ask a question about, this was awesome to look at, but there was another awesome moment from you guys when you took on the players of Zeus earlier on in this, in the matchup of Miramar. Now, along with Sandesh, Ayush, you were one of the people that was leading the charge into the fight. Like, you were the one who was charging in towards Godless behind the tree. So, what was the approach towards that fight? Because you had one guy just dive in and then the three of you came in from behind.
Our ISL gave the call and we need to go to the zone. So we need to push whoever the team was. So like I got the first knock on the Zeus and we go directly on it. We slammed in and we just killed them.
Well, perfect play again. I mean, Ayush, that was just very humble approach again to the entire interview, but a perfect play because again, when it comes to a team, it is always going to be about communication, and you just represented that it is going to be very crucial, very, very detrimental when it comes to, well, what are the calls like, what are the communication like, and to listen to your IGN. With that, let's have one final question from you guys.
Well, my question is just going to be like, are you guys, because we have heard this quite a lot, people are saving their strategies for the finals. Is it the same with PN Guru?
It was just something new tryout for like first week, and we are catching in the second week, but the third week, and the next day tomorrow, it's gonna be different.
Wow.
And we hope we'll get on the top.
Nice.
Well, absolutely, Ayush. Again, I'm pretty certain that the fans are certainly going to be rooting for you as well. With that sort of a play coming in from you guys, again, there's nothing stopping you. Congratulations once again. Again, best of luck also for the upcoming games.
Thank you so much.
All the best.
Absolutely, mate. But what a perfect lad. I mean, that is what is crucial, right? Because again, I mean, you guys have already every single time spoken about it, that when it comes to a team game, it has to be the communication that has to be on point every single time, and that needs to be that trust.
Yeah, trust, and I love the fact one more important thing that he mentioned was like there was just one call made.
Exactly.
We need to get to the zone, push whoever is in front of us.
Yep.
Just two things said, and the team just absolutely went on a domination.
Exactly. It just goes down to this thing only, right? Once you listen to the call, you have a really minute amount of time to just think about it, to filter it as per se, and if the call is right, if it hits the right time, it takes the players down.
It absolutely does, and that is what, of course, PN Crew has showcased, and so I'm sure so many other teams are doing that already. But with that, let's move on to game number 4. Let's bring on the schedule, and now we move on to this rainy map of Sanhok.
Exactly. I mean, talk about this one. The fast-paced map, as we like to call it, but sometimes even the fights don't start till the 15-minute marker, so it also depends on the way the players are playing it.
Exactly, but the best part of this map is you get to see a lot of team fights. Especially in this Erangel, we did see those individual players being picked off, like hardly 1 or 2 proper team fights were occurring. Other than that, most of them were third parties or individuals being caught out of position. But Sanhok, you get to see that a lot as the players are a little bit closer to each other, so the backup arrives a little bit faster. You get into scuffles a lot faster than usual.
So in this one, in the map chance, as we could see, DE is the one that might just take it, and that just happened, right? Because you remember yesterday DE had a good run onto this one map of Sanhok, so it might be theirs today as well. Because if we just talk about it, but PN Crew might just take this one as well, because every team hides something. And once it just unleash the beast, they unleash like the good gameplays for themselves.
Exactly, mate, and that is what is going to be crucial for these teams. And a few of them, again, I do want to point out a few of those teams that are at the bottom right now. Could we talk a little bit about them and what you expect from something like, again?
I think the most I can expect is from Seal 9 right now, because I want them to get to the 15th position and then see how fast can they tackle the team above them.
That is true. That is true. That is actually totally true. But I would say some teams like 7C and all, they might just come back because they were playing for a placement. Now, if they go for the kill department as well, they might just, unleash.
Well, with that, enough banter coming in from our side. It is time to move on along to our commentators. And this time around, once again, Erangel boys certainly seem to be on a detour throughout the day when it comes to second day of our Super Weekend. It is time to move on to, of course, XP and Blade that are going to be taking us through Sanhok.
Thank you again for that blotter, and I have to agree with him on this, XP. It looks like we're going to be going for a journey around the world. We've seen Erangel, we've seen Miramar. I'm ready for some pina coladas, I'm ready for some tropical climate. Just want to sit back, relax, and enjoy what should be another entertaining affair.
It is going to be entertaining indeed, and I kind of feel like losing my jacket over here because things are going to get heated up in Sanhok. Of course, as the analyst desk did kind of mention that, the battles are going to be there right from the get-go. Things are going to be getting a little bit sticky and icky right from the beginning, just the way we like it.
Sticky and icky, just the way you like it, XP. We're going to be jumping on in, they're not wasting much time. I do want to point out what Ocean mentioned on the desk, however, just a couple of minutes back. He did say that even though it's a map like Sanhok, the smallest map we have in the map pool currently, we have seen multiple games where the action does start pretty late. He even mentioned a 15-minute mock, which is, if you look at the side of Sanhok, it does look very unlikely.
See, the thing is, once you drop down, you are going to have those initial skirmishes, basically when you contest the drop spots. However, the contestants, they want to wait for the circle to do its drastic shifts. And of course, we are going to be looking up as the heavens above us have opened up. And well, Blay, something just took off.
It is indeed the players on their plane looking to drop down onto Sanhok once more. The plane path, it's... The thing with Sanhok is it's going to be from Hathin ending towards Kampong. The thing with Sanhok is, it doesn't really matter. It's such a tiny map. And the curious thing for me, why I do enjoy watching Sanhok and Miramar, especially during the Super Weekends, are we see a lot of Erangels. And Erangels, I feel like all of us have a pretty good understanding as to how these teams like to approach the early game. Sanhok and Miramar have, however, thrown a number of curveballs so far.
They have indeed, and talking about curveballs, something that catches my eye are the boys from Deadeyes Guys. Now, Hathin is where they usually drop and call it their home. However, this time, it seems like they are going to be heading towards the south side of Sanhok, possibly somewhere around the docks, or they might even just divert towards Kampong. Now, of course, the question is, where is the first circle going to form? And Mr. Crystal Ball, where are we going? You could not have guessed that. That was a bit too quick for you, but this time, we are going to have a little northern shift.
I was going to say north.
Of course you were. I believe you probably would have said 40% water as well, right?
100%. Yeah, there we go. With that being said, we take a look at the circle. And this is a bit interesting, right? Usually we've seen a more centralized first play zone on Sanhok, the few opportunities we've had to cast and watch this map. And that means a multitude of these teams like 7C, Blood Legion, we have Carnage, INES, Deadeyes Guys will have to make a move up north real quick.
Well, he's acting all gangster with that Tommy gun, letting a few shots loose. However, it looks like the hunters have become the hunted because Blood Legion, if you remember, on Erangel, usually contest Deadeyes Guys drop, and this time the tables have turned.
And the problem right now for Blood Legion, they are spread. Dominic and Leo are very far away from Gyro and Rayan. Like, there is no chance Gyro and Rayan are going to be able to reach this position to help their teammates out, and that could be a problem. Watersur with the shotty, trying to find a bit of an optimistic shot there onto Dominic. Dominic, his position compromise is going to heal himself up a little bit. Right now, it's about trying to extricate himself alongside his teammate from this position, but more members of Deadeyes Guys are arriving.
You did mention that Blood Legion are currently a bit far off from their teammates. Of course, Gyro and Rayan are all the way down south at the docks. Now, the information should have been conveyed that, hey guys, we have a little bit of an issue breaking out over here. We might need your help, and it does look like the boys are going to be moving in. Mind you, INES is pretty nearby Kampong as well. So, if they had the commotion, they might be coming in. And have a look at your mini-map right now. Deadeyes Guys are trying to engulf their prey like an amoeba. However, it could come to bite them in the backside later on because, like I said, Gyro and Rayan are on the move.
Hungry Box from the side, catching Dominic. He wasn't expecting that wide flank to come on in. And now Leo is going to try and provide a bit of covering fire for his teammate, but three members are going to be peeking him together, and he will be knocked as well. Backup was on its way. You can see Rayan as well as Gyro in the distance, but right now they might have to change their minds. They might have to leg it.
Well, all right, we have a couple of emotes over here, but the thing is, do the boys from Deadeyes Guys know that they could literally get bitten from behind? And of course, you want to add insult to injury, and one of them just got punched to death, Play.
I You know what? I love it. Oh, they're punching both of them to death. They eat, they emote, they dance, and then they take them down. That is so. Not only do you get knocked out so early in the game, but it's a bitter end as well. And you're gonna be feeling that. You're gonna be feeling that because this is the final outing for those two players for today. And tomorrow they better be gunning for Deadeyes, guys.
I mean, talk about adding insult to injury, talking about adding salt to a wound. That is what it kind of felt like. But of course, they are gentlemen as with sportsmanship. But now this is what I'm talking about. Gyro X gets Shifu, sir. Can they retaliate in kind?
Oh, Gyro's so lucky to survive. And now Deadeyes, guys, now they know where at least one member of Blood Legion are. They're going to be going in for the wipe here. They've already thrown the gauntlet down. They're telling Blood Legion, hey, like, it was so easy for us to wipe two of your members out. So Gyro at least getting a semblance of vengeance, getting that one kill. But is he going to find more?
Hungry Box definitely has the right idea. He is going out of his way to make sure he can get a little bit of height on the enemy as well, while Wadu and the rest are going to keep them at bay. But mind you, I did kind of mention INES early on. They are a bit to the east in Kampong. However, this is Sanhok, and you can pretty much hear everything all around.
Yeah, the sounds of these guns rattling off will definitely be heard by INES, but INES opting to take a more safer route, heading towards, Kampong, then maybe up through Lakawi. The thing is, are they going to be following that road, or are they going to be crossing over through the greenery? Because if they do follow the road, there's DRS lying in wait in the play zone, and right next to them is a team you don't want to go up against. It's StalwartFlex.
It is StalwartFlex, and if they start flexing, ooh, things can get pretty dicey for you. However, as far as INES go, what they're going to do, in my opinion, is they're going to wait for the first circle, bear a little damage from the blue zone, and then they're going to start making their way up north. Now, they are going to go towards Lakavi, but of course, the replay on our screens, the assistance not coming in as quick as it possibly should have, but of course, we are going to have a little bit of dance emojis on our screens, and there you go. I like the fact that while one of them, kind of dances and is basically dissing the enemy, the other one bows down to him. He's like, hey, buddy, this is all part and parcel of the game. Sometimes you get us, but this time we got you.
I like it. I love it. I love a little bit of I wouldn't even call it BM, right? It's just a little bit of spice. We're old school XP.
Oh, yeah.
We know what we've done in the past in various video games, and it's always fun. A little bit of extra mental game coming in there into play, and that is definitely another facet of how you approach any competition for that matter. Gyro, he is still being hunted. He is still being pushed away, and he's spotted out by Hungry Box. He lays down the lead, and with that, Rayan is going to be the lone man standing for Blood Legion. He's out in the distance. I believe he has been spotted out. I don't think he has. But the fact that they know where Gyro is means they can definitely sniff him out.
They can sniff him out, and to be honest with you, at this point, they got to cut their losses. Now, Rayan, the question is, does he want to shoot, give his position away against 4 members who are out for blood? As far as Deadeyes guys go, of course, Hungry Box opening this little skirmish up, getting that knock on Gyro. In my opinion, he should probably back off right now if he wants to get those placement points. Otherwise, it could be quite devastating for this team. Again, have a look at this. They have an idea where the enemy's going to be. They're not knocking him down as yet.
Are they going to punch him?
Goodness,
oh, no. All right. That was at least a quick end. It was a quick end. They didn't dance over his body.
A coup de grace, if you will.
The coup de grace, but you still have to find the final member, and they might know there's only that one compound, right? And they're wondering, is he towards a down helicopter perhaps? But Rayan, he can hear the commotion, he can hear the footsteps as the predators close on in. The prey, will it strike back? He's got a couple of health kits to work with. He's got that M4, and they are triangulating into his position. He spots that one player. They are relentless indeed. Deadeyes guys looking for the kill, and he's going to immediately go for the spray. Finds one, gets a knock, but he gets finished off. And Deadeyes guys, relentless hunters. They finish off Blood Legion, losing a player in the process, but man, you got to feel for Blood Legion there. It almost felt inevitable.
It did, and it was a long time coming, to be honest with you, because time in and time out, Blood Legion, especially on Erangel, these guys contested them at Rozhok. Again, like I said, time in and time out. Every single game, they were right up in their faces. So I think Deadeyes guys just wanted to, return the favor, so to speak. But as we have a look at the circle, before it does kind of implode in on itself, everyone is looking comfortable except DRS and StalwartFlex, who are on a collision course, and no vehicles are involved. They're going to be running into each other really soon.
They are. T2K's actually gonna get their hands on that drop up north. I wonder what that drop contains. And here we go. Footsteps heard. Mafia Ninja aware. Spots out Johnny. Johnny slowly falling on back. They're all grouping up together. Galton's a distance away. He could be a surprise package here from the distance, laying down a bit of covering fire, but Mafia Ninja's position has been compromised. And Johnny, instead of taking the fight with the guns, he's going to be deploying, lobbing a number of nades. Crypto, very lucky to be alive here. He's going to heal himself in the nick of time. Mafia Ninja as well, extremely low. An early exchange of utility, but no one going down just yet.
No one going down just yet, and StalwartFlex, it does look like on paper they have the little upper hand, they have that ridge to work around. However, danger could be lurking sooner or later near them, as INES, like I did mention, they were going to brave the blue zone just for a little bit because they don't want to lose out on their position points. They could potentially come in and stab them in the back. However, as you did mention, DRS's Galzin was in a wonderful position to thwart any flanks as far as StalwartFlex go.
Mafia Ninja still lying prone. And I like how StalwartFlex are being very wary. They're not crossing the crest of this gentle hill. They wait, they bide the time, working in pairs. A bit of a different approach compared to DRS, where they have everyone kind of strewn a little, I wouldn't say too isolated, but they are a bit of a distance away, while StalwartFlex opting to play in pairs of two. Mr. Boro is going to run away, and they're going to be trying to play for the zone here.
Have a look at Galzin's position on your screen right now, high up to the right. Now that is going to be basically blocking off that right flank as far as Stalwart goes, and there you have it. I was talking about it. Shots have been fired.
Indeed, it's actually going to be Mafia Ninja, who hadn't moved for so very long. He's out in the blue. He's still going to go prone as a battle is breaking out now between the two members of StalwartFlex we saw going for that flank, and they come up against INES, which is not going to make things easy for them, and it's going to be Newt who's going to drop Johnny. Refuse is going to fall to Gazor, and INES, they're going to be happy with this one. It's going to be a free couple of kills for them. Johnny alive for a couple more seconds, but he should be finished off here by Newt. And INES still in the blue, but they're very close to the play zone. The problem for them is going to be they had those 2 kills, right? But once they push on up, they're going to be facing against not just the 2 surviving members of Stalwart Gaming, but DRS, who are now very well aware as to where INES are coming in from.
Also, mind you, INES are going to have an idea that, yes, they're not going to be 4, but perhaps 8 people up ahead from 2 different squads. Again, you know, all those audio cues are going to give the positions away, as Gazor is going to get taken down by Mafia Ninja's M4.
Well, there we go. Clutch. Nade to try and finish off
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, that's almost perfect. Actually goes a little deep, a little too deep,
Too
in
deep.
fact. And the res might be coming on in. Clutch might spot out AJ. This could be a problem. AJ tossing in a nade of his own, but that trajectory is a dead giveaway as to where he is, and they're going to be able to triangulate the position. A multitude of nades being tossed in by AJ. Mr. Burrow trying to provide a little bit of suppressive fire, but AJ needs to take a fight here. Clutch coming in from the side. He's going to spot the player out, goes for the spray. He's going to knock the second player down, as well as one will be taken on down. Mr. Burrow now trying to get a little bit of vengeance, and the nade is brilliant, as a knock will take place. Clutch behind the tree. He does have a bit of time to work with, but the blue is starting to deal a bit of damage. And now, Mr. Boro, what does he do? Does he try and keep them at bay? He should be, though. He is inside of the play zone. Not yet. The circle has actually moved on in. He's actually taking damage from the blue as well.
Now, right now, Galzin's aim obviously is going to be trained on this location. However, he needs to come in and assist his teammate a little bit, because Mr. Boro left it a bit too late to provide that cover fire. And who knows, Mafia Ninja could have been up. AJ does make it, and the revive is going to come in. Now, Galzin, this is pivotal for him. He needs to make sure no one crosses in between these two houses.
So INES, even though they got the early knock, a good reply coming in from Mr. Boro and getting the res, making it a little bit more interesting. Meanwhile, Zeus are being very quiet. They're being extremely quiet, but they can spot out at least a couple of members of Carnage, and they know exactly where Praveen is. Ziolt waiting, holding his line, trying to await the perfect opportune moment to go for the kill.
Mind you, have a look at the minimap. You see those 2 members of Zeus on the right? Now, they have an angle, and I'm talking about Godless and Icy. They are going to be up on the roof of those houses, and it's going to be a team effort. It's going to be a couple of knocks that come in as far as Zeus go. Of course, Zion needs to make sure he holds that trigger discipline, doesn't let loose a few bullets too early, as it looks like Venom Legends are picking a fight with PN Crew.
Venom Legends are indeed picking the fight. And Crew, they had a spectacular game earlier today. It was Sunday who pulled off probably, it's up there with Jiggle's clutch. One of the biggest plays we've seen so far from an individual in PMPL Season 3. And right now, they're not looking so good. They have lost a member already. Venom Legends are doing a pretty good job keeping them at bay. And that nade is almost perfect. A second follow-up, that could be it for Killer.
That's a bit too far
A little too deep, but for now he's alive, as we have StalwartFlex, the 2 surviving members now They're taking the fight to INES, who have managed to push. No, they're still out in the blue. That could get messy.
They were lucky that the circle was kind of towards their side, of course. So that action is taking place at Mong Nai, which kind of gave DRS Gaming a little opportunity to basically scurry out of harm's way. However, Deadeyes Guys, they kind of anticipated the fact that, the commotion took place a little bit north to them, and they could be potentially in a position to lay down the herd as far as DRS goes. But right now, Crypto, with a knock, in fact, to finish on a member of INES, as Clutch and Geisha are trying to get out of harm's way through the blue once again.
But they're being gate-kept so well by these two members, and INES, they have to run back into the blue, and now the blue is dealing...
Lucky with the circle again, Lay.
How lucky can it get? They've been in the blue for so very long, but it's right in front of them for the past 5 minutes, but they still need to move on in, and it's still not going to be easy.
I like what Clutch is doing. They realize that, they're going to have those little compounds over here. He is going to go up north and then kind of tune in a little north of Mongai. In fact, just north of those fields that we have over here. And let me just tell you one thing. Amongst the bones of these ancient creatures, Manish is picking a fight against 4 members from A1 Esports. That is quite a ballsy move.
I've always wondered what the hell this skeleton is, but we can talk about that later on. The nades are going to be going past as Manish is burning alive. Fortunately, he's not burning too much. He's going to be able to heal himself up, but as you pointed out, he's kind of all by his lonesome, and Jax is going in for the long flank around. Dante is going to spot him out. Manish going to be pushing on in because he does have backup arriving, and Dante, he needs to try and keep Manish at bay. Manish pushing on in, is missing all his shots, and Dante taking a bit of damage as well. There's just a battle of attrition between these two players, and Dante, how is he still standing? Fine, he's going to fall. Manish trying to finish off the job. He's going to come around the bones, and instead, he's going to opt to go for the rest, which is the priority he is going with, as Jiggle will fall in the meantime. Carnage, they need every member alive here to take this fight. In A1, Jax, I thought he'd actually push on in and try and get the flank, but instead he tried to reposition himself, but he can still win this duel here. Manish taking a lot of damage, but he needs to go for the reload, and that's the opportunity for Manish to finish off his fallen teammate as another team joins the fray. 1952 just running on up, taking out Snipe, taking out Manish, and Carnage have been pretty much obliterated by another team, and they're down to the 1 member left standing.
Talk about being opportunistic parasites, because there's this, there's a lot of bones over there, and someone is picking at whatever flesh is left all around. And 952, of course, are going to come in and finish off Snipe YT. Now, Prabeen, the last man standing for Carnage, knows that, well, his team have pretty much met their maker, and he's the last man standing. So he needs to have his wits about him, as 1952 can potentially take on the remaining members of A1 Esports. But have a look at that. Zeus, they know that they are still in the circle, and Paradise Resort is still what they want to call home.
The curious thing is, Carnage down to 1 player, A1 down to the 1 player, that is Jackson. And we've seen Jackson this scenario multiple times, right? So Paradise Resort, well, I'll tell you what, it's not looking very Paradise-esque for a lot of these teams, apart from 1952. And as a zone, Prabeen, he's the last man alive. And if there's one team you don't want to go up against when it's the last man alive, what is he doing, Zul?
He knows it. He knows someone's here.
No.
You got to keep one thing in mind, because they had this little skirmish, they had a little standoff for quite some time. Zul definitely knows, and I think he might want to go for the pan kill. I want to see some action over here. Maybe he's waiting for his teammate to come around.
If he does this, he will be my favorite player of all time.
He will go down in history as a legend, is what is going to happen. But now he switched out his weapon once again. He's still keeping his angle. He knows someone's there. He's trying to peek around the corner. Now, if he does jump, he might just spot the enemy. But now, again, I like the fact that he's being patient.
He knows.
Zeus this time around now, again, they're a team that just pick up a weapon and literally try and hunt every single person on the server. I like the fact that they are exhibiting a bit of trigger discipline, but he has a good position, of course. Why do you want to mess that up? But now the question is, where is the circle going to go? Because any second now, it is going to make a drastic shift, as Rafat is going to be really happy that he gets that Groza. Again, a weapon you want in this map. And looks like Paradise Resort is still in the circle, which means Zeus are still going to be holding their ground.
There's going to be a bit of a skirmish towards Tatmark as well. We have Venom Legends, who will be pushing in after they picked up these guns. And they're going to be going up against Seal 9. Rafat's going to get the first knock onto Seal 9, Spooky on his knees. And that's going to be Inky, Monkey, and Roy pushing on up to provide a bit of cover. Rafat dodging these bullets, using those trees as some cover, but he won't be able to avoid the bullets from Inky. back and forth go the trades. Monkey will be knocked down as well. As Frankie from T2K out of nowhere, they're going to join the fray and they're going to come in from behind. And now Venom Legends are in a bit of a pickle. Rafford will be finished off by Frankie, stealing the kill away from Seal9. And T2K suddenly looking like they're in a good spot.
If they've been keeping an eye on the kill feed, they'll know that, well, there you go. Before I could even finish my sentence, one squad has been wiped out. But this is what I'm talking about. They still know someone else is out there, and they know it's Seal9. They are not going to be stopping their little progression, their little advance towards the enemy, because, of course, A, they need to make it to the circle, and B, they need to rack up those kills if they really want to climb up high on the leaderboard once again. And now, Zeus are going to have to face off another, and Probeen, mind you, is still in that same position we left him. Uh-oh.
Joker, do they know?
Uh-oh.
I think they know. I think they know.
The car is giving his position away.
Yeah, the car is alive, XP. There we go. Might be a Tesla. You never know. 7C, aware the Joker might be nearby. But they're going to be fading away from the position. Multitude of nades popping off. And it is going to be Seal9 now. Taking the fight at T2K. He had all 4 players alive. And Seal9's like, well, thank you so much for helping us out there by taking out Venom Legends. And let us repay you the favor. But not in kind.
Not in kind. And that is a little mishap on T2K's parts. Again, they should have kind of anticipated that. And should have moved in right there and then before Seal9 had a chance to basically recuperate. But like I said, Deadeyes Guys elsewhere in the Paradise Resort are taking the fight against Z3us Esports. They've got to be careful again. Oh my goodness, that was a good nade. That Molotov is actually going to be right hitting its mark as well. But Heaven X, they have the right utility usage, but I like the way 7C are just avoiding everything that is thrown at them. Oh my goodness, that scared me. That grenade felt like it was coming straight at my face. But Heaven over here, I mean, I'm just going to keep going oohs and ahs right now because he almost got blown to smithereens.
Close but no cigar though, and they still need to get these knocks here as Seal9 now spotting out Jane out in the open. Well, good night, Jane. Wait, what?
I mean,
what?
Okay.
How did none of those bullets hit? Like, explain.
The blue zone acts as a barrier as well, which blocks bullets every now and then. You know, it's one of those little ridge glitches that we do have at this distance in Sanhok. So you've got to keep in mind that you might be able to see the person's head. However, there's a little bit of a ridge that you can't really get across. And now INES is nude. Wait a second, that better be a smoke grenade on his position. Otherwise, his teammate is going to blow him up.
They're good. INES, all three players still alive. Ironic has dropped. They have taken quite a bit of damage as Clutch will be knocked on down. They're using the smoke for a little bit of cover. But so many teams, 2 members down now. It's all on Newt. And he needs to deploy that utility. Utsarga running in. The 2 members alive. Your INES Gazo spotted up by Jane from T2K, who was right inside the play zone for the time being. Clutch spotted out, finished off. Gazor, the bullet trying to find him. It does actually deal a bit of damage, but it looks like he's found some semblance of a cover, and he might be getting rezzed here unless Jane finishes him off. But Jane needs to make a move. The blue coming to the rescue off the team, but in turn he will be found out. Gazor will be knocked on by the blue, and Utsarga is going to be the last member left alive for his team, and he needs to make a little bit of haste. Zeus being forced to move as well.
Utsarga is going to make his way inside as Z3us Leos is going to go in for the revive. The right call over here. Again, you need to know your map if you want to make moves like this. Jumping over fences.
Jumping over fences, and INES getting taken down in the meantime. Turulov, 7C pushing on up. They need to go in the res onto Rig, as the res will take place for Zeus right above High Voltage in the meantime, getting eliminated. And Leo now, he's had enough. He wants to take the fight here. He spots out a couple of plays. Immediately he just manages to launch himself over the corner, but there was a player waiting for him. It was going to be Zol, but Zol not quite able to get the knock. And the blue just pushing on in. It's a battle between the blue and the players. Everyone getting knocked left, right, and center. And it looks like, in the meantime, amongst all the pandemonium, PN crew will be taken down. 7C as well, I believe, are down to the 1 member. Zeus, even though they've lost 2 players, 2 more have pushed on into safety.
And also keep in mind that they are not in the blue zone, which means that the boys from 7Cs are going to take a little bit more damage, and all they have to do is get a high spot. There you have it. Icy is going to have the right idea in his mind, but fair knockdown. They are kind of waiting for that revive to come in. How the tables have turned once more. Mr. Smokey, we too, you have your work cut out for you.
The other Mongolian team in the server C line also getting eliminated. Teams are just falling like
done.
flies right now, XP, as the circle is brutal indeed, and it's going to be out in the open, pretty much a little bit of cover here. And StalwartFlex, can we take a look at the map real quickly right now? StalwartFlex, the 2 members still alive, right north of the circle. The rest comes in for Crypto, and they're going to be heading into the empty part of the zone. And from down south, it is going to be a bloodbath as A1. It is going to be A1 going up against 1952. Entry will be taken down, and Jax, remember, the lone man standing, he is basically, not just basically, he is literally in a 1v4. He converts it to a 1v3. He's got the right angle. Can he survive though? He's got an AK. He's going to immediately try and make a run for it, but 1952 are trying to go in for the finish, and Jax just mounting himself over. He's going to fight another one, but he doesn't quite get the finish, does not manage to get the knock, and it is going to be Jax going down alongside A1.
Props to C Minor for kind of anticipating that move and setting up his flank perfectly. Now they need to cut their loss. The revive is not going to come in even though he can crawl. Oh, actually, they might just pick up their last member. But now, Godless has an idea with Joker is, and Joker, his work is going to be cut out. He's going to come out in the open. He's going to get shot, but who's going to take him out as C Minor finds himself under fire from StalwartFlex?
Wait, how did Joker survive that? I don't know. There we go. He's been finally taken out by IC. Now to find down to the final 3 teams, and 5 players left alive in a circle. This is going to get brutal indeed. Crypto is still very much alive. Godless has been spotted out by Tawfik, and Tawfik taking damage from the blue and is still trying to get the knock, which he will. And Godless now on his knees, bleeding out. It's 4 alive and 2 teams in contention. IC in a 1v2 because Godless, there's no chance for him.
There might still be a chance because he has made it to the circle, and that smoke deployed up ahead as far as IC's position go is like the perfect decoy. But the question is, how will IC make it to his teammate? Because, well, he just might swat Crypto. There you go, a few shots being laid down, and it is a 2v2 situation. But the thing is, I wonder if they know that someone's downstairs. Yes, they do, because Godless was just shot upon, and now, you know what? He just might have given Crypto a chance to move in, but Uzum coming in for that flank. Godless been taken out. It's going to be a 1v2, but again, I'm not going to rule anything out against IC.
IC, 1v2. We know what flows in his veins. It's not blood, it's cold ice.
Oh.
The flames, however, are going to make it not so icy.
That's a
Might
good
force
one.
him out of his position. That's a fantastic
Just a
Molotov.
little
A little short, though, as you pointed out, XP. And those rocks are on fire for right now. For the time being, though, all StalwartFlex have to do is keep him at bay. The circle is not favoring Zeus right now. So what options do IC have? He has to take a fight. He does deal a bit of chip damage onto Crypto. Crypto's got a tree for cover. Does he have any utility remaining is the question.
Right now, as far as the comms for StalwartFlex go, Uzum is definitely going to be keeping an eye on the left side of the rock for his point of view as Crypto makes sure that he covers it right now. IC does kind of get through. He does have a little bit of a wall for cover, but just barely. Crypto is coming in. I like the fact that he is fully boosted up. Crypto, are you going to make this little bit of a push in? Now, this is just confusion. He wants to make sure he is there while his teammate comes in from the other side.
They're playing this to perfection, aren't they? Not giving a chance, not a chance in hell for the side of IC. And in the blue, it is going to be played to absolute perfection. And correct me if I'm wrong, that is StalwartFlex getting the first chicken dinner in the Super Weekend.
It is indeed, and we've all been wondering this question, that where is that chicken dinner? Because they've been getting those high, consistent placement points indeed. However, they didn't have a chicken dinner to their name, and I made the joke, maybe they're vegetarian, but well, we're going to break a few rules over here because the boys are walking away the winners here in Sanhok.
They win it so convincingly as well. And again, we pointed out earlier, we saw that circle, we saw the final place, and we're like, wait, StalwartFlex are in the best position right now. They even had the player down to the blue, and that was Crypto. He gets res, and I feel it's a very well-deserved chicken dinner. It took a while for them to get it, but they get it in the end.
That position you were talking about at the north was against T2K when they had that little bit of a last skirmish. Right now, as they were coming down, in my mind, I'm thinking, wait a second, there's more cover towards Paradise Resort, but of course, Z3us Esports, they couldn't really handle all that commotion from multiple teams, and StalwartFlex over here again played it to perfection. Mind you, Crypto was just dancing around while his teammate would have been on the left flank, so they would have secured their win regardless.
Speaking of dancing around, I'm still not going to forget this this entire thing between Deadeyes Guys and Blood Legion. A little bit of bad blood. You know what? I love it. I want to see more of it, but XP, take this one.
Well, you do want to see some more action. I want to see some more action. I'm sure all of you watching at home want to see some more action. So what we're going to do is take a quick little break. We'll be right back after this.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the
welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We are in the second Super Weekend, day number 2, and it is off to a bonkers start from 16 teams in the lobby. It is looking really good as of now. With that, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F9 Pro, hashtag book up your fun. I'm your host, Blotto. Let's move on to our analysts and ask them, when it comes to this rainy map, what did you guys predict, and was it to your expectation?
Well, it was raining teams up until the end, where we reached the 20-minute marker in the game, and we still have 13 teams alive with individual players. Yeah.
Exactly, and all of a sudden we saw just 2 teams alive after that. But talk about Hungry Boxer, the MVP of the game from DE. 3 kills, 732 damage, 1 assist, and 35 healing done. And that too, 19-minute marker survival.
And also, talking about DE, hey, revenge!
Exactly.
Revenge is a dish best served cold, and well, they sort of taught that lesson to the players of XP Blood Legion, wherein this time it was DE who were the ones dishing out the punches.
Well, if we talk about the contribution for themselves, look at Hungry Box's kill contribution.
29.0.
It goes like 1/3 of his own entire, because obviously, almost, but 29.1% kills for his own self. Talk about his survival. So he's not focusing on survival. Once he starts doing that, I would say he's going to go even better.
Yeah, but that's the thing. In order to survive more, you have to be less aggressive. And if he goes less aggressive, then the kills are going to stop coming in. Well, not stop entirely, but they're going to slow down. But also, one thing I would like to point out in that donut was the fact that he did not take that much damage as well. So he sort of tends to be a little safe as well when taking those fights. And that is something that you need to focus on.
Top-notch play. Top-notch play coming in from the entirety of this team, I would say. But along with that, let's have a look at the top players coming in from this game.
From this, we could see, alright, so Crypto's out here, 4 kills, 476 damage, 24 minutes of survival time. Even Esports' Jax is here with 3 kills and 2 survival time out here. But Icy with 3 kills. I mean, Zeus and StalwartFlex, that was a really good fight to see in the final moments. I mean, Godless was taken down early on. So, otherwise, had there been one extra player, it could have been like one extra helping hand, probably.
Another interesting 1v1 situation sort of arose close to the, not close to, well, in fact, at the skeleton area, where we did see Dante from A1 Esports take on one of the players from Carnage Esports. That was the perfect display of the skills these players have, because for around 10 seconds, both of them were not able to take each other down, and both of them were sort of moving quite perfectly, jiggling in and out of those shots, dropping down the HP bars, but the knock did not come in for a while.
But you know what? Who capitalized? 1952.
Yeah.
The third party coming in perfectly for them. With that, of course, they were able to rack up quite a number when it comes to those kill departments. Let's have a look at the match rank, and of course, we know StalwartFlex took a chicken dinner. Well, this time around, not double digits, but when it comes to the aggression, so that's good, because the entire lobby is part of it.
Yeah, this was a game of patience if you want to talk about this, right? Because when we talk about the fights that were happening, right, it was not like every team just going in, because we saw so many teams surviving. So it was like the kills were bent to be distributed in top 8, and that's one thing, because you can see INES also with 6 kills, T2K with as many kills as 952 and Stalwart. So kills were like distributed in this one.
And that is something that was clearly visible throughout the game as well, as we did say. I mean, up until the 21-minute marker, you see 13 teams alive, but it's just the individual players. Everyone was basically getting third party the moment they tried to go for a team fight. The only full-on team fight that we did see was the very first one, that was Deadeyes Guys taking on the players of XB.
Absolutely, mate, and that of course was a crucial one, because that rivalry that was set up has now kind of started getting into necks of both of them. Well, we'll have to see, of course. There's only day 2 of this wonderful Super Weekend. Let's move on to the zone analysis and find out, when it comes to those rotations on the map of Sanhok, how did it fare, because the circle was not favored.
First of all, it was that northern circle that no one kind of anticipated, but then the circle was slowly and steadily moving on to the Tatmok Paradise Resorts area, so every team just had to move there, and that's where Carnage was, that's where Zeus already had their hands onto those areas. Even Esports, that was a good rotation, but this is where INES and Stalwart, they were coming up to from the areas of Mongna to get those kill points, to get those numbers. Stalwart, they only had to see INES from their backsides. Once they knew that the backside is pretty good, they can just rush in for the circle and just get a hold of a good area.
Also, good thing that worked out for them was the fact that INES also went up to the northern side, where we did see them come straight down or try and make an attempt to go in that direction, but the players of Skylight Gaming just getting delayed into their rotations because of 1952 being in front of them and, well, not being able to push in towards the circle.
Well, beautiful play. I would say that's just perfect play coming in from so many of these teams, as they were able to get at least, if nothing else, walk away with 1 point. And that is good. But
Yeah.
let's combine all of these efforts from the entire lobby and move on to the open moments as the aggression, the rivalry we set up between Deadeyes Guys and XP Legion.
I mean, once they knew that obviously you know what they were dealing with, they already had to just charge in, and they started up with everything, just took the players down, were ready for the other fights that were happening, and once Ryan was the last one surviving, he knew if he has to take one down, he had to do it and had to finish, but that did not happen, and that's where DE got the best hold of this fight as of now. But now talking about the other fights, and you know, as everyone was moving in, INES Clutch, he tried really good, but first of all, it's the circle, then it's the players, plus an open area. Things just pan out sometimes wrong.
Yeah, I mean, aggression is not always going to work out for him. This is the moment I was talking about, Manish going up against Dante. This was a good 1v1 between these two lads.
Exactly. I mean, those things kind of happen, right? You only had. First of all, you're in an open area, plus you have that backbone cover all for yourself. So those things kind of just, you know, get a hold of the best areas around the fights.
Plus, it sort of showcases what all you need to do in order to survive, in order to take down your opponent.
Yes.
They were jiggling, they were dropping down at the right time, just getting up when the opening was there, take their shots and, well, get their aim right. But then Z3us Esports getting a little too aggressive against 7Cs, they lose out on a few of their own.
Exactly. But right now, this is where even Esports, you know, a really good effort coming out from the last player, but then 1952 had the best of everything, and this was the final fight. You can see Crypto did not have any vest on himself, his helmet was also totally damaged, but at the end, all they knew was that, you know, they had to just do everything for that fight for themselves, and they got the best of it.
And they walk away with, well, $1,000 right here. StalwartFlex looking strong, of course. When it comes to the entirety of this lobby, everybody was able to chime in to those kills, and thus we've got a pretty neat damage histogram right now.
This is a good one.
Yes, exactly. Because we don't see anyone with 0 kills. Like, everyone did get the opportunity to take those fights, and they made it count. Especially in the case of PN Crew, 132 damage being converted to 1 kill.
But talk about DE, right? 1294 damage, but that is too at the backside.
Yeah,
right.
So this is where you can talk about going over aggressive, because you know we've seen this case with Zeus as well a number of times. When they sometimes have like 8 kills or 9 kills at the lower area, but they have like 1600 damage or something. So there's a thin line in being aggressive and over aggressive. That's one thing you gotta just remember, because if it's the early stages of the fights, if you're shooting someone, they'll be shooting at you as well, because their helmet and vest are totally proper.
Well, again, Ocean, the conversation for that entire saga moves on down towards, well, where are you at when it comes to the overall rankings, you know, because you need to be able to rack up those points. For that, aggression is a must, and in that, we know for a fact, well, these teams, they do not like to back out.
No one likes to back out, and I don't think anyone is going to back down. But, well, Stalwart Esports, they are making their way into the top 10 again with this game coming in. 167 points. So the difference with between them and Deadeyes Guys, it's well, basically not there. Just 2 points separating the two teams, 10 to the 8th position. So we're going to see a few changes coming in, but after that, I think it's going to take a while before A1 Esports, unless they have a good game, unless they have a decent game even, before they take on Seal Esports.
Imagine talking about this one, right? DRS and Zeus. The difference was really close when the day started.
Now it's massive.
Now it's massive. DRS, they need to get one good game, you know, just to end their day. Probably if they can just, you know, start off with the closer deal again for tomorrow. But right now, Seal 9, 74, 77. Next game is where they might just see themselves above R3D.
They have to, because if they manage to do that, once again, let me remind you guys, we still have one more day for the Super Weekend. So that means an opportunity for them to potentially go up and close the distance between them and XB Blood Legion. That has to be something that you need to keep an eye. You need to keep an eye on, and also for INES as well, there's the opportunity to take on the players of F4, push themselves up to the 17th position, a little bit closer to the top 16. So when eventually R3D actually comes down to 16, they can take them over.
Absolutely, and that's of course going to be the hope coming in from this team, because after all, they've got only those few matches that they've played, and they still have so many more to be able to chime in along with that aggression. Now it's time to have a look at the schedule and find out where are we moving on towards for this final game of our second Super Weekend.
Alright, well, Erangel once again. Obviously, this is going to be the final Erangel for the day. And just to sum everything up, you know, T2K, PN Crew, Seal 9 and StalwartFlex have had their share of good chicken dinners. If they want more, they can get it in this one. But it still comes down to, you know, where the circle will be. I would love to see, I mean, me and Fixes were talking about it like I guess yesterday or something, and we were saying like we missed those woodcutter areas, the lumberjack circles, or probably like the lower side of Yasna to the open circle where it goes down to Yasna, Shelter, Milta, those areas, because that's where you could see some teams focus more on the rotations. The team, suppose it's like a team that goes very pure. They'll have to think of how do we rotate? Do we go to the military base and then get to the other bridge, or maybe do we get from the Pochinki's area? So those things might just be, you know.
Well, guys, another thing to talk about is going to be, we've got a rivalry set up, of course, from XP Blood Legion and Deadeyes Guys. Another rivalry that has been set up just for the map of Erangel is going to be, of course, 1952 and StalwartFlex. Yep.
That is also quite an interesting situation. I did not get to see that fight again in the last match. I would love to see it at this one. Also, if, Ocean is going to be requesting the gods of PUBG Mobile for circles, North Giorgio. That's not a bad one.
If we see a North Giorgio Everest circle, Everest to North Giorgio, something circle, some circle like that, then it's you kind of get to understand that it's a Zeus game.
Exactly.
Because you remember when Zeus and Seal had a really good rotation onto the upper side and they got hold of first and second position for themselves.
True. But here's the thing about Zeus as well. They've been changing the drop locations quite a lot these days.
That's the best part, because that again will be based on what the flight path is going to be. If the flight path is deviated completely from that Giorgio Pole area, and still we get a circle based on that.
I mean, that's like
that would be the cool part.
So that's a lot of variables. Lot of variables.
I mean, it just goes like, hey, if we don't know what we are going to choose, how will our opponents know about it?
Exactly, mate. Because nobody knows. When it comes to the circle, you know for a fact it does not favor anybody. It is time to step into the final game of our second Super Weekend, day number 2. It is time to move on to the duo who have been taking us through Erangel. For now, it is going to be, of course, none other than Paintfixers joined in with Necro.
Well, thank you so much, Lakshay. And well, we were having this conversation about Team Zeus, and we do know for a fact that they are your leader toppers, right? They are the leaderboard rulers, and might as well go in for some experiments. But Necro, now I'm gonna put you on the spot. Now we have seen this fight happen twice. Deadeyes, Blood Legion. Again, everyone wants to know, who do you think is gonna get this one?
Between them two?
Yes, the duel.
I really feel like it might be Blood Legion.
Blood Legion? I think I'm gonna side with Deadeyes this time, because the last time when they
that
came
means
in,
we have a rivalry between us now.
Yeah, we've got different opinions, not a rivalry, and I might not want to call out that you're a big man. And well, here we go, heading into Erangel, and I'm really keen as to where the flight path trajectory is gonna be. And well, it looks like it's going all the way from Sosnovka military base towards Stava.
Yeah, exactly. Now, plane flight path, I really feel like I've seen this same kind of plane flight path just a bit to the left side. I think so yesterday was when we saw the same kind of flight path. But again, now, this will be kind of like deja vu, at least for me. And when we see such kind of plane flight path, I really feel like this might be a military circle.
Military circle is what you're calling for. But I do not want to see another Gadka circle. I think we've had enough of that. We've had enough of those Gadka circles right from this entire week. So many of them. For a change of taste, I would like something happening around maybe Zarki or Kameshki, because, well, I'm asking for too much. But this time, however, Blood Legion, they are heading off towards Novoripnoe.
Yeah, I mean, talking about circle changes, you know, in the last previous game of Sanhok, we saw quite a, different circle. Because the most of the circle was actually inside waterways, and this is where, the trickier part starts. Because you don't really have a lot of cover. But take a look at the early fight, which might be potentially panning out. Blood Legion going towards Novoripnoe, and Skylight Gaming blocking their ways.
I mean, earlier we used to have Future Station going there, but the fight has already begun as Heaven has managed to spot out the players over here, wiping out Dominic, already getting knocked out. Now, both these teams had no idea that they would be going towards Novoripnoe, because they had sort of figured this one out. Like, Future Station is not playing, that area is vacant for us, might as well go and try. And similar thoughts lead to certain disasters, but talking about disastrous things, we have the circle again, which potentially looks like maybe an Everest circle. I really want to cast that.
But I mean, you just said you don't really want to see a Gadka circle.
Yeah, so that's why I went Everest.
You jinxed it. You jinxed it, Fixes, not gonna lie. But again, Blood Legions is one of those teams who don't really have their drop location solidified, so they are kind of getting punished for it. Of course, if you're going to be having your main located drop spot, then of course a lot of teams would maybe try to avoid dropping there. And Blood Legion kind of throwing a lot of curveball onto the enemy teams, but this time that curveball is not going to be favoring them, as Skylight Gaming has already taken out Dominic from their roster.
Now, Venom Legends must be cribbing about the fact they did not go to their old drop location, which was just towards those western quarry compounds, right? So, had they been there, now they would have had a rather easier time rotating around, and this is where we do see Dominic getting knocked out in the process as, well, the kills are getting confirmed. Now, Skylight Gaming also went off with a rather new drop. And INES, I believe, are the ones who are going to have that massive advantage because we have so many teams on the eastern side. So some early game skirmishes is what I'm expecting right now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, me too as well, Some early game skirmishes I'm definitely expecting because, I mean, again, okay, so it seems like a little bit of problematic start for Zeus. Leo's going down. And we do not expect such kind of mistakes. But again, as you did mention, you want to see some early skirmishes happening. Now take a look at the Skull and Rozhok area. Deadeyes and High Voltage are right next to each other. And Havoc being the man who's the closest to them. And now, High Voltage, I really feel like the fight will be quite interesting to witness between them. But talking about fights happening, another fight is happening between the players of Skylight Gaming and Blood Legion. A lot of utilities being used, and Skylight Gaming seems like they are going to be quite precise with using those utilities. And no, that's way too far away.
Neither of the teams can afford to take these fights. They need to focus on looting and getting the hell out of there, because already Blood Legion are taking one casualty and they might not want to get more, but that's a good retreat, something that I absolutely like. But at the same time, I mean, every single time you're trying to loot, you have to be very conscious about your surroundings, and this is where Heaven is gonna go charging in.
We're seeing a lot of confidence being shown from the side of Skylight Gaming. Sometimes it can actually root in your favor, but sometimes it cannot. So a lot of confidence is not really good. Yeah, but we are seeing Chari, getting real up close and personal, closing out the distance on the players of Blood Legion. But Blood Legion are quite scattered out, and that might be also quite detrimental for this entire happening, as the first opening has been found. Leo going down, and the kill will be confirmed instantly as Heaven is going to be in those clotheslines, confirming the kill.
Well, Blood Legion might just have taken a lot on their plate that they can chew right now, and are dealing with the aftermath of things over here as Ryan and Cairo, two players surviving. Now Skylight Gaming, this time they are the ones aggressing because they know they need those points. And well, in terms of overall rankings, they're not doing too good, to be honest, because considering it's the second week, staying in the second half of the table, that's not where you want them to be, as Cairo's position has finally been compromised. One of those stun grenades being cooked and being lobbed just to sort of distract him, as now the boys are going to go in for the push. But this is going to be really crucial because he's got that Tommy gun on towards him, taking a lot of massive damage over here as the players of Skylight Gaming committing. Finally, will they get the knock?
Pretty close, pretty close. Gyro almost going down in the worst, but again, he is backing off. The reposition from this man is on another level as Demon getting punished. And again, Skylight Gaming might be in a world of trouble, but no, it's going to be the answer from Skylight Gaming and knocking down the last member of Blood Legion, and that's going to be Skylight Gaming on top of the fight. But we had a complete different conversation before this between Deadeyes and Blood Legion, and this time seems like Skylight Gaming are going to be the one in between and closing out the rivalry between them.
I mean, I didn't want it to end out this way. Come on.
Too.
Let's be honest. Now, Deadeyes were the bold ones. They still went towards Rozhok. Now, I mean, Blood Legion sort of trying different strats this time, or maybe chickening out. I mean, that's entirely their call as to how they wanted to, kind of proceed with things over there. Maybe they wanted a few positioning points because, come on, let's be honest, getting those early game duels, I mean, for the viewers, it's fun, it's interesting, but now that you're in a position where you need to contest for points, you've got to play it smart, you've got to see at the bigger picture. But here we have the players of Deadeyes having a rather high ground advantage against Snipe, who is just prone inside the grass.
Again, I mean, Deadeyes, it don't really seem like they have any clue where Snipe is. So they are quite clueless, at least up till now. But Snipe YT might be able to find an easy kill onto the player of Deadeyes if they are just going to be standing still. But take a look at the movement from these lads. They are not standing still anytime soon. They're always keeping on moving. And Snipe YT also doesn't really want to give his position away. Because, of course, if he compromises his position that easily, then there's a massive chance he is going down. Because his teammates are nowhere near him. And he doesn't really want that to happen.
Indeed, nobody would want that. You know, he can get a few knocks here and there, but eventually it's the full squad. And A1 Esports in a bit of a pickle as Sinister has been taken down by the players of 7C. So another long-range duel is what we are witnessing as Fear. He's actually making some moves now. I really have to check on the map feed if he's actually trying to traverse away or... oh, alright. So 7C do not mean harm. They just were trying to, you know, throw a bit of warning shots. Did get that one knock. However, he was revived. So they're going their own ways, focusing entirely on their rotations.
I mean, that knock definitely found them enough time to rotate away, and 7C again seems like they will be rotating off, as they will be quite safe at least for now. But talking about StalwartFlex, of course, dropped inside the military base island and made it out pretty safely, as TDK were kind of in those close ranges, but didn't really seem like TDK wanted to fight against them.
I mean, right now, nobody really wants to take those early fights. Everyone is sort of playing for those points, and you know, this is the last game of the evening, so the players sort of want to end on a good note, and what better way than to get a chicken dinner?
I mean, of course, yeah, chicken dinner, you know, we all love that. Especially, you know, what better if you are going to be having the chicken dinner for dinner. And again, now, again, we take a look at how Carnage is rotating themselves. Jiggle kind of separated out from the pack with one more guy with him. And seems like Snipe YT and Manish are all the way in the front lines. Now, we have seen these kind of setups coming in from Carnage sometimes in the past as well. It has worked out in their favor, and sometimes it hasn't worked out in their favor. But take a look at the circle shift as well. It's going to be right in the center, and a lot of teams will probably be happy.
A lot of them will be, but definitely not me. The same old Gatka circle. I mean, a change in taste is what I really wanted, and by the looks of it, we are again heading towards those severe battles erupting out anytime soon. Now, A1 is in a very commanding position, having the epicenter of the circle for themselves, as we can see the players of Deadeyes also making a move. Now, C-Line and StalwartFlex are right beside each other, so they might just be exchanging a few shots here and there.
Yeah, shots will be exchanged as the circle is probably shrinking down to its slowest. And again, Venom Legends are of course one of those teams who are making the rotation inside the circle quite late, which will be quite good, at least for now. But take a look at Skylight Gaming as well. They are so far away and separated from all these teams and even from the circle, and they do have a longer route to go. But I also want to focus on the fact that Z3us this time are way too separated. Take a look at the position that Zal has, and take a look at where Godless has positioned himself.
I mean, right now, from what we can see, is the players of Deadeyes really making a lot of noise, and as a result of which, have been spotted as Z3us taking some bullets, and will be reduced to 50% HP. He will, however, heal himself up, so that's not going to cause a lot of trouble. But at the same time, you need to watch your 9 and all your 6 as well, because Carnage, they just passed by them, and Deadeyes were just looking, just staring at them, and of course not in a position to engage, so that's a smarter choice.
Exactly, Carnage just driving past by. But now again, the circle is quite big, at least up till now, so a lot of teams are looking quite safe, as it does have a lot of compounds. But talking about being safe, Venom Legends don't really seem like they will be quite. And take a look at what is happening with TDK over here. Only 3 players inside the lobby.
Well, we have been talking about discipline, we have been talking about punctuality, and you certainly cannot afford that at a stage as big as the Pro League. So we've seen a lot of teams doing that during the PMCOs, and that's exactly the reason why they're not here. Now, T2K, this is one of the teams that has the potential. Maybe some internet issues could have been the potential reason as to why they're not playing, but other than that, I know these lads are really professional with their approach. So maybe whatever be the reason, the game goes on.
The game will definitely go on. Time and tide waits for none. So that is going to be the case inside the game as well. But again, A1 Esports and Carnage right next to each other. They do know that they are right next to each other as well. They are probably going to be the neighbors. At least up till now, they are going to be quite peaceful. But as the time will be passing by, their peaceful nature will be breaking down, and that's when the fights will be happening as well. As Venom Legends trying to scout out any compounds for themselves. Of course, they are quite exposed on the hilltops. They will need to find themselves at least a little bit of cover for now, because you definitely do not want to get contested from all over the angles. And talking about exposed, this airdrop is way too exposed. But again, It has
It's
the
worth it.
MK14. It is quite worth it, but I'm pretty sure no one's going to be go for it.
Hey, let's not call the shots right now because we have seen our teams actually going for it. But, right now we can see the players of Carnage. Now, there is that shift that I was talking about. Maybe the gods of PUBG Mobile have granted me the zone that I wanted to see. But, this
Don't
can
jinx
also...
it. Please don't jinx it.
I don't want to. But, by the hunch that I'm having right now, I think it might go towards Ruins. I like it either ways.
But I want a Mount Everest circle. To be honest, I really want it because that's when a lot of teams, struggle. If they want to make on top of the hill, of course, you will be exposed from all over the angles, and that's when you need those smoke grenades to cross right up. But again, INES kind of spotting down the players of Deadeyes. Hungry Bonks being the man giving his head away. The nades will be lopped in. But Deadeyes, of course, Hungry Bonks is quite aware of INES' position, and this time seems like he will be backing off.
But Hungry Box, I mean, he doesn't want to. He wants to take the fight. We do see Extreme, however, knocking down Mr. Smokey V2 from 7C. So high voltage also getting up on those kill numbers over there. But looking at the players of Deadeyes, they certainly want to, contest this entire compound. And I can completely understand the reason why, as Hungry Box getting that beautiful grenade knock onto his guy, or a Newt has been spotted down as well.
Oh, try to almost catch him off guard with that pixel peek. But Hungry Box is just an absolute brilliant player as he's going to be barraging those nades. And of course, they'd find Gajar down. But take a look at the aggression shown by Shifu, sir, this time. This man is so fearless as Gajar might be in a heap of trouble. They need to get the res onto him, but Newtsy almost got caught off guard, is down to low HP. Now, only backing off is going to be the best choices that INES can take because they certainly do not want to get capitalized by the team of Deadeyes. And take a look at so many nades are lopped in at the same time, and INES, they are not looking good in the position they have, at least for now, because they don't really have a lot of breathing space, and they certainly do need to find themselves a better spot.
Indeed, as a Hungry Box, the unfathomable force of nature, he is fearless. And look at him, instantly getting that nade knock and then backing off, having that formation intact for the boys of Deadeyes as they are finally gonna push in. Now, INES, they need to get themselves out from that position as Suyog lobbing another beautiful nade and getting Newt down in time as Ironic and Clutch are backing off.
Deadeyes incredible precision coming in from these lads with those utility usage, and they're certainly not missing any single nades as a lot of knocks are being found from the side of Deadeyes and INES. They need to find themselves a better position. I did mention in the past as well, they need to do something to at least get themselves, but they have blown away the cover, and finally they are inside the basement of the building. But for how long are they going to be safe? That's going to be the question, because this, I certainly feel like this is a real bad position. You have locked yourself down inside the basement, and the nades will probably be lopped in from the side of Deadeyes as well. So I don't really know if this is a position you really want to be in situation like these.
How long is INES going to even stall them out? I mean, well, they are using those utilities, but they're doing that too quick, and now Deadeyes have completely understood their tactics, and they're gonna take their own sweet time before really pushing in, because now in such bunkers it's really critical as to how you need to approach, because if they have got that crossfire going for themselves, I think it's going to be a tough time even for the squad of Deadeyes, because you do not want casualties. Now the circle, like I had sort of predicted, has gone towards the ruins area. Now StalwartFlex are in a very promising position, but Clutch, finally he's burning now. He does not have that area to just drop and roll.
Well, I mean, he just got burnt by his own teammate. Quite unfortunate Molotov there. Well, definitely did not calculate that one, as Ironic is going to be burning down his own teammate. But a lot of fights are panning out in those nearby favor situations as StalwartFlex getting a knockdown under the players of 7C. And for now, of course, the stare-down competition will be there between the lads of Deadeyes and StalwartFlex. But again, take a look at so many knockdowns happening. 7C in a heap of trouble, and seems like they will be finally eliminated outside the game as StalwartFlex are going to be putting the final nail in the coffin. But another fight panning out between Zeus and PN Crew as Sandesh has went down. Sandesh, the lawnmower, has went down. Finally fixes.
He indeed has ended up PN Crew in a very tough spot, taking shots from absolutely everywhere as Icy will just bombing them down. It's again another artificial red zone being formed up by the players of Team Zeus, and it's just enough to wipe out the entire squad. Wow.
I'm speechless. I'm absolutely speechless after that one. I don't really know what happened. They single-handedly took down the entire squad of PM Crew just by utility usage. But another good fight panning out between the players of 1952 and DRS. DRS, of course, not really having the time of their life, and certainly Mafia Ninja paying off the high price for it. Already going down with that beautiful nade coming in from the side of 1952, and it seems like the aggression will be happening as well, as 1952 are not going to be holding back anytime soon. And they do want to make sure that the kill is confirmed, so not a lot of nades are lopped in. That nade did quite a bit of damage, as AJ will be going down with that nade as well. 1952 stepping their gameplay up this time.
It's clobbering time as 1952 go charging in, and Entry's got no fear as C Minor heads in,
Oh
gets
my
that
God.
beautiful knock, and wow, what is
What?
this? 1952 just deleting DRS out from the server.
They broke him up and they shattered their entire positioning, as again the fight between Deadeyes still is continuing.
Yeah.
And I really want to see how they will be
It's a love
challenging,
story.
because I mean INES. Now I really feel like at this point someone should actually put up those white flags and be like, okay guys, you know what, we surrender. Can we please leave just peacefully?
Can you just let us out of the bunker?
Please, man. We're just.
You mean no harm?
Yeah, we mean no harm. We're just hiding inside there. We're locked in. No one is letting us out. And somewhere down line, Skylight Gaming again getting handicapped in those early games, and in those late game situations, we all do know when you're getting handicapped that early off, the situations might not be looking good on your side.
Indeed, they won't. And here we have a replay of the fight we just had a few moments ago, where we did see 1952. I mean, this is the kind of a push that you would want, but holding on to my thoughts as we have Chari just going ham after the players of Venom Legends trying to riddle them down with bullets, but nothing really connecting over there. But still, considering the fact that they're playing the edges, I think it's a smart approach. Looking at how the circle has sort of panned out and giving high voltage that good advantage, and along with that, the players of Deadeyes.
One thing I really want to say, this game up till now has been full of twists and turns, and team like 1952 wiping out a team like DRS, that's a massive statement in itself. We certainly did not expect DRS going down that easily. What a precise utility usage coming in from the side of 1952. We gotta give props to that team.
I mean, I see that rivalry finally building up between the regions, you know.
Yeah, this
Nepali
is what we
teams
wanted
going
to see.
after Bangladeshi teams and vice versa. It's all happening. We all enjoying. Viewers are also loving the action, the masala that these players are putting on the table. And Wadu sir certainly has spotted out the players of Zeus exchanging a few shots. Not really connecting, but at the same time, I mean, imagine Deadeyes going after Zeus, and suddenly, out of nowhere, if INES just come in and take them out, I mean, that would be an entirely different story.
I mean, it's quite funny to me, because Deadeyes have kept INES, locked right below them, and they're not letting them out anytime soon. And INES are
Prisoners
also
of war.
Yep, INES are also quite scared to get outside their position as well. But a lot of fights are panning out in the server, and this time it does seem like 1952 are on that aggressive step, and they're quite dominating the entire circle as well. This is the 1952 we saw in the PMCO, and seems like this will be the recap back again.
I mean, finally, the boys are picking the pace up, getting a lot of kills here and there, 6 already to their names, and I think they are not going to stop anytime soon. Now, 1952, the players are inside the circle, they have a good position to defend. They've created those artificial covers for them with the help of those vehicles also. But right now, the way the circle is kind of shifting around, I'm really scared about the boys from Carnage. Now, they are in the center, but at the same time, so many teams surrounding them. Now, they need to watch out every single direction, because one small mistake can lead into the demise, and this is exactly what I was talking about, Snipe getting knocked.
Yeah, exactly, and take a look at where Probeen has knocked himself out as well. So far away from his teammate, and Carnage again in a world of trouble. They need to find themselves a better spot, because this circle is certainly going to be merciless, and it will be forcing a lot of teams into each other. As Venom Legends Steel Shot seems like he will be taking that heal battle for himself. Take a look at him.
I think
he's so far away from the circle. But again, yeah, moving in would quite be a risky route, and exactly that's what I thought. RX Jax will be the guardian of the circle edges and will be taking him down instantly. As Snipe YT, of course, the kill will be confirmed, and that's going to be refused with that incredible nade onto Manish.
Well, I think but getting this sub online and reviews coming into action, getting a few kills here and there as 1952 this time have the target set onto it. The players of high voltage. Now, we are talking about that rivalry and we can see it sparkling everywhere. And it is absolute pandemonium as we can see the circle shift. Now, this is again going towards the players of Deadeyes, but StalwartFlex still continuing their onslaught, spraying down onto towards the players of Carnage as Jiggle did take quite some beating, but still somehow he's still alive.
Well, in a massive chaos, INES certainly found themselves a better home, which is going to be the Heaven. And now they have been sent to Heaven by the players of Deadeyes. Finally, the fight between them has been closed out. But now 1952 StalwartFlex seems like they will be approaching the entire squad of 1952, entry being in those nearby vicinities, lobbying in that nade, and this time, no, it's way too far away. And entry doesn't have any clue exactly where Johnny is, but Johnny, again, is quite scared. Now, the rest of the backup will be there from the StalwartFlex side, but they will need to be cautious as their backs might be quite exposed.
Indeed, as we can see all these teams, the splash of colors throughout the circle over here as entry gets that last final confirmation onto its Shacks and 1952. What a time to rise and shine. I mean, these boys did miss out on the first Super Weekend and finally they are covering up for all those matches that they had missed in the past.
Exactly, and this is the 1952 that we wanted to see. And now seems like Seal9 paying the price for it as Crypto already getting the knock on Roy, and he is going to be finding another one as well. Crypto is just an absolute animal. Not going to be stopping the domination anytime soon as Inky might be getting spotted down. But seems like Inky will be just proning out in the grass, and of course, which is quite a brilliant choice. You don't really want to be a hero in situations when your team or when your side is absolutely crumbling down.
I mean, Seal9, we never know. They might also surprise us with another victory. They still have 4 of the players alive, but one of them, of course, being knocked out as StalwartFlex are going after Seal9 this time around, exchanging a few shots, but not a lot connecting. But reviews, alright, he might have spotted our entry. How on earth did he not see that? And now entry is going to punish him for that as he manages to get that beautiful knock. Now, StalwartFlex, they are halted right now in a situation where Crypto and Johnny did need to do something soon as 1952 finally committing in the pushing in tandem as they get yet another knock as Tawfiq will be getting the final nail in the coffin as again 1952 successfully managing to wipe out yet another squad.
1952 is just showing what a dominance coming from these lads, what a dominance being shown and what a gameplay. This is the exact 1952 that I wanted to see since a long time, and they were lost, but this time finally it seems like they have woken up and risen from the ashes as they are going to be dominating the entire land and the entire server again. Milky going down by entry. Entry is just an incredible man with that laser beam. Someone stop this man. He needs to be stopped.
The Tigers, they are hungry and they need to satiate their hunger. And yes, I mean, Enki sort of putting that nail over there, but 952 not really having the numbers to help them out anymore. But we still have to see and watch how is Seal9 going to proceed in this one, because they need to get inside the circle, and to do that they need to put the hurt into the hearts of their enemies, and which in this case here is 952. Now take a look at Jiggle's position. I mean, he might just be that one player who's going to make the magic happen.
But take a look at the circle shift as well. It's favoring the lads from Zeus and Deadeyes, and this is where 1952 make the rotation in as well, and even Seal9 needs to make the rotation, and that's going to be Carnage as well, exiting the server in the 5th position, getting absolutely shattered. And now, of course, they were kind of getting compromised from all over the angles, and you know, Zeus being in those front frays, and you will definitely have to take each and every single step cautiously. Now, 1952 are kind of closing down the distance onto the players of Zeus, and they don't really have any other choice. The zone is probably going to be forcing in a lot of fights within itself, as we do see a little bit of shots being taken from 1952, and that's going to be Minor getting the opening onto Icy, and things are just down to that one last man surviving from Zeus, and that's going to be Leo's.
And he is inside the bunker, but do 952 have an idea as to where he exactly is? Does have that Groves that can entirely move down the squad, but look at C Minor. He does not want to stop. Did get that knock, however, get taken down in the process, where Deadeyes might look like they want to capitalize on the situation.
And exactly, Deadeyes, they have the highest chance inside the server to win this game. But Deadeyes, if they make any kind of small mistakes or if they make any kind of rookie mistakes, they will be punished instantly. As Leos is still alive, and he might be the one who will be waiting for the right moment to strike. And Tofik, he is quite unaware of Leos' position, and this is where he might go down. Watch out from Leos. And oh, he barely backs off in time.
But Deadeyes, now this is where they are chiming in into the party, and 1952, they've got a lot on their plate. All they need to do is just push in, and they do have spotted out Leo in the process and will get their hands on the Groza. Now mind you, if they sort of yield this weapon, and maybe Deadeyes might just be in there for a heavy beating. They have already lost out on Suyog, but having 3 of their players alive, they are one of those strong contenders for the chicken dinner in this one.
What a game it has been, Fixes. What an interesting game to witness. These are the moments that we live for. And these are the moments we certainly do like to witness inside the game, as Deadeyes may be going straight face-to-face, going up against 1952. Of course, Myungki being in those backlines, now he can be he can repeat the situation that Jiggle did, you know, just wait it out, spot all the teammates down, and in the end, let them fight and be the third party.
I mean, they certainly can do that. They have the option, but Deadeyes, again, heading into that bunker down below, and well, they are looking really promising, want to commit, but have been stalled since they have heard that Groza in the process. As entry, he's trying to deny the entry of the players of Deadeyes, as the fight has finally erupted out, as C Minor will get that knock onto his hungry box, but Wadu is going to respond in fashion as they finally have managed to take them down. Now it is a 1v3 situation where Myungki,
look at Myungki.
Does he have any bullets at all?
He does have an AK on his name, but again, that was more kind of like a suicide play, because he did know he has secured the second position for his team, and that's going to be Deadeyes this time, rising up and getting that chicken dinner. Incredible performance.
And what a statement.
Yep.
Nobody could stop them, and be it the Bangladeshi teams, be it the Mongolians or the Pakistanis, because Deadeyes have managed yet another chicken dinner, and what a way to come back and end things down. I mean, this is exactly that we were looking out for.
And we gotta give props to 1952 this time. They have stepped up quite a lot. In the past, weren't really able to show up, but this game was on another level, and I really feel like Deadeyes have somewhat created a space inside my heart.
Now, after this game, this is where I want to see even bigger things from 1952. We still have one more day to go, and I think this team has the potential to at least enter into the top 8 by the end of the Super Weekend. But now what we are going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is head out for a short little break, because coming right after is our beautiful analyst desk to break it down.
Keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We are in the second Super Weekend, day number 2, coming to an end, but it has been an aggressive start right off the bat, and bringing it down to an end is also an incredible turn of wins from the entire lobby. But eventually, of course, there was that one team that we all wanted to see, and that has done so well, guys. I mean, what a play. 1952 finally making it happen for themselves, but a beautiful chicken dinner, of course, coming in for the team.
Well, I wouldn't say just one team, I would say 2 teams, and both the teams that we were actually expecting, not expecting, but we were rooting for.
Yes.
Seal Line was there as well.
Yeah, exactly. C-Line was there as well. But talk about the MVP entry out here. 5 kills, 1089 damage, 3 assists as well. Because 1952 was, firing up on all cylinders for themselves. Yep. But hey, DE, they had that area for themselves. Talk about the circle and talk about the fights that these two teams were taking head on onto that area. While Myungke was obviously onto the other direction. So what Myungke did is a safer approach. Go for the placement points. 12 points, it's a good thing.
Exactly, he could have gone YOLO at the moment when he saw the players of Deadeyes charge in towards the players of 1952, and when both the teams were sort of stuck in that compound, the players on the outside had been taken down. there was opportunity for Myonke to actually get up, secure a few more points, and then get taken out.
Yeah.
But as Ocean said, sometimes the safer opportunity is the best one, and he did get the result for it. I mean, finishing on the second position. So the placement points do come in the end.
They matter quite a lot. They matter quite a lot. I mean, the weightage that is given to that is certainly going to be crucial when it comes to the overall points itself. But along with that, I mean, another point I do want to make is when it comes to Deadeyes Guys' approach towards that INES kidnapping. That was just incredible.
That was nice to see. But also nice is the contribution donor that we have. And Entry is like, he's been there in the scene for a while. He's like a veteran player. So definitely showcasing the experience and putting it to display.
Exactly. I mean, his percentage of damage and kill both 22.6, so that just showcases, right, how good he is when given the proper chance.
Absolutely, and that is what makes his entry that much more crucial, his role that much more crucial when it comes to the team. But with that top player list is on our screens, and of course, Entry is going to be topping it with, well, 1089 damage. But very close is going to be, of course, Vadusa.
And Crypto makes it for the third time in the top players list in a single day.
Yeah, I mean, talk about 5 kills that he has. I see. Well, he was trying to survive there as well, and yeah, he also made it in the top list last time.
Exactly.
But well, he was trying to survive for his own self. But you know, the area was kind of like, had he not given any footstep. Plus, obviously, everyone from 9 just charged in there, so things just get to go on to the ups and downs.
He literally had one room that he had to sit in, and that was all he could do, just wait for the players to come in his direction. And as Ocean mentioned, we did see a while later, like just one footstep being given away, 2 players turned towards him.
Boy, oh boy. Perfect play. With that, to summarize it all, let's move on to the match summary coming in from this game. And the list is, well, top in it is, of course, Wadu with highest kills.
Wow, talk about this one. Snipe by 291 meters of the longest distance kill. RX Jax 20 is the most utility used number, and Shifu with maximum assists. So altogether it was a good one, but Entry, you know, topping up with the damage chart for himself, was the MVP. Showcases itself perfectly. Nicely done last game.
Well, definitely a good last game, and this was sort of also, even though the circle it looked like it was heading in the same direction that we are used to, but the way the teams played it out, it was different.
Absolutely was. And this time around, again, team to point out would certainly be 1952 from my side, because again, that team needed these points. Let's move on to the match ranking and find out, when it comes to the entirety of the game, how many points did they walk away with? 22 is the answer. Looking really good with the kills, but of course, Deadeyes Guys are the ones who took that chicken.
Well, talk about this one, right? DE 1952, StalwartFlex. Like these 3 teams were like really kill hungry for themselves. Then comes down Skylight Gaming with the kill numbers, if you just, you know, topping onto that one. Seal9 and Juice. So Seal9 also had, they have had like good games for themselves today. Like one was obviously a chicken in the game, and this one getting them onto the second position. So they are securing points whenever they get the opportunity.
I'm happy looking at Venom, looking at how Venom Legends did today. It also makes me happy about the team, because like today they have been consistent. I mean, 5 points from this match, not really anything significant, but they have had 4 good games before this one. So it's just like Zeus's day yesterday, wherein you have 4 really good games, and towards the end you do tend to get gassed out a little bit. You are sort of like, oh, the day is also almost coming to an end, so you take things down a notch.
It certainly does bring that down to the flip, but in that, as we move on towards the entirety of the game, let's start off with, of course, the zone analysis, where indeed it was XP Blood Legion that were the ones who were, well, off guard.
Look at where Skylight was in the areas of Novarupna. They had to go for a longer rotation, plus the circles also doing the damage, so they have to just, you know, get inside the circle as soon as they could. And this was, you know, again that standard Gatka, Pochinki ruins the area inside the circle, so everyone had to just, you know, be out there as soon as they could, and then they had to take up the fight. This is where T2K could have just, you know, backstabbed Skylight Gaming's players, but then blah 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 was the one surviving. It just comes down to, will you be able to take the fight, will you not, or do you want to just, you know, stay as long as you can just to get a hold of some other points. But as soon as everyone knew that, you know, this is where DE was, and DE and all the areas around them, they was being surrounded by the teams, but they did not pan out from a fight. Every fight that was thrown at them, they took it.
Plus, this part of the map is also quite interesting, considering there's not enough foliage present, so even if you are stuck out in the open, like we did see towards the end, Myunke had no cover. Had he just like shown his face like just to check how many players are still there or where are they running towards, he would have been spotted quite easily. So it's quite difficult to survive in those situations, and players have to be really careful while moving in.
Absolutely, mate. But along with that, let's combine the efforts coming in, not only from Seal9 but the entirety of the teams that were part of this game. Let's have a look at the open moments to summarize it all.
Oh, they're going to be quite interesting. I mean, as Ocean mentioned, starting things off, the wipe of XP Blood Legion.
Yeah, I mean, this just happened as they were not ready for this one.
Yeah.
They were just going at their drop location. They were like, let's just try and stay out there. But this is where the fights just started to happen, as we could just see DE and the chaos that DE just created onto this area. They stayed here. You could see 16 minutes, 17 minute marker. They stayed there and they took all the fights for themselves.
And this has to be my favorite moment
Yeah.
from this game. The Molotov that was tossed out by Icy towards the players of PN crew, just burning them live right there. The players were knocked out, absolutely no opportunity for them to survive, pinned down in a corner. But talk about getting pinned down. I mean, these times players were pinned down out in the open. The smokes were the only thing that were sort of allowing them the movement space that they needed.
Exactly. It just goes down to that. But as of now, 1952, just a few ups and downs for themselves. But then they just gathered themselves and then started moving up once again. Myunke did go down. Spooky was here.
These two teams find each other, don't they? 1952 and StalwartFlex.
It just goes down. But this is where Leo was
Yeah.
right, and he tried to stay there as long as he could, but he eventually was spotted down. And now there will be a Molotov by Myunke as soon as the fight ends. I would say had he actually just used Molotov outside to get behind that house and then just went in from the left hand side, he could have taken that fight in a better way.
Anything, number of moving pieces right there in that equation. Like, had there been a smoke just to cover up the location, so the player had to peek extra wide, would have given opportunity to Moonkit to run behind some cover, watch his back, take one player down, and then focus on the two lads in front of him. So multiple things, but I mean, still second position, decent number of kills, works out for the team. And C-Line, they've had a good day as well.
They most certainly have had, that is no question about it. But then again, you move towards teams like, of course, A1 Esports that we wanted to see bring in a bit more of a synergistic effort towards the entirety of Day 2. Has not been able to perform that much. Again, talk about INES Ocean. I mean, what do you think, mate?
I would say INES right now, as compared to what we saw them yesterday,
Right.
yeah, they did try to get those good games today. But again, as you could see, the fights were not in their favor altogether for the day. If I have to just summarize it for the entirety of the day, they were trying to go for the fight. It's not like that they were shying away from the fights. I would say the same for PN Crew, because you remember
Exactly.
one game was incredible for them, the Miramar game. After that, it's not like a team would just stay at just one point that we had a good game, let's not go, because every team would want to go for the good games back to back, back to back. It's just for the showing of your dominance. But sometimes some fights go good, some fights go bad, and it just changes the way a team is actually thinking critically.
Absolutely. Another interesting thing, I'm looking at the damage histogram. So 3 teams got 0 kills right there, but all 3 of them exited the game different at different time in comparison to each other. And apart from XB Blood Legion, like, the fight was being put up by them on the players of Skylight Gaming, but if you are going to lose the play as soon as the game starts, that puts you at a really big disadvantage. And plus, Skylight Gaming, it is a tough team to go up against. It was in their favor. The players were sort of in better position in that entire scenario.
Well, again, I mean, that is one approach, of course, that XB Blood Legion were able to take, which again resulted in not in their favor. But eventually, again, you look at the entire day, they did walk away with certain points, and those points worked in their favor really well to boost the morale as well as 1952. So let's have a look at the overall ranking and find out how big a leap have these teams made.
Well, 281, 227, 224, 209, 206, and Seal right now 197. TE is looking really good for themselves as of now, 194. They will love to just get a hold of a good position. A1 Esports will also just surpass Seal Esports, and just like we were saying, right, 8th position, 9th position, that's where Seal will be by the end of this week.
So tomorrow we're gonna see Seal Esports drop down to the 8th position by the end of the first game. That's what I feel like, and after that, by the end of the day, they're gonna be basically out of the top 10 as well. But I mean, today has been a day for the teams on the second page of the standings.
Yes.
Because those are the teams that are doing really well today. I mean, yeah, T2K, Train to Kill did end up performing really well. The teams in the top, they are getting a lot of kills. They are being aggressive, but major chunk of the points were consistently picked up by Venom Legends.
Yeah, Venom Legends was really consistent today. They have 149 points for themselves. Their next target is going to be 7C, just to get a hold of them. But talk about Seal9, they are at 15th position. Now they are going to be looking forward to XP Blood Legion spot if it comes down to the contestations.
And look at the interesting situation that Venom Legends and Skylight Gaming find themselves in. So look at the difference of where and how they get their points. 80 kills, 88 kills, 69 placement points to 59 placement points.
Yeah.
The aggression
10 to
is
8,
it is starting to kick in for these teams. And
well, kudos to C9 sitting on the 15th position, as you said.
As of now, yes, they are. And with that, it just comes down to 1952. How much time, will it be the first game that they'll go for against R3D?
Yeah.
Because, again, the point difference now, it's not that much. If
Exactly.
You want. Given the fact the way they played the last game, if they play the similarly tomorrow.
First game tomorrow.
Well, they've still got 5 games remaining.
Yeah.
They most certainly do, and that could very well be the most crucial games that they've ever played when it comes to the PMPL SA. But with that, let's have a look at the perfect start coming in from Z3us Esports, and that is going to be their rank and curve, and that has, of course, been a bit of an interesting one when it comes to the start. But again, they cannot shy away from that damaging awesomeness that they bring to the table.
Well, once they got hold of how the lobby is playing, it's mostly consistent. Yeah, there have been, ups and downs in the starts of the games, but, once they get to know how the lobby has been playing, obviously there haven't been much of the chicken dinners. If we want to talk about this as of now in this on today's day, obviously we haven't seen them getting a chicken dinner.
Yeah.
So yesterday it was one that they had, but after that it has been a journey of their ups and downs of all for themselves.
Exactly, but here's the fun thing about Z3us, that even when they get an early exit, you can be sure they are going out of like 4 to 5 kills.
No question about it. I mean, that's all I'm saying, that when it comes to summarizing all of this curve, that is what they bring to the table every single time. That aggression will be theirs, and that is what will make it count for this team. And along with that, of course, the points that they've racked up for themselves, I mean, they're looking pretty comfortable on the top position, and that is going to be the most crucial thing that most of the teams are trying to push on along, or against perhaps.
Exactly, and that is a sort of approach that you need to keep in mind.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But in that, let's move towards, well, again, kill leaders. This is the most crucial thing that every single time we see players coming in from Z3us, of course, coming in
And
from
Assassin.
High Voltage, of course. But, well, another player to talk about, of course, Ocean. You were the one who were mentioning this. Gyalzen, a player to watch out for, mate.
Exactly, 55 kills from this individual. Plus, look at the survival time. It's less than 18 minutes as of now, like barely touching the 18-minute marker. But talk about IC, 19 minutes plus. Talk about Assassin, 19:28, and the kills obviously they have are good for themselves. Use Zol, he has a good damage number for himself. But talk about the other players that are onto the other direction. Sniper IT with 55 kills, Godless with 53. So Z3us altogether, if not all the players are in the top 4. But there are players just spread out here and there.
Pretty sure the last guy is also going to be not far behind.
9,
Because these guys, everyone in Z3us is like dishing out so much damage at any given time. It becomes hard for the team to actually deal in with, especially with the kind of playstyle that Zol and Godless have, wherein they are really aggressive. The first thing that their first instinct when they see someone is to immediately start shooting first and then inform their teammate, hey, there's a guy there.
Absolutely, mate. Because again, just to summarize that also, you always, whenever you're looking at the damage histogram, it is Z3us Esports that brings in those curves, those towers, all the way racking towards 3,000 plus damage. So let's move on and have a look at the damage dished out coming in from all of these lads and the leaders in that. Well, top 3, right off the bat, are players from Z3us.
Yeah.
Had to be. You can never deny the fact. Plus the thing is, you could see there are so many players. I mean, talk about Blade as well. Has 10,000 damage given and 10,000 damage taken. So that comes down to how much accurate. How much you are good with that ratio, the damage given versus damage taken. And that's where IC comes down. 15, almost 16,000, 11,000 for the damage taken marker.
Plus, I think, as you said about Blade, I think that is sort of the approach that StalwartFlex have as well. Because every single time we've noticed this from them, the team fights that happen, they don't start off as team fights. It's not usually them approaching to a 2v1 situation or a knock coming in first. It's them getting spotted out, getting aggressed upon, then they're dealing with the aggression, in turn converting it towards like in a bad situation for their opponents. They're really good at doing that.
Yeah.
Every single time they work it in their favor, and that is so very crucial as well, because again, you only get that many chances in a certain amount of game, and that again is going to be reflected based on how you take those approaches, and that's going to be so very crucial. But along with that, let's have a look at the day summary from the entire saga of today. That is going to be day number 2 of the Super Weekend, and the day summary, we are looking at damage dished out from Z3us, 7224, with the heals being compared with 1952.
This is for the first time we are seeing, lots of teams here.
Yeah.
Because mostly we have seen like Z3us, mostly we have seen like someday there was A1 Esports, there has been DRS. But this is the first time I'll say that, we are seeing the diversity. That means that, every team is playing, you can call it like that.
True. Plus again, glad to see the teams that we were sort of seeing not perform for a while, finally starting to show up and will put up the big numbers on the board. Especially, again, Venom Legends, the ball has started to roll really fast for them.
I'm just going to hope that tomorrow they keep it going the same way.
Absolutely, I'm sure that is going to be the, of course, hope coming in from all of our viewers as well. And along with that, we do reach the end of our day 2 of the Super Weekend, the second Super Weekend of PMPL South Asia. Alongside which, like I said, we certainly do reach the end. But I do want to big thanks to Oppo F9 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. I've been your host, Blotto. Joining along have been the analysts who are, of course, Odin Sharma and I Super Johnny. Until tomorrow, we shall meet again. Take care. Adios. Sayonara.